At number 10, the Thing is crushed by Doctor Doom's hand. The Ultimatum storyline from Marvel Comics kind of got a bad rep, mainly because it's super dark and had some seriously brutal moments. But one of the craziest scenes was when Doctor Doom, who's usually a big deal in the Marvel Universe, he got his face absolutely obliterated in the palm of the Thing's hand. So how did it go down? Well, Doctor Doom did something pretty awful that set off a huge catastrophe, leading to a slew of unalivings, including some of the Fantastic Four crew. Now, the Thing, who's not usually the trigger-happy type, got seriously ticked off by all this. And so what does he do? He grabs Doctor Doom's head in his palm and squishes it like a stress ball. That's not really your average superhero move, but when you think about all the damage that Doom caused, you kind of get why the Thing lost it. I mean, it's a shocking moment in comic book history. The Thing usually doesn't go around squishing heads, but this time he definitely did. Ultimatum may not be everyone's cup of tea, but this definitely left a mark with that hardcore Thing moment. At number 9, Manuki gets roasted. The Punisher, in his quest against crime boss Manuki, went to extreme lengths. Manuki, who was determined and relentless, despite losing all her limbs to a polar bear, met a brutal end. You see, after the Punisher took down her criminal network, he confronted her in a fiery showdown, to say the least. And so, in a final clash, Manuki lunged at the Punisher without any limbs. It's pretty interesting to see. But Frank Castle didn't hold back, pushing her back into a raging fire. Now, the details of her fate weren't shown, but I mean, burning alive is a horrific way to go. The intense heat and flames would have caused some excruciating pain, making her last moments unimaginably agonizing. This villain's defeat stands out for its raw brutality, showcasing the Punisher's uncompromising stance against those he deems as threats to justice. The scene, although not super graphically depicted, leaves a super haunting impression of the price paid in battle against crime. If you're enjoying this video so far, please support the channel by pressing like, subscribing to Top 10 Nerd, and ringing that notification bell. Coming in at number 8, Taskmaster and Hyperion obliterate each other. Okay, so Taskmaster is like a human sponge. I mean, not in the way you would think, but I mean, in both ways in this case. You see, he can soak up fighting moves just by watching them, which is what makes him super dangerous in the Marvel world. But he's not somebody with magical powers like Thor. He's just got something even scarier: the willingness to do whatever it takes to win. In a recent showdown, Taskmaster faced off against Hyperion, who's basically one of Marvel's versions of Superman, which sounds like an impossible feat. Am I right? I mean, Hyperion is super tough, I mean, basically indestructible. But guess what? Taskmaster found a way to beat him, and he did so by getting his own ass beat really hard. You see, at first, Taskmaster was getting absolutely crushed. Bones were breaking, organs were being bruised, bodily fluids spattered all over the place. It was a total mess. It seems every trick in Taskmaster's book was just shrugged off by Hyperion. But ultimately, taking this beating paid off for Taskmaster, as Hyperion completely underestimated him when he ignored an arrow that, to his credit, it missed him by a mile. But as it turns out, that arrow was tipped with Argonite radiation, basically Hyperion's kryptonite, and the arrow actually turned back around like a boomerang and struck the unsuspecting super blonde right in the back. When Hyperion got hit, he screamed in pain, fell down, and here's the scary part. Hyperion was basically done for, like the mission was complete, and all Taskmaster had to do was walk away. But he didn't walk away. He went full-on savage, beating the guts out of the depowered Hyperion, ready to take him out completely. And if it weren't for Nick Cage yelling through his intercom, he totally would have done it too. It took Nick Cage reminding Taskmaster that he's supposed to be professional and not end this guy in cold blood. That's how ruthless Taskmaster could be though. I mean, he's beaten big shots before, but taking down Hyperion, even if it almost killed him, shows just how deadly this guy truly is. Heroes better not take him lightly or they might just end up regretting it big time.
Okay, maybe a bit of a controversial pick here, but Superman Returns has made the list. The movie, I'm talking about the movie. Basically, Lex Luthor has used kryptonite to grow a massive landmass out in the ocean, which leaves Superman completely vulnerable. He lands on the new island and it's bad news from the get-go. Lex and his goons have already gotten in position position on this kind of Krypton-like island, but underneath, embedded into the rocks, is pure kryptonite, tons of it. So it makes it incredibly easy for Lex Luthor to push Superman down these rocky stairs and then kick him while he's down, literally and figuratively. And then his goons start giving Superman this beating that actually kind of feels pretty scary and real, and I was like not expecting that at all. I don't think I've ever seen Superman so unable to do anything, and then Lex has like this sharp piece of kryptonite that he breaks off in this gasping for air Superman, who then falls off of a cliff. Moving on, John Walker, aka US Agent, is not the most loved character out there, but while he is a bit of like an anti-hero, he's still a hero from time to time. For example, when he answers the call to fight against Norman Osborn and his goons during the events of Siege. In the Mighty Avengers number 36, he attempts to stop the Thunderbolts from stealing Odin's spear. Unfortunately, another USA affiliated bad guy who is slightly crazy is also on the field today, and his name is Nuke, and he is pretty ruthless. Nuke is able to use the spear against US Agent, slicing off both his left arm and left leg. US Agent would go on to be wheelchair bound, refusing any enhanced cybernetics, and somehow he was still actually pretty capable. Moving on to the third spot today, Atlas is a character for DC Comics created by Jack Kirby, joining the comics in the 70s. He was always intended as a kind of anti-hero, and he has more or less played out that way since. But in 2010, Atlas was brainwashed by an unknown villain to attack the Justice League, and he is one of the few characters to absolutely pummel the tar out of Superman. Sure, Superman could be slightly holding back against this fellow hero, but I've always kinda hated that argument because then it makes me think that Superman is just faking it when he gets absolutely rocked, and I feel like that's not the case here. Atlas is taking Superman to the cleaners. They're going hit for hit, but Superman, even with help, he just can't take it, and Atlas eventually knocks him down to the concrete. Now, coming up second to last today, following the events of Original Sin, where Thor becomes unworthy to wield Mjolnir, Odin's son attempts to continue his superhero career in Thor number 1. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't really turn out too well for him when the axe, Jarnbjorn, proves to be a pretty poor substitute for his mighty hammer. In battle with Malekith the Accursed and the Frost Giants, Thor has his arms severed off with his own axe, and he's left to perish at the bottom of the ocean. The new female Thor, who's actually Jane Foster, becomes the wielder of Mjolnir, and it is up to her to defeat Malekith. The original Thor does return with a new metal arm made out of black uru, and initially he wants his hammer back, but then he sees Jane Foster handling it pretty well, and he just decides to drop the Thor title completely and just goes by Odin's son instead. The man was crushed. And finally, in the infamous A Death in the Family story, DC not only slew a Robin, but they did it in the most disturbing way they could have. Jason Todd had disobeyed direct orders from Bruce Wayne to not go near the Joker. The problem was that Jason had just met his birth mother for the first time, who it turned out was a criminal working for the Joker. Also, he's Jason Todd, so he just didn't listen. He went to the warehouse where the Joker and his goons were at with the intention of saving his mom. But in a heartbreaking turn of events, his own mom betrayed him to the Joker to save herself, which of course doesn't actually save her at all. And the Joker leaves her to pass away with Jason anyways. Joker is shown repeatedly beating the snot out of Jason Todd with a crowbar. It's harrowing. Joker leaves him suffering on the brink with an explosive device, and the hero manages to push through his injuries to get to the door with the help of his mom, only to find out that the Joker had locked them both inside. Coming in at number 10, Superman Revenge Squad. After discovering the home planet of the Superman Revenge Squad, which this time is a confederation of criminals and tyrants from across the galaxy, as opposed to the team of supervillains from later comics, Superman wastes no time at all and charges at the planet with a full frontal assault, armed with nothing but his abilities and a strange package attached to his chest. Now, the Revenge Squad fires all their most dangerous, most powerful ordnance at Superman, firing everything they think will take out the Man of Steel. They all impact on Kal-El, and the villains think that they've won. For a moment. But when the dust settled, they didn't even leave a scratch on Superman. Instead, the package on Soup's chest detonates, encircling the whole planet in a layer of mist. Now this seems really strange, but luckily, Superman is around to give us some exposition. Superman yells down to the entire planet of villains, explaining if any of them pass through the mist, leaving the planet, they will suffer total amnesia, forgetting any hatred that they have for Superman. So, they have the choice to remain trapped on their base being angry and upset, or they can rejoin the cosmos devoid of all grudges. Either way, Superman doubts he will ever see them again, and then he just flies back home. This is brutal, but in a wholly different way. Coming in at number 9 today is Simon. Simon Jones is a villain of the Teen Titans who has vast telekinesis and telepathic powers, and he is also a leader of the Fearsome Five. All of that, but he basically just calls himself Simon, but cool because there's a silent P in front of it, so we all know that he has psychic powers. Very cool. In Salvation Run number 2, Simon is among the new Injustice League when a bunch of villains, including him, get exiled to an alien world. Now Simon, who is standing among some pretty big name villains, attempts to convince his fellow supervillains that escape is impossible. So then he proceeds to lay down his own plans for beginning a new civilization involving all the female villains getting pregnant and giving birth as soon and as frequently as possible. But the Joker is also here, and he doesn't seem to be a fan of Simon. Joker very abruptly interrupts Simon, tossing a rock that hits the guy square in the noggin, and then he runs up and smashes Simon over the head repeatedly with another rock and then assumes control. Number 8. Billy Kincaid. Billy Kincaid was first introduced in issue number 5 of the Spawn comic book series, and he's an incredibly deranged and disgusting person. Originally sentenced to 22 years in prison for taking the life of someone much too young, his good behavior coupled with his attorney and a ridiculous positive psychiatric evaluation saw Kincaid gain early parole after only 6 years. Now before his passing and return as Spawn, Al Simmons had been hired as an assassin to take out Kincaid. However, he arrived just as the cops had caught this man. Al learned that Kincaid's real victim count is all the way up at 27 people, but with no solid evidence and someone covering Kincaid's tracks, he was never caught for those crimes. Now, 6 years later and out of prison, Billy Kincaid went right back to his old habits, picking up his occupation as Mr. Chili, the most terrifying ice cream man you have ever seen, and he ends up taking the life of another innocent soul. Spawn, finding out Kincaid has been freed, is able to track Kincaid down, and the next time we see Billy, he is chained up in Detective Sam Burke's office, impaled with popsicle sticks in an ice cream scoop with a popsicle shoved in his mouth, and a note, Spawn apparently attached to his body, which reads, "Boys screamed and girls screamed, so I made him scream, and scream, and scream." And that is both terrifying and good riddance, man.
At number 7, the Joker caves Simon's skull in. You know that unpredictable maniacal clown who's always keeping everybody on their toes? Well, he's known for some pretty wild antics, but this one really took the cake in terms of sheer brutality. So Simon, this telekinetic and telepathic baddie from the Teen Titans series, was causing his usual chaos. But then, in Salvation Run number 2, things took a really dark and gruesome turn, as the Joker, in his usual twisted manner, decided to put an end to Simon, and let's just say it was not a peaceful resolution. See, the Joker went full-on ruthless, grabbing a rock and violently caving in Simon's skull. Yeah, you heard that right. It was seriously graphic and intense, even by Joker standards. This is coming from a guy who's literally skinned people alive before. The moment wasn't just shocking because it was the Joker, it was just the sheer level of brutality that left readers stunned. This is one of those jaw-dropping scenes that really makes you grasp how twisted and unpredictable the Joker can truly be when he's pushed to the edge.
Number 6, Punisher Netflix prison fight. The Punisher isn't just absolutely ruthless in the comics. When Punisher made his way onto the small screen in Netflix's Daredevil series, he gave us probably one of the most downright savage and ferocious cinematic Marvel moments ever. Taking place in Daredevil Season 2, Episode 9, Frank, played by the irreplaceable Jon Bernthal, found himself in prison alongside the scum that he absolutely despises, and thanks to the Kingpin's influence, he gets locked in a hallway with about 10 inmates, his bare fists, and some very rudimentary prison tools. What follows is a solid 2.5 minutes of absolute savagery and brutality as he swiftly ushers each of these inmates to the afterlife, leaving him bruised and battered and covered in the red vino on tap, and ready to face off against a group of officers in riot gear who come in afterwards. Knowing how the main Marvel Cinematic Universe shies away from anything not suitable for a 12-year-old, this scene, and honestly all of the Netflix Marvel shows, stand out as something truly different and exactly what us older fans expected to see from someone as ruthless as the Punisher. Number 5, Punisher vs. Wolverine. Yes, the Punisher is taking up 3 points on this list, and I think it's pretty justified. In the early 2000s, Punisher faced off with Wolverine in Punisher number 16 and 17. Essentially, the Punisher found himself in the crosshairs of Logan, and he needed to buy himself some time without Wolverine getting in his way. To do this, Punisher blows off Wolverine's face with a bit of buckshot in Punisher number 16. Now, thanks to his insane healing factor, Logan is still standing with his face already starting to heal over his exposed adamantium skull. So obviously, that didn't really buy the Punisher much time. So, instead, in Punisher number 17, Frank Castle makes things just a little bit more below the belt, literally, as he wiped Wolverine's gonads off of the playing field in a similar way to how he took off his face. But of course, even this won't stop the mutants, so Frank Castle resorts to even more drastic and kind of creative measures. Needing the means to give himself at least a day or two before Logan will start coming after him again, the Punisher uses a steamroller to slowly but completely flatten Logan, and then he parks it there and walks off to do his business. If anything, I think this is a testament to how powerful Wolverine actually is. Number 4, Alejandra Jones. Alright, buckle up because this one involves Adam. Not me, like the biblical Adam. In Marvel Comics, Adam has devoted himself to one day eradicating sin from mankind at any cost, even human souls. To that end, Adam took in orphaned children and trained them within a Nicaraguan temple to make them perfect hosts for the Ghost Rider. Now, with the Fear Itself event and the arrival of the Serpent, Adam decided that this was a sign to make his move and offered to free Johnny Blaze from the Ghost Rider. Adam awakened the Seeker and had him pick the new Ghost Rider among his students. Alejandra Jones was the one chosen and was immediately sent to battle Scotty, one of the Serpent's avatars. When she came back, Adam demanded that she destroy the sin in the other orphans, leaving them as complete husks. Now, she obviously refused to do that, but in return, Adam made her an unwilling servant. Johnny Blaze, realizing that he made a boo-boo, journeyed to Nicaragua to stop them, but Adam turned Alejandra's power into a massive explosion that encompassed most of the entire country, turning the citizens, all of them, into mindless emotional shells of the individuals that they once were. The only ones unaffected by the blast were Johnny himself and the Seeker. Alejandra was used to destroy the whole of Nicaragua. Number 3, Mday. So we know that in the House of M's story, Scarlet Witch altered reality in some rather big ways. But it wasn't as if everything before this didn't happen, just no one could remember it. One mutant by the name of Layla Miller, for example, could remember the reality before, and she used her powers to restore the memories of a bunch of other heroes. Another mutant who you might know of by the name of Wolverine could sense that something was wrong with this reality. Now, he and a few other heroes, including a resurrected Hawkeye, formed up into a team and put things back to normal. Now, seeing as Magneto was now the ruler, it made sense to them that he was the one responsible, and they went on to attack him. During the scuffle, Magneto had his memories returned to him by Layla, and Wanda convinced him it was Quicksilver who urged her to do the whole reality warping thing in the first place. Angrily confronting Quicksilver, who admitted that he would have let Wanda perish, Magneto made him perish. Wanda, who was thoroughly angry and pretty unstable yet again, revived her brother, yelled at her not father, denounced Xavier, and in 3 words, no more mutants, she reverted reality. She depowered 90% of the entire mutant population, resulting in a huge loss of life. All this on the day forever known as Mday. Number 2, Ultimatum. Ultimatum was supposed to be how the writers finished off the Ultimate Universe stories. Obviously, it didn't really work out that way. Writers kinda just went a little haywire with the things they would do with a dying universe story. Basically, Magneto, who had been a pretty brutal villain in the Ultimate Universe so far, goes even farther during the mega event. Basically, after Magneto gains control of the Hammer of Thor and is manipulated by none other than Dr. Doom, he messes with the magnetic pillars of the world, flipping them on their head and sending weather into a frenzy. The biggest event was a giant tsunami called the Ultimatum Wave that basically put New York underwater and brought a giant casualty list. Bruce Banner perishes, but the Hulk ends up living somehow, multiple X-Men pass away, the Wasp gets eaten by the Blob, who in turn gets his head bitten off by Hank Pym, Dormammu turns Doctor Strange into a squished ketchup bottle, and Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch are sent to the afterlife. In a bit more of a divisive move, while the X-Men are looking for their fallen teammates in the wake of the tidal wave in New York, Magneto pays a visit to Professor X and in a pretty brutal scene, snaps the professor's neck. neck. In retaliation, the X-Men attack Magneto's fortress. Angel gets stomped and chomped by Sabretooth, and Magneto eventually rips the adamantium from Wolverine's skeleton and pretty much disintegrates him. And that's just the big stuff. And finally, in at number 1, it's the fall of X. During this year's annual mutant celebration, the Hellfire Gala, literally on the very next page after the new X-Men team is finally announced, out of nowhere, the anti-mutant organization known as Orchis attacks the gala, with Nimrod coming crashing down from the thermosphere at terminal velocity. He completely obliterates Dazzler, Frenzy, Cannonball, and Prodigy, and then punches Jubilee into the ground, wiping out 5 of the 8 new X-Men before he managed to decimate Bobby Drake Iceman, another Omega level mutant. While Juggernaut held off Nimrod, Jean Grey was taken out by Moira X, and Dr. Stasis revealed to Professor X that the medicine that the X-Men had been producing for the world that has led to Krakoa becoming a world power have all been tampered with, and Stasis can now control or wipe out any human who used any of the medicine produced by the X-Men. In exchange for him agreeing to not do that, Charles Xavier agrees to use his power to force the mutant population of Krakoa, some 200,000 strong mutants, to go through teleportation gates to the X-Men's home on Arakko/Mars. Now, Orchis planned on having Arakko being its next target, but instead, something went horribly wrong and 200,000 mutants were suddenly transported to the White Hot Room, essentially the afterlife and the base of operations of the Phoenix Force. Coming in at number 10 is Ultimate Captain America vs. Kleiser. The Ultimate Universe has a ton of absolutely insane moments to choose from, all of which would work for this list. But for this point, I want to talk about a time when Captain America went a little bit overboard. In Ultimates number 12, Captain America is caught in a fight with Herr Kleiser, an old German rival. Just for better context, Herr Kleiser is actually one of the Chitauri, and they launched a full-scale invasion of Earth in the modern day, which gave Captain America the opportunity to put Kleiser down for good. So, Herr Kleiser is naked following a fiery explosion, and the two are just going punch for punch, with Kleiser even getting the upper hand and ranting about eating Steve's face, which is weird. After Nick Fury tries to intervene and Kleiser tries to make Cap surrender, Captain America finally gets the upper hand. Now, Captain America pins Kleiser down and lifts his shield above his head and slams it down edge first right into Kleiser's chest, basically slicing him in half. Then, Captain America insults the entire country of France, and it's really weird. Number 9. Captain Marvel vs. Thor. During quite possibly Carol Danvers' darkest storyline, The Last Avenger, taking place in Captain Marvel Volume 10, number 12, a living suit controlled by a cosmic villain is forcing Carol to wipe out the Avengers. Issue number 12 opens with Captain Marvel catching Thor, the God of Thunder, off of guard, launching a surprise attack to take him down. But Thor is a god, and it's going to take quite a lot more to bring him down. The two start a battle that sees them tear across the entire planet, from Greenland to Kansas to the middle of the Pacific Ocean and then to space. Thor barely has any idea what's going on, and Carol was just going ham. Carol managed to use an energy beam to send Mjolnir extremely far away into space, and then another massive blast, she managed to incapacitate the God of Thunder and current ruler of Asgard. The final pages of this issue then show Carol displaying Thor's detached head. So yeah, a pretty brutal battle indeed. Blech. Number 8. Iron Man vs. the Mandarin. Nothing seems to ever get as intense, as destructive, as a battle between a hero and their nemesis. And in Invincible Iron Man number 28, Tony Stark and what is arguably his most well-known villain, the Mandarin, go head to head. At this time, Mandarin was carrying out a plan to release the extremist virus into the population that would wipe out anyone without a very specific genetic makeup, which was only a very small number of the population, and it would grant those who remained superpowers. Iron Man came into this fight hot and did not cool off until it was over. This fight was a knockdown drag-out fight that saw Iron Man rip the 10 rings from Mandarin's spine, engage in a battle of fisticuffs with this powerful old man, and then finally Stark repulsor-rayed the ever-living lights out of the Mandarin, who then proceeded to sick the extremist virus on Stark, who used a refrigerant to not only halt the virus, but also freeze Mandarin solid. Iron Man then promptly passed out.
Next on the list is Captain America vs. the Punisher. During the Civil War comic arc, the Punisher was recruited on Captain America's team for all of like 10 minutes. That all went up in smoke when a couple of goons showed up asking to be a part of the rebellion. Cap was about to let them on the team, but then the Punisher lit him up with bullets before anything could be made official. And that's when Cap snapped. He wailed on Frank Castle like nobody's business. The Punisher tried to reason between punches. After all, they were fighting over the lives of criminals, but that did not stop Cap from giving Castle the beating of a lifetime. Fists, feet, knees, shield, you name it. Treated Frank like a punching bag. But the entire time, it was clear that this fight was a one-sided massacre, with Frank not throwing a single punch and Steve not pulling any of them. Then the moment came when Steve demanded Frank fight back, to which the Punisher replied, "Not against you," ending the fight when Cap walked away. Spider-Man theorized something about Cap being the reason why Frank became a soldier during Vietnam, which is more or less right. The Punisher exists to, well, punish people. He fights against evil, and so Captain America, being the closest thing to an actual good, noble person as anybody has ever seen, and so there was nothing for Frank Castle to punish. Captain America is the Punisher's hero, and so he just let Rogers have his way with him. Totally brutal.
Number 6. Thanos vs. the Champion. The comic story known as Thanos Quest essentially recounts exactly how Thanos went about acquiring the Infinity Stones from across the universe. Now, Thanos faced various challenges and challengers to acquire each stone. The Power Stone specifically was held by a guy known as the Champion, an elder of the universe just like the Collector and the Grand Master. Thanos came upon Champion on a planet that is constantly fought over by 5 different factions, and he's just here fighting scores of soldiers for his own amusement. Thanos just swoops in and challenges Champion to a fight, which the Elder accepts without a second thought. Now, while Champion, powered by the Infinity Stone, is much more powerful than Thanos, he's effectively an idiot. Like, he didn't even know that the stone was the thing giving him his unlimited power. Thanos outthought Champion multiple times, even allowing Champ to destroy the entire planet that they were fighting on. Thanos didn't beat up Champion, but he outsmarted and embarrassed the guy to the point Champion traded the power gem for a tow to another planet. What an idiot. Number 5. Doom vs. Thanos. Somehow, my fellow nerd compatriots have failed to recognize the sheer might and power that is Doom. Victor Von Doom has some of the best moments in Marvel Comics, and some of the beatings he puts down on other characters throughout are definitely worthy of this list. When Doom was ruler of Battleworld in the most recent Secret Wars event, very few could challenge his rule. But one who was foolish enough to do so was the Mad Titan Thanos. Thanos, being the rightly smug, extremely powerful Mad Titan he is, decides to challenge Doom straight on and refuses all of Doom's offers to just work with him. Thanos goes on a little rant about how when he had the Infinity Gauntlet, he acted as a god and he called Doom a weak god. In retort, Doom goes, and do you have the Infinity Gauntlet now? To which Thanos replies, I do not, but I remain Thanos the Great Tyrant, and for you, that will be enough. That was stupid, because then, in one quick move, Doom simply plunges his hand into Thanos' chest, grabs a hold of his spine, and turns his body to ash as he says, that appears untrue. And it's just one of the greatest comic book panels I have ever seen. Number 4. Doom vs. Spider-Man. Carrying along the Dr. Doom hype train, in Amazing Spider-Man Volume 1, number 349 and 350, Dr. Doom and Spider-Man faced off, and it did not go well for the wall crawler. This time, Spidey was tracking a jewel thief named the Black Fox, but the Black Fox also had a certain Latvian ruler hot on his tail as well, as he had also bartered one of Victor Von Doom's family heirlooms, an emerald passed down to him by his late mother. And if you know anything about Dr. Doom, you never mess with anything related to Dr. Doom's mama. Doom flew to New York and just happened to catch up with the Black Fox at the same time that Spider-Man did. When Spidey intervened on the Black Fox's behalf, Dr. Doom did not hold back. Doom nonchalantly thrashed the web-slinger, leaving him with his costume in tatters and desperately scrambling away for his life. While he convinced Doom to allow him time to retrieve his family heirloom, Peter's severe beating had left him concussed, so much so that he even hallucinated Uncle Ben. The beating he took taught Spidey an important lesson about recognizing his limits. Coming in at number 3 today is Dr. Doom vs. Reed Richards. But alas, Dr. Doom is a villain, and therefore he has been defeated quite a few times. Quite possibly up there as one of the best one-on-one fights between Dr. Doom and his nemesis Mr. Fantastic came to us in Fantastic Four 1961 number 200, when these two college rivals resorted to a battle of fisticuffs. It was intense, with Doom characteristically monologuing the whole time. Even with Richards using his elastic body to try and overwhelm Doom, he fought Richards off, pummeling the man and eventually getting his metal gloves around Reed's throat. Unfortunately, one of Dr. Doom's biggest weaknesses is his own face. Thanks to his power source short-circuiting, the lock to Doom's mask was weakened, giving Reed the chance to pull it off, revealing Doom's face to a room full of mirrors. The lenses from Doom's mask couldn't protect him from the solar-powered intensified reflections and drove him just a little bit bonkers. On one hand, Dr. Doom beat the snot out of Reed Richards, but Reed psychologically crippled Dr. Doom in one fell move. Number 2, Black Tarantula vs. Spider-Man. So showing up in the Amazing Spider-Man 432, Black Tarantula seemingly attacks our spider hero out of nowhere, chucking half a chimney at him as his first move. Now, while Spider-Man tries to figure out who the heck this guy is and why he's even after Spider-Man, he is dodging out of the way of optic blasts, massive punches, and even his own webs do nothing as Tarantula just rips through them like tissue paper. Spider-Man even has a whole flashback about how Mary Jane wanted him to quit being Spider-Man, which was interrupted as Black Tarantula smashes through the wall Spider-Man was standing on. Spider-Man ends up floating down to an alley, and while he gets maybe 2 or 3 punches on Tarantula, when the villain gets his hands on Spider-Man's ankle, it's all over. He slams Peter between the alleyway walls, then down onto the pavement, and then he literally rips off Peter's mask, revealing his bruised face before telling him that he is sparing him so he can find Norman Osborn's missing child. But when he has done so, Spider-Man needs to leave New York for good. He then just walks off, leaving Peter in the fetal position, counting his injuries and thanking his lucky stars that he is alive. And finally, in a number 1 today is Moonight vs. Bushmaster. During Charlie Huston's 2006 run of the Moonight comics, in the 2nd issue, Mark Spector recalls how he ended up in a wheelchair. And it was all because of his little fight that he had with his nemesis, Bushmaster. In a flashback, the two are brutally fighting each other along the rooftops until Bushmaster savagely throws Mark off of the roof and he crashes down, bouncing on and off of a fire escape below, breaking and crushing both of his knees at the same time. It is brutal with a capital B, but this is Moon Knight. Thinking he'd won, Bushmaster comes in for the final hit, but Mark lands multiple crescent darts deep in the villain's neck. But then, Mark isn't finished. He then climbs on top of his nemesis and using another dart, he relieves Bushmaster of his own face, giving him a look that resembles what his mask used to be, a face with the skin removed. Imagine you are Batman. You're exhausted from having faced numerous escaped criminals, coming home to your secret cave and or manor, only to find Bane, a hulking behemoth of a man, waiting to greet you. That would be terrifying, and that is exactly what happens in Batman number 497. Bane had organized a prison breakout in a secret attempt, sort of, to exhaust the Batman, to wind him down and break him down, so now, when this worn down, caught off guard Batman watches as Bane pumps himself full of venom, the very thing that Bruce is also suffering withdrawals from, and is talking about how Bruce Wayne is just a mask, but a useless one, but his mask is very much useful, and then he's like, so you are familiar with venom, then you know what it can do. And he explains how his venom is way more potent, and then Batman gets a bit of a good speech, I'll give him that, it was pretty good, and he jumps into combat, and Bane's just nope, and he gives Batman an absolute thrashing, he's throwing Batman around and beating the tar out of the guy, and Batman is reliving all of his beatings up until this point, but they're nothing like this, and Alfred literally can't even handle it, and he goes crawling off to get the Bat family, and Batman is so exhausted that he can only try to dodge or just take the hits, but he goes to punch Bane, and it's like nothing, and then Bane's like, you are already broken. And then Bane just wipes the floor, the ceilings, the walls with Bruce Wayne, breaks his back, and then he leaves him destroyed on the ground. It's sick, and it's sick and twisted, but it's awesome. Next up today, the Wolverine villain Cyber is, in my opinion, kind of underrated, but he's one of the only villains to actually terrify the mutant, with some adamantium-coated skin, toxic claws, and the power to track an individual's brain. Oh, and he's like 9 feet tall and massive. In 1994's Wolverine number 79, Cyber is tracking down Wolverine in order to claim his adamantium bones, which he wants to then make a profit from. Unfortunately, at this time, Wolverine actually doesn't have the adamantium fused to his bones. So when the fight leads to him popping his bone claws, Cyber is a little bit disappointed. But instead of just walking away after this revelation, a cannon goes off nearby, and this gives Wolverine the opportunity to slash Cyber across the face. But as soon as the attack happens, Cyber catches Wolverine's fist, and in one stomp, he snaps Wolverine's claws in half. This event scarred Wolverine, but right after it, even made him question his ability as a hero without his adamantium. Marvel's Civil War number 2 is not the greatest, and it makes Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, to be someone who is just pretty unlikable. She just makes really weird decisions that get people hurt badly, like taking her Ultimates, admittedly a pretty powerful team, to take on Thanos thanks to an inhuman precognitive telling her that he will be there. Thanos shows up looking for the Cosmic Cube, which isn't actually on Earth, and Carol's tactic of just hit him as hard as you can, as fast as you can, probably sounds good, but it's also not really a plan at all. Carol absorbs an energy blast, the Human Torch is able to hit him with some fire, She-Hulk gets to pin him down, giving Carol and Dazzler the chance to blast him, and War Machine gets to lay down some fire. Thanos, sure, he's a little bruised, but he is a-okay, because when the Inhuman Medusa tries to use her hair to bind Thanos, he grabs that hair and flings her straight into War Machine, who accidentally fires a missile at She-Hulk. Then, in the chaos following that explosion, Thanos springs on War Machine, punching him straight through the chest with his massive, Mad Titan purple grimace fist. Then, the Ultimates are able to hit Thanos hard enough to end the fight, but damn. Now listen nerds, I gotta be honest, I never realized how vicious the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles can actually be. Taking place in IDW's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles issue number 44, the Turtles got split up. Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raph are on a mission to stop Krang from literally destroying all life on Earth using the Technodrome, leaving Donatello alone with his bow staff facing off against Bebop and Rocksteady, who were given orders to send Donnie to the grave. Now that bow staff gets maybe one hit in before Rocksteady uses a sledgehammer to send Donnie flying, and Bebop just snaps the staff in half over his knee. Even with some assistance from Metalhead, Donnie is still at a disadvantage, and as he tries to escape, he gets a TV chucked at him, and then he gets slapped across the face with a computer keyboard. Then the pair just go to town on the lone turtle before Rocksteady uses that sledgehammer to crack open Donnie's shell. It is brutal. Luckily though, they are called off before they can fully finish the job. In the Infinite Crisis event, Connor Kent decides to answer the door, only to find Superboy Prime, who is starting to go a little bit off the deep end, and he decides to explain how he is the one true Superboy, and he wants to do that by fighting. And it is intense. Even Crypto gets involved, receiving a kick to the neck from Superboy Prime, and after that little crime against humanity, things get real. Prime beats the snot out of Connor Kent, chucking cars and all manner of things, but Connor had called in the Teen Titans, who in turn call in the Justice Society and the Doom Patrol. That's 28 different heroes. But this only makes things worse. Prime basically is like a kid, and he doesn't know how to control this power properly or even understand what is even happening right now. He starts wiping out heroes, accidentally taking the head off of Panther. He then rips off Risk's arm and wipes out Bushido and Baby Wildebeest with his heat vision while he is crying. It takes a handful of speedsters to then trap Prime in the Speed Force and end the fight.
At number 7, Punisher ends Doctor Doom. This one is absolutely brutal. You know, for as big as a bad guy as Doctor Doom is, it really doesn't take much for Frank Castle to absolutely obliterate him, and fairly easily too. This comes from the Punisher Kills the Marvel Universe comics. See, Castle isn't just up against Doom, but all of his Doom bots as well. However, they're all being remotely piloted by Doom, which means so long as Frank can fry the circuitry in Doom's noggin, the feedback loop easily takes care of the rest of the robots. Seriously, Doc, you should have used AI or Wi-Fi or something. All it takes is for Frank to slap a magnetic landmine on Dr. Doom's metal face, making his entire head burst into flames. But even a direct explosion to the face isn't enough to make a dent in that thick metal skull of his, so Frank resorts to a more brutal approach. With Dr. Doom incapacitated, Frank takes a steel hammer off the castle walls and tells Doom not to worry, as the two of them have all the time in the world. From outside of the castle walls, loud clanging can be heard like a bell as Punisher wails down on Doom's face. Clang, 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 squish.
Number 6, Null. Null is the literal eldritch god of all symbiotes. He's their creator. Null existed before the current version of the universe ever even came to be, in the black void of nothingness. One of his very first acts after he was awoken by the light created by the foundation of the universe was creating the all-black Necrosword. This was the very first symbiote and it was immensely powerful. Using it, Null was able to slice the head clean off of a Celestial. For this insane feat of power, he was banished to a void where he worked more and more on the sword, and eventually he broke free and went out into the universe with the intent of wiping out various gods until he was defeated and he lost the sword to Gore the God Butcher. And if we want to talk about villains who should have been more powerful in the MCU, he is top of the list. Null then goes on to make more and more symbiotes who all share a hive mind under the control of Null. They eventually rebel and imprison Null inside the symbiote homeworld Clintar, but he is one of the strongest villains Marvel Comics has ever shown us. He faced off against all the Earth's heroes and nearly won. He has awoken, enslaved, and controlled Celestials, and even defeated the Sentry, ripping him in half and absorbing the Void. The only thing that defeated him was Eddie Brock's Venom wielding the Unit Power, aka Captain Universe, the protector of the universe, and the opposite to everything that Null represents. Number 5, Molecule Man. While attempting to fix an atomic power device, a 1,000,000,000,000 accident occurred, bombarding Owen Reese with radiation and transforming his body. Now, this man, Owen Reese, was the most powerful being in the entire multiverse. The accident also caused a minuscule hole between Earth's dimension and another, allowing the being who would eventually become known as the Beyonder to become aware of a universe teeming with life, which would lead to the events of the first and eventually second Secret Wars. Now, Uatu the Watcher, who used to never become involved in the events of Earth, sensed the Molecule Man and the danger that he posed. He contacted the Fantastic Four, warned them of the threat, transported them to face him, and the Fantastic Four couldn't do a damn thing to the Molecule Man, until Mr. Fantastic was able to deduce that the Molecule Man could not alter the molecules of living things. But that wasn't even a real limitation of the Molecule Man. That was just a subconscious limitation that the Molecule Man put on himself. The kicker is that, in reality, Reese's accident was caused by the Beyonders themselves. They created the Molecule Man as a singularity in every reality to basically use the villain as a device that would destroy its universe. The purpose of their experiment was to eventually destroy all the Molecule Men at the same time just to see what would happen, which was a key part of the latest Secret Wars event. But Molecule Man, being used by Dr. Doom and eventually Reed Richards, was able to rebirth the entire cosmos. Could it work in the MCU? Sure, it could, but the character would just be a plot device. I doubt they would actually use him as an actual villain. Number 4, Abraxis. Abraxis is the polar opposite of the cosmic entity Eternity. This means his whole reason for existing is to destroy all of the multiverse, which, I'll be honest, there are a few different characters in Marvel Comics who exist for that reason, and funnily enough, a bunch of them are on this list. But Abraxis is also tied to the incredibly unstoppable cosmic entity Galactus. Whenever Galactus would consume a planet, it would keep Abraxis in check. So, when Galactus was destroyed in a story called Galactus the Devourer, Abraxis was released and begins his path of ultimate destruction. As a cosmic entity, Abraxis' powers are essentially limitless. and his whole existence is kind of important to the universe, which means he can't really be taken out like a normal villain can. So the question of how he was defeated is kind of important. In Fantastic Four number 48 to number 50, we learned of an incredibly powerful weapon called the Ultimate Nullifier. It was used back then to threaten Galactus and stop him from destroying the Earth. Reed Richards ended up using the Ultimate Nullifier to essentially rewrite reality, remaking it so that Abraxis just never existed. Abraxis is so unstoppable that we essentially needed a Deus Ex Machina just to defeat him. I think that if he was in the MCU, that's probably the only way they could make the story work, but I think it would basically break the whole MCU for them to do it. Number 3, Mad Jim Jaspers. When Captain Britain is sent to Earth 238 in Marvel Superheroes UK number 377 in August of 1981, we are introduced to a guy named Mad Jim Jaspers, who is the Prime Minister of England in this reality. Jim has created a cyborg called the Fury that can adapt to anything like a Sentinel can to destroy all the superpowered beings on this Earth. But that's not Jim's power. We are being delivered this information from the inside of a teapot helicopter that is immensely bigger on the inside than it looks on the outside, with the room growing and characters appearing that are already passed away or that resemble Alice in the Wonderland characters. That's because Mad Jim Jaspers is a mutant with an insane level of reality warping powers. The thing is, this character is not fully in control of his abilities. Now eventually we are introduced to an Earth 616 reality Mad Jim Jaspers who is way more powerful than his 238 counterpart. When Captain Britain pays him a visit, Jim uses his powers to make Captain Britain believe that he was dreaming and that he has woken up out of a coma. He then gets frustrated and wipes this entire reality clean to start everything fresh. Now I don't know what the likelihood of getting Captain Britain into the MCU is, with the multiverse becoming more prominent, it's more likely, but this insanely powerful reality warper is not someone who I expect will ever make an appearance anytime soon. Number 2, the Chaos King. Amatsu Mikubashi first appeared in Thor Blood Oath number 6 in 2006, and he is the Japanese god of chaos, evil, and an aspect of the cosmic being Oblivion. Mikubashi ruled and thrived over the Earth when it was nothing more than a formless void of primordial darkness, and as such, his goal now is to bring about a new age of chaos and void and darkness. He is a primordial being who was imprisoned in Yomi, the Shinto underworld, where he remained for centuries, accruing an army of Oni, Shinma demons, and other monsters. Now during the events of Ares God of War, Chaos King attacks Olympus after he had defeated and controlled the Japanese pantheon, meaning he had already done that, and then he goes on to attack Olympus. And that was all after the fall of Asgard during Ragnarok. This is what kickstarts his mission in Chaos War, where he slays the Egyptian gods, the Celtic gods, Shi'ar gods, and the gods of Zen law. He takes out Nightmare in the Dream Dimension, destroys Mephisto, and casts Mistress Death out of hell, making her literally run away, and releases the souls of the damned. He has the power to defeat Eternity and is practically unfazed by attacks from the likes of Zeus. God Hercules, Galactus, Silver Surfer, and Thor together could not defeat Chaos King. To win, this insanely powerful god of gods Hercules had to punch the Chaos King into a portal to an endless void of nothingness, and this was after he had already destroyed 98.76% of the universe. They wouldn't let Gore the God Butcher be as big of a threat to the gods in the MCU as he is in the comics. The Chaos King wipes out 90% of the universe. I just don't see it happening in the MCU at this time. It's just not gonna happen. And finally, in at number 1, the One Below All. In Marvel Comics, there is a character called the One Above All, who hasn't really been seen all too often, but is essentially the equivalent to God, or the creator. Now we have gods like Odin and Zeus and Thor in Marvel Comics and the MCU, but this is kinda different. The One Above All is like the god of everything, the supreme ruler of creation and compassion. It's even been represented as the writers of Marvel Comics at one point, just to give you an idea. So the One Below All, as you can imagine, is the antithesis to this, the personification of destruction and hate. Another way of looking at it is that the One Below All is the One Above All's Hulk form, although that kind of makes things a little bit more complex. The One Below All is trapped in the below place and manifests in realities through gamma and gamma mutates. Basically, this means that the Hulk and other gamma mutated beings have fractions of the One Below All's power and can be taken over by the One Below All for him to try and escape and destroy everything. In an alternate future, it actually does this, taking over Bruce Banner's body and using his power to devour the cosmic entity Eternity and eradicate all life in not only this version of the cosmos, but even going into the next iteration of the universe, ensuring that nothing in that universe will continue to be. Luckily, this is prevented in the Immortal Hulk story, but I'm telling you, go read that story. The one above all and the one below all seem like beings that are just too conceptual that I don't know if they'd be making it into Marvel's cinematic universe. But the other part of this is that the Immortal Hulk storyline that features the one below all is way too graphic for it to be adapted to the MCU and Disney's brand.
First up is Zeus versus Hulk. Sometimes readers need a little bit of a reminder of the power hierarchy in the Marvel Universe, and sometimes it's the characters themselves who need reminding. The Hulk went up to Mount Olympus demanding Zeus to fix stuff after a big war, and Zeus just wasn't having it and zapped Hulk down hard. But Hulk is tough, so even after getting hit by that mega lightning bolt, he kept on going. Hulk threw some serious punches at Zeus, but Zeus hit back even harder, like super hard. Hulk got sent flying off of Mount Olympus, but even that wasn't enough. He crawled all the way back up to Zeus for round 2. Zeus, no longer playing around, smacks the Hulk down so dang hard that he can't help but spew green bodily fluids all over the place. I mean, imagine shattering the Hulk's ribcage so hard that his lungs collapse. Good lord. Then Zeus really lays into the Hulk, making him crash down into the mountain, where he got stuck on a rock and knocking him unconscious. When the Hulk finally awoke, he found himself chained up and left for vultures to chow down on him. Zeus was gloating, watching Hulk's super healing power keep him alive, while the birds had a feast on his stomach. Classic Zeus. At number 9 is Daken versus the Punisher. One of the most brutal fights ever involves Daken, Wolverine's son. So Daken goes all out on Punisher, not holding back on an ounce of his brutality. It's a story where the Punisher gets cornered and Daken just goes berserk on him. You see, at first, the Punisher starts off okay and takes control of the fight pretty early, but that doesn't last very long. The Punisher quickly gets overwhelmed by Daken and meets one of the most brutal ends I have ever seen in comics. Because basically, Daken just chops him up into pieces, limb by limb, and then insults him before kicking those pieces off of the rooftop. It's gruesome. Now the scary part is that Daken doesn't show any remorse or regret for what he's done. He's just like that, a troublemaker who doesn't hold back. And this wasn't just some trick or plan by Punisher to fake his demise. No, this is the real deal. Later on, Daken kind of changes sides, tries to be a hero, and joins the Wolverine family. But he's got this dark side that pops up from time to time. Like for example, that one time when he snuck off to Krakoa to get vengeance on those who hurt innocent mutants. He's got this cruelty streak that sets him apart, making him one of the deadliest fighters in Marvel. So even though he's on the hero team now, don't forget that Daken can be seriously deadly when he wants to be. If you're enjoying this video so far, please support the channel by pressing like, subscribing to Top 10 Nerd, and ringing that notification bell. At number 8 is Thanos versus Black Bolt. Now, Thanos in the MCU is a pretty tough guy, able to take on Cap, Thor, and Iron Man at the same freaking time, but in the comics? He's an even bigger deal. Now let's talk about Black Bolt. He's an Inhuman and his voice is crazy powerful. I'm talking one whisper from this guy can vaporize Doctor Strange and the Sentry. Yeah, the Sentry, who's basically Marvel's version of Superman. And get this, he can even wipe out an entire planet just by using his voice. Now, this guy's voice is so lethal, he's been trained not to speak, like, ever. Not even in his sleep. That's how intense it is. Now, what happens when he tries to let loose on Thanos? Spoiler alert? Nothing. Not a scratch. Thanos barely flinches. It's like watching a bug bounce off of a windshield. Thanos takes a full-on shout from Black Bolt at point-blank range, and you know what happens? Thanos sticks his arm out, wraps his hand around Black Bolt's mouth, silencing him. Then he silences Black Bolt for good, slamming his face into the ground beneath him repeatedly. Black Bolt, as tough as he is, has no shot here. Thanos barely even broke a sweat. It's a brutal beatdown, a real mismatch, as Thanos came out without a scratch.
Number 7, Captain America versus Captain America. We all battle our own inner demons once in a while, but for Captain America, he had to literally face his own evil self. In the Secret Empire storyline, a Hydra-loving version of Steve Rogers, lovingly referred to as Stevel, had managed to take control of the entire United States, committing seriously heinous acts to ensure his success. Luckily, with the help of Kobik and Captain America's family of heroes, the regular Steve Rogers that we know and love managed to make it back to our reality, and he and Stevel finally went head-to-head in Secret Empire number 10. While Stevel had a completely different ideology than Captain America, he still retained all of his skill and tactical know-how, and was armed with a very Iron Man-like armor, which made this fight one of the most intense hand-to-hand fights I have ever seen in a comic in a hot minute. While the two are evenly matched in terms of skill, Stevel is evil, and Cap is decidedly not evil, which means that Captain America is very much worthy of wielding the hammer of Thor, and Stevel was only capable of wielding disappointment.
I was not expecting this next one, which is quite a twist. Or rather, I wouldn't have been expecting it if I hadn't read it later. 2023 for me was a year of mainly focusing on indie comics in terms of my collection, seeing if I could make it like a whole year without really collecting mainly superhero comics from the big two myself, instead focusing on collecting books from smaller or still large but honestly alternative publishers. Dynamite, Image, IDW, and even still some like really indie like self-published stuff. For the most part, I succeeded in last year's New Year's resolution. Yay, in regards to this, but the downside was I ended up being more behind on my big two superhero stuff, like X-Men. As such, I already kind of knew the events of the Hellfire Gala before I actually read that Hellfire Gala. Even knowing it though, it was still shocking to behold Nimrod flying in and pretty much insta-killing, for the most part, the newly announced X-Men team. Honestly, poor Dazzler. I was so excited about Dazzler joining that team, and then when I heard that that happened, I was like, ugh. And then when I read it, I was like, ah! Contrary to the last point, this one was very unexpected. Obviously with Hellfire Gala, I kind of already knew what happened even though I hadn't read it yet. This one caught me unawares. It's because it was one of the first fights that we saw during the Ten of Swords Otherworld tournament, and I honestly had expectations going into this event that were instantly shattered here. Pardon my pun there. Sorry, Betsy. In this first fight of the tournament, Captain Britain's Betsy Braddock was forced to face off against Morocco's champion, Iska the Unbeaten. Iska gets her name from her mutant powers, which prevent her from ever losing. And while I expected that Betsy might be the first one to, pull off such a feat and make Iska lose, since she was the hero in this scenario and Iska, at the time, was the villain, it turns out I was wrong. And true to her name, Iska made short work of Betsy, literally shattering her into thousands of pieces. Yeah, I didn't see that one coming. I feel like Wait, What Just Happened pretty much sums up Ten of Swords as an event. It's just bonkers. Bonkers, I think, in a good way, but that's my opinion. Another battle that I wasn't expecting to go how it did was the one with Uranos versus, well, pretty much all of Morocco, to be honest. But more specifically for this point, I'm talking about the Eternals villain facing off against Magneto, who is of course usually a villain of the X-Men, but in X-Men Red is really more of a hero here. Magneto here seemingly holds his own at first, but in the end has his heart removed by Uranos and is left for dead. It's also a pretty quick fight. It's like brutally quick. It's a seemingly gruesome end for a long-standing character, but what's even more intense is it would shortly after, in the same issue, be revealed that Magneto was so committed to getting revenge here, so willful, that he refused to die, using his powers in place of his heart to move his blood through his body and will himself to keep going so he could live to get revenge on Uranos for what he had done to mutant kind and planet Morocco. Heartless Magneto is scary Magneto. This death of a character I'm about to touch upon though is an honest real one. Synch was long dead up until recently in the comics. Thankfully, he was one of the first that the mutant nation of Krakoa brought back, prioritizing his resurrection so that he might be acclimatized and prepared for his mission in the Vault, alongside Darwin and Laura Kinney's Wolverine. Before his mission there, however, which he miraculously survived, he gave his life to protect others when Emma Frost's school for young mutants was attacked. This was his previous death. Tragic. Generation X, let's go. What makes his death in Generation X even more brutal is the fact that Synch gave his life to basically save other human kids who also attended the school, even though many of the human kids there were pretty unkind to the mutant student body they were forced to share the school with. Another heartbreaking defeat that I found to be extremely shocking and brutal was the loss of Captain Kate Pryde. And Lockheed, poor Lockheed, though fortunately Lockheed, his life was not lost. We must protect Lockheed at all costs. This all went down in the first volume of Marauders, a series that constantly pushed the envelope, I felt, for what we expect of these characters, while also staying true to them. Kate was the leader of this new Marauders team, making her pretty much the main character of the series. So seeing her lost at sea at the hands of Sebastian Shaw was devastating, especially when you consider this happened only in issue 6 of this series. Yeah, just taking everything we thought we knew about what was going on and flipping the script. While a lot of the times we talk about the events of House of M and Mday as being like the worst things mutants have ever lived through, there was a moment that was even more a brutal loss for Marvel mutants in comparison, I'd wager. One that also cost millions of lives. Millions of lives. I think actually Mday only cost million, and not even lives, just depowering individuals. But in this case, these people were wiped off the face of the earth. Cassandra Nova returned to get her revenge and ended up killing Donald Trask III in one of the most disturbing ways I've ever seen in a comic, while also merging with him, able to use his voice after his death to command the Master Mold and Sentinels. During the E is for Extinction story, Nova unleashed these Sentinels on Genosha, resulting in what we refer to today as the Genosian Massacre, which cost mutant kind an estimated 16 million lives. Yeah. Doing far more damage than Mday and making Mday even more devastating as a result when it did happen, since the mutants' numbers were already severely reduced going into the House of M event because of course, the Genosian Massacre. Like, if the Genosian Massacre hadn't have happened, we would have had more mutants even after Mday, because there'd just be more people in general. So even though many of them would have been depowered, we still would have had a lot left.
Starting us off today, if we want to talk about brutal and we want to talk about comic books, then there is no better place to look than the 90s. Comic books in the 90s just happened to have this gritty, grunge, extreme thing going on, and the Last Avengers story was a pretty good example of this. With this really cool, chunky, gritty art style, it told a story set in the future with a new team of Avengers. Just kidding though, because they get completely wiped out within the first few pages. The current team of Avengers of this alternate future and their base are completely wiped out by an absolutely massive explosion caused by Ultron 59. Now Ultron basically then challenges Hank Pym and the OG Avengers to a final fight against himself, Kang, and the Grim Reaper. The thing is, there were not that many of the original Avengers left, with a lot of them being wiped out by villains or even by their own fellow Avengers. For example, Tigra was torn asunder by the Hulk, who had basically gone bananas, and then he and Wonder Man got into a massive fight that wiped them both off the face of the earth. The Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver both lost their lives at the hands of the Vision, and the rest of the team just scattered. But while the 90s were characterized by the extreme, the early 2010s were characterized by zombies. It's just what happened. Probably because of The Walking Dead, to be perfectly honest. Marvel absolutely jumped on that with Marvel Universe versus the Avengers. Now this story, told from the perspective of Hawkeye, saw a plague turn people into intelligent zombies. The Avengers led any effort they could to try and contain the virus and save the populace. But when society collapses, it kinda seems to bring out the worst in people. The Avengers' efforts to save the world were consistently thwarted by infection, greed, and Doctor Doom, which I don't think anyone is too surprised about. It had a very grim ending, with most of the Avengers being wiped out entirely or going into hiding to survive any way they could, with Hawkeye's skull being smashed by an infected Thor. It's pretty rough. But moving on, during Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, one of the greatest Avengers runs ever, these things called incursions started to happen, orchestrated by the Beyonders. Essentially, two universes would crash together, destroying them both, and the focal point for that crash was the Earth itself. When the incursions started to threaten the multiverse, Namor the Submariner basically found multiple different ways to go about wiping out any alternate Earths that appeared in order to save Earth 616 and save both universes. That's pretty brutal on its own, especially when he teamed up with Thanos and his Black Order, plus some powerful additions. But then on top of that, the Avengers essentially got split right down the middle. On one side, Iron Man and his group were trying to save their Earth, while Captain America's faction essentially wanted to stop the amount of destruction caused by Iron Man and his side. Meanwhile, you've got extremely powerful cosmic heroes being wiped out by the Beyonders left, right, and center, and it all came to a climax as pretty much all of reality got destroyed and a massive battle between colliding Earths and opposing Avengers took place. Now, it's never a good time when friends turn on friends. While there was a clear winner in terms of who won the conflict in Marvel Comics' Civil War event, that being Tony Stark, in the grand scheme of things, there really wasn't any winner at all. The Civil War split the entire superhuman community down the middle. Heroes allied with villains, friends turned on friends, people were manipulated into joining a side, and a few of those people even passed away, all for an act that would require the registration and regulation of superhuman individuals following a completely avoidable superhuman caused catastrophe. And while you had Tony Stark coming out on top, he made a lot of enemies along the way, including Spider-Man, and I don't think he ever intended for the death of Steve Rogers. Also, after he came out on top, he was put in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. and did a spectacularly bad job, leading to Norman Osborn, of all people, to take over, ushering in a whole lot of bad. I don't think anyone really came out from Civil War feeling particularly great. But the Avengers don't just exist in comic book form. Sure, the movies are never as vicious as the comics can be, but there is at least one occasion where things went pretty bad for our cinematic heroes. In the MCU, most of the movies follow a pretty simple idea of a hero facing and eventually defeating a villain, coming out triumphant by the end of the film, completing an arc. Even if the villain survives to continue into other films in the cinematic universe, they are still usually defeated by the hero at the end of their debut movie. Well, when we were given the Avengers Infinity War, it marked the first time in the MCU when the heroes, and furthermore, all the heroes together, officially lost by the end of the movie. Despite their best divided efforts to stop Thanos from acquiring all the Infinity Stones to complete his mission, he still managed to put them all into his big golden gauntlet and snap out half of the life in the universe. It left the heroes in shock of what even just happened as they watched their friends turn to dust, and when we meet them all in the next film, Avengers Endgame, they've all been left reeling and trying to just move on from such a massive defeat, which, sure, I guess led to one of their greatest victories, but whatever.
At number 6 are the Hunters 2. From the pages of DC Animal Men emerges a spine-tingling and utterly gruesome moment that makes you question the limits of what can happen in the comic world. We're talking about the Hunters using a man as their puppet. Picture this, a nightmarish spider-like entity straight out of a horror movie, seizing control over an unsuspecting poor man's body, contorting it into a grotesque, pudding-like human puppet. That's like Cronenberg-esque. This shadowy and malevolent figure have an eerie modus of operandi. You see, they remain hidden in plain sight, inhabiting human bodies, going incognito, and lurking within them like unseen predators until the opportune moment strikes. The Animal Man's narrative is certainly gripping, but I'd advise against chowing down on a juicy roast beef sandwich while delving into this particular story, because this mind-bending moment serves as a stark reminder that within the pages of DC Comics, the boundaries between fiction and sheer horror can blur in the most unimaginable ways. At number 5, the Joker skinned a man alive. Now, we all know that the Joker's brutality knows no bounds, and one chilling moment that still sends shivers down our spines is when he skinned this dude alive. This nightmarish act was unleashed in his very own graphic novel, a tale that exists on the fringes of DC's canonical universe. Set in a neo-noir ambience, it depicts the Joker's ascent to power after his release from Arkham Asylum. The horrifying sequence begins when a former henchman named Monty foolishly hires Harley Quinn as a dancer in his club. The Joker, infuriated by this act of disloyalty, takes Monty to the darkest depths of cruelty. He skins him alive and then drags this hapless man onto the stage, forcing him to be unalived before a horrified audience. This gruesome moment, although not canon, is a chilling reminder of the Joker's unrestrained malevolence. It's the kind of raw, disturbing scene that would never make it into a PG-13 movie, and for good reason. What other nightmarish Joker moments do you think are too brutal for the big screen? Share your thoughts down in the comments below. Definitely not this one. At number 4, Joker beats Jason Todd with a crowbar. The Joker, the ultimate thorn in Batman's side, has had his fair share of brutal moments, but one that still haunts fans is when he took the life of the second Robin, Jason Todd. He didn't just stop at a typical brawl, he went all in, using a crowbar mercilessly to beat Jason, and then he left him in a warehouse that was rigged to explode, reducing Robin to smithereens. Batman, in his unwavering pursuit of justice, not revenge, tried to apprehend the Joker, but the crown prince of crime at the time was acting as the ambassador to Iran, granting him diplomatic immunity, which meant no charges for the heinous act. The loss of Jason was a permanent scar on Batman's legacy, as Jason's resurrection brought on a new persona the Red Hood, a vigilante with a lethal edge and a strained relationship with the Caped Crusader. The Joker's twisted victory endures as one of the most brutal and lasting moments in DC's history. At number 3, Solomon Grundy plucks off Red Tornado's arm. The Red Tornado, a unique character in his own right, had long yearned for the chance to experience life as a human with its sensations and emotions. His wish was finally granted when he gained a real human body. It was a moment of triumph, a chance to feel warmth and love he'd never experienced before, as he was formerly an android, but his newfound humanity came at a staggering cost. You see, Solomon Grundy, the hulking and formidable adversary, is not known for his subtlety or his kindness. In a moment of ruthless aggression, he seized the opportunity presented by Red Tornado's mortal state, and with shocking brutality, Grundy unceremoniously ripped off Reddy's arm as if it were nothing more than just an unwanted weed. The visual impact of this act was hauntingly violent, even by the standards of mainstream superhero comics. Reddy's arm dangled by a thread with bones exposed and all kinds of bodily fluids spilling, creating a disturbing and graphic tableau. It was a stark reminder that the world of DC is quite far from PG. At number 2, Sobek chomps on Osiris. Now you'd think that comic books always end on a high note, but sometimes these inked pages are stained with moments so brutal you won't believe they happened. Case in point, the shocking twist in New 52's number 43 that saw Sobek, a seemingly dopey alligator man, convincing his buddy Osiris to ditch his godly form. And if you thought this act of trust wasn't going to end in complete tragedy, think again. Sobek goes full National Geographic on Osiris. He bites him clean in half. Imagine watching Animal Planet and the show takes a twisted gory turn for the worse. See, Sobek wasn't just a hungry reptile, he was a cunning, scheming backstabber with a plan. He was out to take down the Black Adam family from within, so the lesson learned from this jaw-dropping moment, never trust an alligator man, especially when it comes to your godly self. At number 1, Superman punches his arm straight through the Joker. In the demented alternate reality of Injustice Gods Among Us, we bore witness to one of the most jaw-dropping and brutal moments in DC history. It all started when the Joker, that iconic villain with the penchant for chaos, hatched a nefarious plot to drive Superman to the brink of madness. He used a potent substance to trick the Man of Steel into believing that Lois Lane, the love of his life, was in fact the monstrous and destructive force known as Doomsday. But here's where it gets really twisted. The Joker, ever the mastermind, rigged a nuclear bomb to detonate at the moment Lois's heart ceased to beat. And tragically, that very same scenario unfolded when Superman, under the influence of Joker's deception, inadvertently took Lois's life. This plunged Superman into a state of profound grief and despair that defies imagination, as Lois happened to be with Superman's son. In a shocking and horrifying turn of events, a distraught Superman, consumed by grief and rage, crashed down to Earth, and in a display of unfathomable brutality, he plunged his arm straight through the Joker's chest, ending the Clown Prince of Crime's life in a cold-blooded act of vengeance. Batman, who had always tried to hold Superman back from crossing the line, watched in stunned silence, unable to intervene. This act of violence was no mere accident or fit of anger. It was a calculated part of the Joker's diabolical plan to break the Man of Steel, to transform him into something unrecognizable, and it succeeded. In the aftermath of this brutal act, the once heroic Superman was shattered and left in ruins, becoming a tyrannical ruler on Earth, a shadow of his former. At number 10 is the iconic Joker removing his own face and then wearing it around like a mask, like the loony he is. In the DC Faces of the Unalive and the Unaliving of the Family, sorry for that, it's YouTube, not me, Joker did something so bizarre it left me scratching my own face. You see, he sliced off his. Yeah, you heard me right, he took a knife to his own visage and then proceeded to wear it like a mask. At first, I thought it was just a gimmicky, shock factor move, but the more I delved into it, the more I realized the deeper connotations here. You see, while it would be easy to chalk this up as Joker being insane, this was actually Joker's deranged way of trying to make a point. You see, he used his own face, lack thereof, as a metaphor for Batman's alter ego. You see, just as Batman's real face is the mask he wears, the Joker's mask is his real face. He was taunting Batman, saying, "Look, we're not so different, you and I. My mask is my identity, just like yours." Sure, the Joker's done some gruesome things, but this self-inflicted facial mutilation takes the cake. At number 9 is Black Adam's brutalities. We all know how capable Black Adam is, considering he's basically Superman without the remorse. But there are two standout instances that really take the cake for me. The first is the time he lacerated Terraman in half. You see, instead of a warning or a good old-fashioned beatdown, no, he rips Terraman straight in two in front of the press cops. It's absolutely horrendous. I mean, seriously, talk about making a point. And if you thought that was intense, hold on a second, because in Infinite Crisis, Black Adam takes down the notorious Psycho Pirate. How? By jamming his fingers right through the guy's mask and into his eyes, pushing the mask through his face entirely. I'm talking about a classic Three Stooges move turned into a seriously lethal attack. Forget heroes don't unalive people. I mean, Black Adam doesn't play by those rules. If you're enjoying the video so far, you can support the channel by pressing like, subscribing to Top 10 Nerd, and ringing that notification bell. I would really appreciate it if you did. Thank you very much. At number 8, Damian Wayne begs his mom to call off the hounds. Oh boy. Damian Wayne has faced some seriously gruesome moments. Despite his age, it doesn't seem to stop the writers from putting him through the ringer. One of the most shocking moments was when he suffered a brutal beatdown, got lit up with bullets, thrown out of a window, and then to top it all off, he was impaled with a freaking sword, all in succession. I mean, come on, that's some next level brutality. And here's the kicker, it was all on the orders of his own mother, Talia al Ghul. Could you imagine that? Your own mom giving the green light for such a horrific ordeal. The most agonizing bit for me out of this whole thing was watching Damian desperately plead with his mom to call off the dogs. That's the most gut-wrenching part right there. But don't worry, you guys, T got better. It's comic books. At number 7 is Romulus, who burst onto the scene in Wolverine Volume 3, issue number 55. He spun a tale of prehistoric origins, claiming a kinship with the lupine, a unique breed of feral humans tied to canine evolution. However, his narrative unraveled in Wolverine Volume 2, issue 312, when Ramus exposed his falsehood, revealing Romulus' deceitful tactics. Despite his tall tales, Romulus possessed a regenerative healing factor akin to Wolverine's, granting him remarkable resilience. In their epic clashes, Romulus brought a lethal arsenal to the fight. His black gloves, which adorned 4 blades instead of 3, proved formidable adversaries against Logan's adamantium claws. 3 of these blades mirrored Logan's own, while the 4th, a thumb-like appendage, added an unexpected twist to their confrontations. In this realm of thumb wars, Romulus emerged as the undisputed champion, making him a relentless adversary in Wolverine's rogue gallery. Number 6 is Razor Fist, a dude with literal blades instead of hands. Now, he may sound like a comic villain straight out of your wildest dreams, but hey, he's as real as they come in the Marvel universe. Now, imagine this. You're Wolverine, the guy with the unbreakable claws and the super healing powers, obviously, and you've tangled with all sorts of baddies, but Razor Fist, he's a special kind of trouble. See, Razor Fist isn't packing any superpowers. He's just a regular dude with a serious case of Edward Scissorhands. The first time Wolverine faced him, he got thrown off a cliff. Ouch. But the next round, Wolverine showed him who's boss. Razor Fist even tried to tangle with Hawkeye, thinking that he could chop off the guy's arm for a prize. Not so good of a move, buddy. In a world of mutants and superheroes, it looks like sometimes all you need is a pair of razor-sharp blades to make a name for yourself. At number 5 is Geist. Nikolaus Geist is a twisted scientist from the WW2 era Germany, who is a real piece of work to say the least. He aimed to make super soldiers for the bad guys, just like Captain America for the good guys. His guinea pig was a bruiser named Roughhouse. But then Wolverine came in, the ultimate hero, swooping in to save Roughhouse and freeing him, and giving a Geist a taste of his own medicine by individually stripping away each of his own cyborg parts. Damn. Now the thing is, Geist was tougher than a cockroach. Despite looking unalive, he somehow crawled back from the brink. But life is cruel. Magneto, another mutant, eventually put the kibosh on him. So Geist's mad scientist reign didn't last long, thanks to the unstoppable force that is Wolverine. At number 4 is Magneto. One of Wolverine's most brutal defeats was dealt by none other than the X-Men nemesis himself. In 1993's Fatal Attractions crossover, Magneto returns with the Acolytes to take on the X-Men. Now things got intense when Wolverine goes head-to-head with Magneto. Now this battle was iconic because the writers finally realized that Magneto's whole shtick is magnetism over metallic objects, and Wolverine's skeleton just so happens to be coated in adamantium metal. Now, until now, Wolverine had been letting Logan off easy. That is until Wolverine gets too close and nearly guts Magneto, and so the villain retaliates by ripping the indestructible adamantium metal right off of Wolverine's skeleton. The metal is forcefully torn off of his bones and seeped out of the pores of his skin in an excruciatingly painful process. A jaw-dropping moment that left Wolverine on the brink of his demise. What's even crazier is that this was the very first issue where we found out that Wolverine's claws were actually bone all along. This iconic defeat had a huge impact, not just on Wolverine, but on the entire Marvel universe. And number 3 is Silver Samurai. Silver Samurai, aka Keniuchio Harada, is a formidable Wolverine villain. He's not just any swordsman, he's a mutant with a unique power. You see, he can create a Tycon field and channel it through his sword, making it super crazy sharp. Think of it like basically a lightsaber, but even more lethal. In a 2020 Cable comic, Wolverine wanted to spar with him for fun, but Silver Samurai was all, "Are you trying to give everyone on the island a marker?" Translation, he was pretty sure he could wipe the floor with Wolverine, especially since Logan recently lost to a younger version of Cable. So imagine a guy who can turn his sword into a weapon of mass destruction facing off against Wolverine. Showdown you wouldn't want to miss. Wolverine's healing factor might be amazing, but Silver Samurai's Tycon charged sword makes him a brutal villain who's a real pain to stop. And number 2 is Sabretooth. Sabretooth, aka Victor Creed, might not be the biggest, baddest villain in the Marvel universe, but when it comes to messing with Wolverine, he's a real pain in the adamantium. Sabretooth and Wolverine are like two sides of the same coin. They both have those cool claws and healing factors that make them so tough to take down. But what makes Sabretooth so brutal is that he's not just about his physical beatdown. You see, he's got a wicked sense of humor and a knack for getting under Wolverine's skin. Imagine this guy showing up at your birthday party every year just to ruin it. That's basically Sabretooth in a nutshell. But it gets worse. See, Sabretooth once hatched a twisted plan to hurt Wolverine by putting him up against his own son. It ended with Logan having to do the unthinkable, to eliminate his own son to save the day. Talk about heart-wrenching. Sabretooth might not be the strongest, but he sure knows how to mess with Wolverine's head. And coming in at number 1 are the Mongrel. The Mongrels are a multi-crew with names that sound like rejected comic book ideas. However, they are actually, in fact, real comic book characters. But they also carry a dark secret that adds a layer of tragedy to their villainy. So let's break them down. We've got Shadowstalker, Fire Knives, Saw Fist, Gunhawk, and Cannonfoot. Now, what truly sets them apart, aside from their terrible names, is their lineage, or rather their twisted heritage. You see, each and every member of the Mongrels is actually one of Wolverine's offspring, a revelation that only came to light after their individual demises at the hands of the very father they sought to torment. That's right, Wolverine unknowingly exterminated his own bloodline. Now, it probably didn't help that their shared mission was to turn Wolverine's life into a never-ending nightmare. While their motivations remain shrouded in mystery, they pursued their vendetta by targeting Logan's loved ones, only to meet their untimely ends by his adamantium claws. The poetic tragedy is that Wolverine chose to bury them near the resting places of their mothers once he had realized that they were his kids.
Number 10, Civil War II. Captain Marvel and Iron Man used to be super close, but then Civil War II happened and bam! We are well past the events of Civil War II now, especially regarding relationships being mended, but boy, did this initially muck up the friendship between Carol Danvers and Tony Stark. Although more recently, Tony actually just tallied votes from Legacy Avengers members and actually elected Carol the new leader of the team. Healing! After the success of Civil War I, Marvel thought a second Civil War was in order, but this time the motives behind it weren't quite as solid as the first time around. Carol Danvers believed the Inhuman Ulysses' visions of potential futures should be acted on to protect humanity. In other words, Civil War II was basically Minority Report. Being down this road before, Iron Man tried to talk Carol out of this madness, but after Rhodey died when a prediction of Ulysses' actually came true, there was no stopping her. Ultimately, the event led to a one-on-one fight between Carol and Tony, with Tony being seemingly permanently defeated. Although this is Iron Man, of course, so of course he would recover. We can't have Marvel without Iron Man, so he has to come back. And friends, before we move on to our next spot on this list, if you love what we do here at Top 10 Nerd, be sure to show us you love us by clicking that like. Number 9. Hulk blames Tony Stark for his creation. This fight comes to us from Original Sin. Original Sin was an event where dark truths from many different characters' pasts were unearthed. In Bruce Banner's case, this involved him learning that Tony Stark was the one who basically caused the accident that turned him into the Hulk. Once he knows, Hulk becomes driven to end Iron Man, and while Tony tries to escape and defeat the Hulk, he ultimately fails. In the end, Hulk comes out on top, but despite Tony being badly beaten along the way, the two old friends were able to resolve their past conflict, with Hulk's Bruce Banner realizing that what Tony did years ago, nerfing his gamma explosive, wasn't really that bad in reality. I mean, if not for Stark doing that, Banner probably wouldn't have even survived the explosion and wouldn't even have been alive today. That being said, if he had perished, he also wouldn't be the Hulk, which he kinda is like, I don't even know, should I even be here? But while he regrets his transformation, Tony berates him, saying that the world does need the Hulk and that his being around is not inherently bad. That Banner and Hulk are needed and wanted in the world. Honestly, while the fights are epic, the resolution is also quite epically touching here, I gotta say. I love the end of that, when they just sit down and they're just having their little talk. Talk it out, guys. Sometimes you gotta Hulk smash it out, sometimes you gotta Hulk talk it out. Number 8. Carnage cracks Iron Man. I feel like one of the worst things you can do in a fight with Carnage is bring a symbiote into the fight with you. Bad idea. And yet this is exactly what Tony Stark decided to do in Extreme Carnage Alpha and Omega. He decided to get involved in all things symbiote when Null attacked Earth, infecting one of the symbiote dragons with Extremis to create the Extremebiote. But bringing this new organic suit into a fight with Carnage was kind of a bad idea, as Carnage took over the Extremebiote, leaving Tony completely vulnerable, as he was of course naked underneath. Well, he was beaten here by Carnage and ended up in the hospital to recover. Fortunately, Agent Anti-Venom was around to ultimately save him from Carnage's wrath and help avoid any worse damage to Stark. So thank goodness, but he still got his butt whooped.
At number 7, pre-Robin Damian beheading a small-time villain, sticking a grenade in his mouth, and then throwing the whole thing at Tim Drake. Considering the last entry, we know that this guy's carrying trauma. Back in Batman number 656, Damian was introduced as a lethal assassin, hell-bent on proving that he's the only worthy successor to his father, Batman. He targeted Tim Drake, the then Robin, and Bruce's adopted son. See, Damian, raised as an assassin, thought that he had what it takes to be the Bat. But when he took on Spook, a kind of lower ranking villain, he definitely went overboard. See, he didn't just stop at knocking out the bad guys, he absolutely decapitated this one. Pretty cold. And then, to add a cherry on top of the brutal sundae, he stuffed a grenade in Spook's severed noggin and then hurled the thing at fellow Robin Tim Drake. Talk about family drama.
Number 6. Jean Grey versus Cordyceps Jones. Jean Grey is a force to be reckoned with, and not just because she was the host for the Phoenix Force either. Even without the insane power of the Phoenix Force bonded to her, Jean has actually done some pretty impossible things, let's be real, including almost single-handedly defeating Null during the Absolute Carnage event. Yeah, while she ultimately didn't manage that brutal takedown on her own, she was at the very least integral to beating him down the line by helping to uncover the God of the Symbiote's weakness. Jean has been an unstoppable force many times over while serving on the X-Men team. She truly showed how dangerous it is to mess with her when going up against Cordyceps Jones. She defeated him and his entire casino simply by trapping him in an illusion while the X-Men basically did their thing. From within that illusion, Jean says it best when it comes to just how powerful she is truly in issue 11 of the recent X-Men series. I was Marvel Girl, now I'm Jean Grey. I did not even let the Phoenix command me, so honestly, what chance do you have?
Next on the list is Null versus the Sentry. In King in Black number 1, Null shows up on Earth with an army of symbiote dragons, and the Avengers are all like, oh boy, we're in trouble. The Avengers try their best to fight back, but Null is just on another level. On top of the symbiote freaking dragons, he brings these huge celestials covered in symbiotes and goes after Earth, saying he's looking after a guy named Dylan Brock. Even when the Avengers try to bring in the Sentry, their big gun, Null straight up tears him apart and absorbs his insane powers. It's a shocker because Sentry is a powerhouse. I mean, this guy's strength is off the charts, like millions of exploding suns strong. In fact, the dude has ripped gods in half himself. So for Null to just dismantle him like he's nothing, and then to make matters worse, Null covers the Earth in symbiotes, blocks out the sun, and plunges everything into darkness. This Null dude is no joke. He proved he's basically the strongest being in the whole Marvel universe, and taking him down is gonna be one seriously tough job.
Number 4. Sentry versus Ares. Speaking of people ripping each other in half, Sentry is the greatest hero that Earth forgot. In the Marvel universe, as AJ was saying, he's basically like the Marvel equivalent of DC's Superman, but quite a bit more messed up when it comes to his origins and at times his approach to fighting baddies, to be honest. In fact, Sentry himself isn't only one of Earth's greatest and most powerful heroes, he's actually also one of its most powerful and terrifying villains, as residing within him is also the persona of the Void. The Void is the reason the whole world basically had to forget that Bob Reynolds was the hero known as the Sentry. In forgetting who the Sentry was, he disappeared, and with him so did his evil alter ego, the most villainous and deadly Void. Sentry, before getting himself ripped in half by Null, managed to rip Ares in half. That's how powerful and violent he can be. Of course, him getting ripped in half by Null does make sense, because that feels like karma to me, my friends.
Next up is Deadpool vs. the Hulk. Okay, so technically speaking, this fight didn't actually happen, as this was all a twisted fantasy made up by Deadpool in his head, but it doesn't make it any less brutally mesmerizing. Deadpool, the merc with the mouth that just won't quit, is brainstorming story ideas with a comic creator in a She-Hulk-esque type sequence, where they're bouncing ideas back and forth trying to come up with something fresh and exciting for Deadpool's next adventure. About Deadpool's resilience, it's pretty insane. I mean, the dude has faced craziest stuff and managed to bounce back. Like, he's sort of like a cat with 9 lives, except he's got an endless supply of lives. Boat impalement, getting ripped apart by superheroes, getting turned into a cape, you name it, he's probably survived it. So, in this story chat thing, Deadpool suggests fighting the big green Hulk, and lo and behold, the comic shows Hulk literally tearing Deadpool clean in half like he's made of paper mache. In one of Hulk's hands is Deadpool's legs and most of his torso, and in the other hand is his still screaming skull, each segment still connected by cords of his stretched tissue and his freaking spinal column. It's the kind of stuff that makes you wince and go ouch, but it's unfortunately all in Deadpool's head. Like a what if scenario that never really happened, but it showcases just how tough and imaginative this guy can be, even when facing down the Hulk.
Number 2. Taskmaster vs. Hyperion. This one is wild, especially when you consider the beating that Taskmaster was allowing himself to take. That's right, while it might seem like Taskmaster is on the losing end of this fight here, he actually does come out on top in the end, despite getting beat down consistently throughout the fight. Spoilers. We get to learn about how he actually had this one in the bag through flashbacks that we're shown during the fight, where it's revealed that Taskmaster's preparation was basically the key here. In the Taskmaster series, in issue number 2, Taskmaster is working with Nick Fury to clear his name, but Tony Masters has to basically do something for Fury first. He needs to collect the kinesic signatures of 3 important individuals, one of whom is actually Phil Coulson. But to get to Phil, he has to go through Hyperion, and in order to do that, he has to first bring Hyperion's guard down, in essence allowing Hyperion to basically punch his way through Taskmaster so that he can do that. Ouch. Taskmaster, through feigning a loss though, is able to get Hyperion to drop his guard enough to get off a single powerful boomerang arrow shot, a Hawkeye classic to be sure, tipped with Hyperion's one weakness based on Fury's intel. So if you ever need to defeat Hyperion, just make sure you keep that on your person at all times.
Coming up next is Gambit vs. Captain America. Gambit, the X-Men dude who could turn anything into an explosive, has this epic face-off with Captain America in AVX versus number 2. So here's the deal. Cap is hunting down Hope Summers in the Savage Land, trying to prevent her from hooking up with the destructive Phoenix Force, while the X-Men on the other hand, they're all about protecting Hope, thinking that the Phoenix could be a win for mutants. Enter Gambit and Cap. Clash time, baby. When Cap and Gambit go at it, Cap's not sweating it, and even when Gambit takes his mitts off on Cap's vibranium shield, charging the shield and sending it towards Cap like a bomb, Cap dodges it easily, and the vibranium shield doesn't combust per se, but boy oh boy does it leave an explosion like you've never seen before. Then Gambit gets sneaky, charging up Cap's superhero suit, which Cap thought was off limits. Gambit essentially turns Cap's entire outfit into a ticking time bomb. Cap's duds get trashed, and he gets serious, unrelentingly advancing towards Gambit, who's throwing everything he has at him at this point. And then that's when we get the grand finale. Boom! Cap's fist connects with Gambit's jaw, he decks Gambit hard, ending the tussle right there. Cap thought it would initially be a walk in the park, but Gambit pulled a pretty sneaky move. Now even though Cap won here, Gambit made him break a sweat, that's to be sure. That's how a simple tactic and a surprise move turned up the heat in this showdown.
Number 10, Return from the Dead. While initially thought a goner after a run-in with the poisons in outer space, despite the fact that Carnage literally fell to Earth, he somehow was able to survive this. Sure, Cletus was burned up and killed on re-entry, with Carnage emerging to try and help save its host, giving its life for Cletus, who also, as I said, died, both of them gone. But at the end of the day, this brutal death wasn't even enough to stop Carnage from returning. Cletus' corpse was recovered by the cult of Null, who sought to resurrect him by returning Cletus to the world of the living through a small piece of the Grendel symbiote they had in their possession. Carnage was thereby reborn, returned to a sort of undead-like life, although completely conscious of what he was doing, and now psychically linked as well to the biggest bad of them all when it comes to symbiotes, the eldritch god of darkness himself, Null. And friends, before I move on to our next spot on this list, if you love what we do here at Top 10 Nerd, be sure to show us you love us by clicking that like button. It really does help. Feed the algorithm. Feed it. Number 9. Defeated his own offspring. Yep, you heard me right. Carnage is a father to Toxin. However, when Carnage learned that he was pregnant, he was actually less than enthused. Instead, Carnage became paranoid and disgusted by the prospect. Carnage is all about taking life, not making it, so to him, that was pretty unacceptable. And then there was the worry that, like how Carnage is often thought of as being more powerful than its parent Venom, definitely if we're talking to Carnage, that's what Carnage is gonna say, Carnage's offspring in turn would be more powerful than Carnage, which was something Carnage could not abide. Needless to say, Carnage became obsessed with permanently defeating its offspring Toxin, but while Carnage would win a fight against Toxin, he would be prevented from fully destroying this new symbiote life. In the end, Carnage's win would be of a more temporary sort, and Toxin would actually go on to mainly become a force of good and kind of a hero. Number 8. Possess the Silver Surfer. I don't even know how Carnage managed this one, but hey. I mean, I guess both the symbiote itself and the Silver Surfer are like cosmic in origin, but still, it seems like something Carnage shouldn't be able to do as someone who is more known as being more of a street level villain back in the 90s. However, it was the 90s still when Carnage managed to turn the tables on Silver Surfer, who was helping Spider-Man to track him down. Silver Surfer did so, but was surprised when the Carnage symbiote jumped from its host, Cletus Cassidy, and instead managed to possess him. Thankfully, the Silver Surfer would manage to regain control, but there is a what-if comic that imagines a version of the tale where this was not possible, and the ending to that story is honestly pretty brutal. Number 7. Loses his marriage. Possibly one of the worst defeats is also not even a physical one. At one point, Mephisto ends up tricking Peter into giving his marriage away. Well, not really tricking him, and not really Peter alone, as Mary Jane was also one of the two to make this call, but it was still pretty brutal. Not just for Peter, but also for all of us readers. After Peter's secret identity was revealed, a hit was put out on him, but when they missed, they actually hit Aunt May instead, who ended up in critical care and was on the verge of dying. In a bid to save her life, Mary Jane and Peter traded away their marriage to Mephisto, having no choice but to do so if they wanted to keep Aunt May alive. And of course, we can't let Aunt May die. I mean, she's lived for so long. Keep her alive. Number 6. Losing his hand and his wife. This defeat comes to us from the very brutal pages of J.J. Abrams and his son Henry Abrams' Spider-Man comic from 2019. In issue number 1, we immediately start off with Spider-Man fighting against a big villain and his army of semi-organic robot specimens. We'd later learn that this villain's name is Cadaverous. Almost instantly, Peter's life is changed forever when we see him emerge from the rubble with a badly damaged arm, with a hand that looks like it's barely still attached, to be honest, black and blue from the fight. Mary Jane rushes over to him, encouraging Peter to run, but before either of them do, the battle finds them again and Mary Jane is insta-killed when she is impaled by one of Cadaverous's impossibly long claws, or fingers. Claw fingers. Welcome to 2019's Spider-Man. Number 5. Losing his daughter. One of the most heart-wrenching moments in Spider-Man comics for me comes from a very personal moment for both Peter and Mary Jane. This is like a brutal defeat that isn't even like a fight, like a fist fight. At one point, Mary Jane was pregnant and even seemingly gave birth to a baby girl. However, Mary Jane was wrongfully told that the little one did not make it, when in reality, Pete and MJ's daughter was actually taken by Allison Mongrain, who was later revealed to be be working for Norman Osborn. What Norman wanted with the child, well, we'll never really know, as this was never really revealed to us fans. The only thing that was seemingly confirmed was their daughter's tragic fate, much later on. That is, if we can even believe what Norman says to be true. I personally wouldn't at this point, so I'm still personally hopeful that Peter and Mary Jane's lost daughter could still return one day. Although I don't know how that would work if their marriage no longer existed. Would that affect them having a kid together? Could they have never had a kid together? Does that get erased? Number 4. Got your eye. Morlun actually is the one to feast on Peter's eye. This happens during the story Spider-Man the Other. In this story, Peter finds out he's dying and sets out to try and find a cure. However, not even the greatest scientific minds in the world, including Black Panther and Mr. Fantastic, can find one. He even tries to travel back in time, but that ends up not working out very well either. Morlun at this time was popping up just to say some cryptic stuff to Peter, like, be careful what you wish for, particularly when you don't truly want it. But eventually, the cat is out of the bag, and so Morlun reveals himself and decides to stop speaking cryptically and start kicking butt, which is just what he does. He not only beats up Spider-Man until he can no longer move and lays helpless in the middle of the street, basically a bloody pulp, but he also eats his eyeball. Yes, actually. Don't worry though, Peter would grow it back. This is comics after all. Number 3. Meeting his end. Spider-Man actually died in the comics at one point, and not even when he was inside his own body. This happened when he and Otto Octavius, also known as the villain Dr. Octopus, changed bodies. Body swap! Peter did so unwillingly and ended up being tricked by Doc Ock into doing so. Otto hoped to prolong his life and thwart death by taking Peter's younger body for himself, while his older body, failing, would eventually shut down. Surprisingly, Otto's plan actually succeeded. However, before Peter and Otto's body died, he managed to at least convince Otto to carry on as the hero Spider-Man in his stead. So although he lost kinda overall here, he won that small victory at least, so it's something. Number 2. Infected. Something you can't really beat, at least not when it comes to the Marvel Zombies universe, is being infected. In Marvel Zombies, Spider-Man is one of the earliest heroes to be taken over by the zombie virus. This ends tragically for him as the hunger takes hold of him. He actually hurts those who he fought so hard and so long over the years to protect, Mary Jane and Aunt May, devouring them whole. He does his best to resist, but unfortunately he is completely unable to, and even ends up being one of the zombies who actually lives the longest in this series. So he has to sit with this knowledge for quite some time, which I imagine would really suck. Number 1. Death of Gwen Stacy. I think one of the worst defeats that Spider-Man has ever suffered, one of his worst losses, especially in his own mind, is the death of Gwen Stacy. Losing her was one of his biggest failings. This one went down during a fight with the Green Goblin, widely considered to be Spider-Man's main nemesis. As they fought, the Green Goblin used Gwen Stacy kind of as bait. At one point, he tosses her from the top of either the George Washington Bridge or the Brooklyn Bridge, depending on which version of the story we're talking about here. The original one, it was the George Washington Bridge, I believe. While Spider-Man attempts to stop her fall by catching her with his webbing, it's believed that it was actually the whiplash as a result of Spider-Man's move that resulted in her death, causing her neck to snap. We get that terrible snap sound effect. However, Green Goblin has stated before that it was actually the fall that killed Gwen, and that she was actually dead from the shock even before Spider-Man's webbing had touched her. Either way, Spider-Man still blames himself for her loss even to this day. And to be fair, I mean, editors have confirmed that, yeah, Spider-Man kinda did that. But either way, she would have died, so it's not really his fault, because she's gonna hit the ground, she's gonna die, or you're gonna catch her, she's gonna die. So, death all around.
Starting off our list at number 10 is Apocalypse. If it wasn't for his goal of mutant domination and evolution, Apocalypse would vaporize the X-Men whenever he wanted to, and even if that wasn't how he did it, he has the capacity to wipe out the X-Men in a whole handful of ways. For starters, Apocalypse is what is called an external. These are mutants who are immortal, share a psychic connection, and who can revive themselves, so he can just never be permanently taken down, and he has been around for about 5,000 years. Apocalypse's original mutant ability was to be able to control his molecular structure, but over time, with the mentality of survival of the fittest, he has enhanced his abilities and even gained new ones through the use of celestial technology, celestial armor, and at least 2 different techno-organic viruses. He can do a lot with his molecular manipulation, including heal himself and turn his limbs into simple melee weapons, but also technologically complex weapons like plasma cannons. But I think the most impressive thing he can do is consciously and subconsciously grant himself a huge amount of powers at will. That makes him too much for the MCU already, and we haven't even talked about his celestial energy manipulation, his psionic abilities, or any of his countless horsemen of the apocalypse, all of whom were given power boosts by this unstoppable mutant. Coming in at number 9 is Thanos. Now before you come for me in the comments about how Thanos is literally already in the MCU, I want to point out the little fact that the version of Thanos from the MCU is like a schoolboy compared to the comic book version of Thanos. Thanos in the comics is an absolute monster. In the MCU, Thanos is fueled by an altruistic motive to help the universe. In the comics, he straight up enjoys taking people's lives. Thanos is essentially an omnicidal maniac. He's extremely prideful, violent, deceptive, malevolent, treacherous, and ruthless to the point that he doesn't care about sacrificing innumerable planets and civilizations, even his own race, in order to praise his love, Mistress Death, and gain her affection. Thanos also possesses an insatiable hunger for power, always seeking to obtain objects of incalculable might and influence, such as the cosmic cubes or the infinity gems. He does all that while speaking in a super sophisticated, calm, and collected demeanor, which they did get right in the MCU, I'll give them that. Not only that, but being a massive hulking Eternal with a deviant gene, Thanos is one of the most powerful of the Eternals of Titan, with an innate ability to synthesize cosmic energy, allowing for energy and matter manipulation. Thanos in the MCU is no pushover, sure, but comic book Thanos, he puts him to shame. Number 8, Zom. We have seen the character of Dormammu in the MCU. He was an insanely powerful mystical entity who Doctor Strange had to basically lose to 1,000,000 times and trick to defeat. Well, it took all of comic book Dormammu's power plus the help of the cosmic being Eternity just to restrain the extra-dimensional monster known as Zom, with the magical links of living bondage and the crown of blindness. And with these tools, these massively powerful beings only managed to trap Zom in an amphora, in a world beyond all worlds, in a time beyond all time. Well, when Umar, the sister of Dormammu, invaded Earth and Doctor Strange could not defeat her, he needed some way to put her down. The Ancient One told Doctor Strange about Zom, and Doctor Strange decided that he was going to unleash the monster to easily defeat Umar. Now, I don't know why the Ancient One thought this would be a good idea, because now, being free and not wanting to go back, Zom turned on Doctor Strange. Zom is so powerful that there was absolutely nothing that Doctor Strange could even do. Even if all the reality warping heroes and all the Avengers combined forces, they would not be able to defeat Zom. It took the power of the living tribunal, the representative of the one above all and the judge of the multiverse, who had not even been seen in Marvel Comics before this point, to just whisk him away. The tribunal then scolded Doctor Strange for summoning a being who could literally wipe out the multiverse. Zom has no other goal than to completely annihilate and destroy everything. Ever. Now, Strange has since channeled Zom in extremely dire situations, and that's the only time I could really imagine the MCU even mentioning his name.
Number 7, the United States of Carnage. While this plan didn't fully work and it was only a temporary victory, Carnage still successfully messed up a lot of folks' lives when he took hold of a small town in America. He managed to absorb a ton of blood from a meat packing plant that operated there, which boosted his power. Then he infected the water supply, turning the inhabitants of the town into his own playthings. He tormented them, making them do terrible things to themselves and one another, claiming the whole town as kind of his family. It was really messed up. In the end, the heroes do manage to reel him back in, but even then, he had some pretty big, small victories over the town's residents. Big in the sense of, to the residents, they'd be pretty big losses, but you know, to someone like Carnage, it's just like another tick in a box. The town's residents in the end also wanted him not just gone and arrested, but dead for what he'd done to them. So despite the heroes winning the day, the end of the tale kind of makes you wonder what a victory over Carnage really looks like. Because like, did the heroes really win? Because there were still a bunch of terrible things that happened, and there wasn't a lot of closure. Number 6. The Avengers are Carnage. Not only was Carnage able to take over the whole town, but when the Avengers at first responded, Carnage was also able to take them over as well. Like the others in the town, he managed to infect them as a symbiote and even bend them to his will. That's how powerful he was at the time. So despite the fact that the heroes were pretty quick to take action here, it didn't lead to a swift and pleasant ending resolution thing. Just the opposite. In fact, Carnage also threatened to make them do unspeakable things should they try to resist his will, or should he simply basically feel like it really. Carnage ultimately was removed from these heroes and they did end up becoming free once more, but for a while there, they were pretty powerless to stop him. It was pretty scary. Like, a Carnage-ized thing? I don't think we want that. Number 5. Impersonated Eddie Brock. Cletus doesn't do anything halfway, I will give him that. At the beginning of the Absolute Carnage event, he decided to come back for Eddie Brock, not just physically, but also mentally and emotionally as well. His plan was to completely discredit Brock by ruining his good name. How did he do this? By impersonating him and getting himself arrested. Not only that, but Carnage then proceeded to eliminate various inmates who he himself was trying to get close to on his journey to amass codices, or codexes if you prefer. One such person is Lee Price. Since he had been impersonating Eddie while locked up, the murders he committed while in jail were also pinned on Eddie Brock, ruining his reputation even further. Number 4. Even defeat brings victory. I think one of the most wild things about Carnage is that even when he loses, he somehow wins. Case in point, the end of King in Black. Null is defeated, Eddie becomes the new King in Black. This event of Null coming to Earth was all something that was pretty much set into motion by Carnage thanks to his actions in the Absolute Carnage event. So what happens to him? Is he also defeated? Does he suffer for the pain he caused and brought in this event? No, not even close. I mean, he does, but not really, not long term. At the end of this event, instead of also remaining permanently defeated, Carnage and Cletus are instead reunited in death with each other thanks to the symbiote hive mind. Now, I have some questions about the symbiote hive mind, but I'm gonna table those for now. Honestly, I could do a whole list on the symbiote hive mind. If you want that, let us know in the comments. And I'm just gonna accept this because this is Carnage and this is Cletus, and together as Carnage at this point, it feels like they're completely unkillable. They just keep coming back. So, very well. Number 3. Return of Null. Even when he loses, he really does win. Case in point, the end of the Absolute Carnage event. It was here that Cletus gave Eddie the choice between saving the world or saving his son. And it wasn't even really that simple. It was more like save your son and the world becomes like a victim to Null, or don't and the world still kind of becomes a victim to Null. Because it was like either Carnage was gonna wake up Null or Eddie was gonna wake up Null, but either way it wasn't gonna be good. Pretty much either way, Null was just waking up, and it was just whether or not Eddie would be the one responsible for that. In the end, Eddie chose to save Dylan, and in that way set up and was ultimately responsible for the awakening and the return of Null. This was truly one of the most brutal defeats to read, because either way, Eddie would lose and Carnage would win, even if he didn't survive. And ultimately, it turned out he somehow did survive anyways, so whatever, I guess. There are no consequences. Number 2. Ghost Rider can't take this heat. Carnage had a heyday during the Absolute Carnage event. He was defeating heroes and villains left, right, and center. Anyone who had basically come into contact with the symbiote in the past was a target. Carnage's goal was to collect all the codices, which were located in the spines of all those who had even been bonded to a symbiote at some point in their life. This long list included Alejandra Jones. Alejandra, if you don't remember, was also a spirit of vengeance, a ghost rider. However, by the time Carnage had arrived on her doorstep, she'd expended much of her power and was using the last bit of her reserves to basically just keep her village safe. And that's when Carnage showed up and brutally took her out. She was sent down to hell after her life was ended, but she did at least manage to return to get some final vengeance on Carnage and to protect the people of her village. So at least there's that, but still, it was a pretty brutal defeat. I remember reading it and being like, what? Whoa. Number 1. Eliminating Venom. Well, okay, so Carnage hasn't completed this task yet, as far as I know, unless something has happened in the comics that I haven't read yet, and it's more building up to a boiling point right now. But he has eliminated many different Venoms, and he's working on eliminating all of them, including the main one. Right now, Carnage's goal is to come for Eddie Brock, killing all the versions of Venom from across the multiverse, including that of the Prime Continuity one, so that he might replace him and become the new King in Black. Because like, as long as Eddie exists in some form, he's kind of still the King in Black. It's a whole thing. Go read the Venom series, that'll all make a lot more sense. Or maybe it won't, but at least it's explained. It's a pretty deadly game, but Carnage has been so power boosted since the days of Absolute Carnage that I would not be surprised if Carnage actually does win here. Honestly, the level of like magic story writing you would need to work to get Venom out of this one might actually be less interesting than if you just let him win here and then we see what happens next. But we'll have to see where it goes. Either way, time will tell if Carnage will fully or only temporarily be victorious, as he so often is with battles. Usually temporary win, but not long term. I mean, we hope. I mean, he's pretty unhinged.
At number 10 is Deadpool. Although we're finally gonna see Logan and Wade finally team up in Deadpool 3, let's not forget Deadpool's tumultuous cinematic history as Logan's adversary. Remember that early incarnation in X-Men Origins Wolverine? Yeah, the one where Ryan Reynolds played the Wade Wilson without the mouth, and therefore lacked the iconic banter and charm that we associate with Deadpool today. Blame it on the 07 writer's strike, which left many movies in disarray, but hey, at least we got the big showdown with Wolverine. I mean, that's what we all wanted, right? It's hard to deny that Wade Wilson's appearance in this film was a truly rough start. But thankfully, we've come a long way since then with a much beloved Deadpool franchise that has made fans forget about the dark days of that early portrayal. And I know Logan and Wade are going to team up and be all buddy-buddy in the new movie, but there isn't a chance that the two aren't gonna duke it out at some point in the new film. We're just gonna have to wait and see. Ogun is a formidable adversary in the Wolverine saga who possessed a unique and terrifying power, the ability to cheat being unalive. Initially, Ogun served as Wolverine's teacher and mentor, their bond akin to that of a father and son. However, their fates took a very dark turn one fateful night when Wolverine discovered Ogun's horrifying secret. You see, his ultimate goal was to gain the ability to abandon his own body and then possess others, granting him limitless power and everlasting youth. Wolverine, sensing the danger, fled before Ogun could execute his nefarious plan and possess Logan's body. Ogun's malevolence knew no bounds, even surviving a brief stint in HE double hockey sticks. He once temporarily took control of Kitty Pryde's body, only to meet his match by Wolverine's unwavering resolve. If you're enjoying this video so far, please support the channel by pressing like, subscribing to Top 10 Nerd, and ringing that notification bell. I would really appreciate it, and so would these claws. At number 8 is Rough House. In the gritty world of Mandrapore, Wolverine faced off against some seriously tough villains, and Rough House was no exception. This hulking powerhouse made his debut in Wolverine's 1988 series, causing chaos alongside General Koi in a bid for control over Madrapore's criminal underworld. Now, Rough House's origins are a bit mysterious. Some say he got his powers from being related to Asgardians, you know, like Thor, while others think he might be a mutant. It's a little bit unclear. Now, despite their fierce rivalry, Wolverine has still stepped in to save Rough House from the clutches of the sinister Geist, who I'm pretty sure we're gonna cover later on. For Logan, experimenting on people is a big no-no considering his past, and he wasn't about to let it slide, even for a villain. So, in the world of Wolverine, even the most brutal villains can sometimes find themselves on the receiving end of a helping hand.
Number 7, The Void. Bob Reynolds was granted the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns after consuming the Golden Century Serum, which was a much more potent offshoot of the original Super Soldier Serum. He has photokinetic-based powers fueled by the sun itself that include molecular manipulation, immortality, insane super strength, speed, invulnerability, stamina, agility, reflexes, and senses, flight, teleportation, energy absorption and blasts, psionic abilities, and even reality warping abilities within a small area. He used his powers for the greater good of all, and he was the example of what a hero should be. He had connections to Iron Man, was active during the years just prior to the Fantastic Four's emergence. He became a role model for Spider-Man as well as an ally to the X-Men and equal to Reed Richards and a friend to the Hulk. The thing about the Sentry is that he's accompanied by a dark persona called the Void. The Void has all the same abilities plus seemingly even more. The Void went on a rampage that took the lives of around 1,000,000 people and almost destroyed Manhattan. Full rosters of the Avengers, X-Men, and the Fantastic Four all went to take on the Void, and they couldn't do a thing. Only the Sentry himself could really subdue the Void, and it wasn't even permanent. Now later on, in the Siege event, Norman Osborn used the Sentry to attack Asgard, but this accidentally unleashed the Void, and it totally obliterated Asgard completely, taking out Loki in the process. Now this did actually branch off into a what-if story where the Void was never stopped and destroyed every superhero on Earth, and then went off to destroy the universe. The Sentry is basically a god, and the Void is this god's devil. They may be adding the Sentry to the MCU soon, but I seriously doubt they will make this character or his opposite as powerful as they are in the comics.
At number 6 is Deadpool versus an entire Armageddon. In this wild and emotional Marvel storyline, Deadpool's dad mode kicked in hard. So Deadpool, the wild and wacky mercenary, found his daughter was in danger. He had been through heaps of chaos, and finally he had lost his chance at family bliss. But then, his daughter was alive and yet still under threat, so when the bad guys, the Ultimatum, tried to take her out, Deadpool just couldn't take it anymore. He knew so long as he was Deadpool, the trouble magnet, his family would never be safe, so he made a heartbreaking choice, luring all of Ultimatum, like the whole army, to a showdown. And he went absolutely berserk. He used tech from Tony Stark, blew up choppers, drove drones into the ground, and went on a rampage like no other, fighting for his daughter with everything he had, but in the end, it cost him his life. Deadpool went out in a blaze of glory protecting his family. At number 5 is Thor versus Iron Man. In the comics, you'll notice a certain god of thunder was missing from the entire Civil War ordeal, and that's because at the time, Thor was deceased, but not for long, of course, because this is comic books we're talking about. Now, during this time, Iron Man was kind of a big shot, running the show at S.H.I.E.L.D. and taking charge after winning the first Civil War. Captain America seemed out of the picture, and Stark even went out of his way to make a clone of Thor, which he used to lie to the world, saying Thor supported his cause. But then, Thor came back, and he was not happy. Iron Man rolled in, thinking he could get Thor to join his team and follow the government's orders, but Thor was just not having it, especially with Iron Man acting all bossy and making clones of him and whatnot. So Thor shows him what's what. He thrashes Iron Man's super fancy suit, striking him multiple times with lightning and leaving him defenseless. Gripping Tony by the throat, Thor reminds Tony just who's the god and who's the puny mortal. Iron Man tries to smooth things over by offering Thor diplomatic immunity for Asgard. With his most powerful suit completely trashed, Tony ends up hitchhiking a ride back to town in the back of a pickup truck. At number 4, Spider-Man versus Phoenix, Colossus, and Phoenix Magic. So the Phoenix Force is this super duper powerful energy which got split into 5 pieces by Iron Man's invention during the Avengers vs. X-Men brawl. These bits of the Phoenix Force energy latched onto some of the X-Men, giving them crazy amounts of power, like basically turning them into walking, talking hurricanes of strength. Among these supercharged X-Men were Colossus and Magic, both with their powers cranked up to 11. Colossus is this big tough dude whose skin is organic steel, basically making him a walking tank. Magic, on the other hand, can teleport and has some seriously magical mojo going on. These characters are obscenely powerful in their own right, let alone powered by a fifth of the Phoenix Force. Talk about OP. Now, Spider-Man gets stuck facing these two juggernauts who are basically gods at this point. To battle them in single-handed combat would spell his doom, but Spider-Man does it anyway. He won't back down for the sake of his friends, no matter how many times he gets hit. But man, these guys were just too much for him. They pounded him hard, cracking his bones and leaving him barely able to breathe, let alone stand. It was a complete beatdown, and it certainly was sickening. Every one of Colossus's 4 punches crushed Spider-Man's head to a pile of bloody pulp. His spine was completely shattered. But here's where it gets nuts. Spider-Man, even though he's all beaten up, nay, completely crushed, refuses to give in. He knows that he clearly can't outmuscle them, so he pulls a genius move, tricking Colossus and Magic into fighting each other, making them knock the Phoenix Force right out of themselves. So at the end of the day, Spider-Man emerges victorious, not because he's the strongest, but because he's the smartest and most stubborn hero around. And yeah, he is stubborn. He didn't have to do all this, but he did it to help the Avengers escape. So selfless. That's why we love Spider-Man. He gets beaten many times more than you can count, but he never gives up and always manages to win somehow. At number 3 is Punisher versus Wolverine. In a wild comic book series, Punisher and Wolverine tangled in a brutal showdown where Punisher, feeling cornered, went to extreme lengths to take down this unrelenting mutant. First up, he used a shotgun to blow off Wolverine's face, which is a huge deal. I mean, not so much because of Wolverine's crazy fast healing factor. Even with his face half gone, Logan was still standing, so the Punisher decided to go even further in the next issue, aiming low and wiping out Wolverine's gonads. Talk about hitting below the belt where it hurts, but then there's more! You see, the Punisher was desperate to buy time, and so he went full throttle. He didn't just stop at the face or the man parts, no. He rolled over Wolverine with a steamroller, squashing him flat like a pancake. Now, obviously, Logan still manages to survive, which is obviously some serious level toughness, but that did knock him out of the fight for a good while. Now, this whole thing shows how insanely tough Wolverine is, surviving stuff that would put anybody else down for good. At number 2 is Spider-Man vs. Kingpin in Back in Black. The clash with the Kingpin illuminated a different facet of the web-slinger's character, notably during the Civil War arc in Marvel Comics. With Aunt May's life hanging in the balance due to Kingpin's orchestration, Peter found himself pushed beyond his usual moral thresholds. Striking a severe blow to the crime lord within the confines of a prison, Peter chose not to extinguish Kingpin's life. Instead, he dealt a far more nuanced form of retribution. In his relentless beating, Peter publicly stripped the Kingpin of his aura of invincibility and dominance. This action was more than just physical harm. It was an exhibition of psychological warfare too, revealing that the most impactful defeat can occur within the realms of perception and identity, rather than the purely physical. Though, I will say, it was physical. The message conveyed was super profound. By choosing not to end Kingpin's life, Spider-Man opted for a fate some might deem more excruciating: the knowledge of being bested in front of your peers, stripping away his veneer of invulnerability. And at number 1 is Magneto vs. Wolverine. Magneto vs. Wolverine in X-Men 25 was a brutal showdown. Magneto with his insane magnetic powers isn't exactly the ideal match for Wolverine. I mean, it's like pitting a Magikarp against a Jolteon. Like, come on, it's a one-sided massacre here. But Wolverine is tough as nails. He never backs down from a fight, even if it's not the smartest matchup. Now, this particular time, Magneto went all out, unleashing his full magnetic fury on Wolverine's adamantium-coated skeleton, basically ripping the near-indestructible adamantium right off of Wolverine's bones, tearing it through his flesh, leaving chunks of it sticking out from all over his body. That didn't kill Wolverine. His super healing factor kicked in, barely managing to get through the pain. But for fans, that was a gut punch. The adamantium was a huge part of Wolverine's identity, more than just his healing factor. It's what made him stand out, and for Magneto to just yank that away so casually was devastating.
Number 10, Spider-Man Reign. Spider-Man is arguably the face of Marvel, and for some good reasons too. He's incredibly inspiring, full of hope, and is never one to give up. For all those reasons, when Spider-Man Reign was released in 2007, it was incredibly hard to see an old, tired, and torn down Peter Parker who had pretty much given up. Set 30 years after the modern Spider-Man stories, with a retired old man version of Peter Parker, Spider-Man Reign's Venom has donned the identity of Edward Sachs, the aide to the current New York mayor, and has been quietly pulling the strings from within. He's recreated himself multiple times, became the new leader of the Sinister Six, and has installed a security system around New York to stop anyone from leaving. He has goons that walk the streets, he's a total criminal mastermind. But of all the dark and depressing things in this story, there is one thing that stands above the rest. Through the course of the story, we learn that Mary Jane, Peter Parker's greatest love, has passed away, and he's been hanging on to this memory of her, and that's likely due to the fact that he is directly responsible. Mary Jane didn't pass away because of a villain or Peter failing to save her. Instead, because of the radioactive spider that gave him his abilities, Peter himself was radioactive. Through the years and years that Peter Parker and Mary Jane had been together and doing what you do when you're together, Peter's radioactive body had essentially given Mary Jane cancer. We learn this as Peter is hugging her decaying body and bawling his eyes out. It's utterly gut-wrenching. Number 9, Marvel Ruins. Marvel Ruins is a story taking place in an alternate comic book universe where literally everything that could possibly go wrong does go wrong. Similar to Ultimatum for part 1, it's best to just list some of the events off, then get specific here. The Fantastic Four's spacecraft crashes into the Earth, and Ben Grimm is left with survivor's guilt. The Incredible Hulk is not so incredible, as the gamma radiation he experienced leaves him as a hulking mass of tumors and deformity. Thanks to the radioactive spider, Spider-Man did not gain the abilities of a spider, he instead developed an incredibly brutal mutant virus that left him with a terrible skin rash, and and had him captured and quarantined by the government. The Scarlet Witch betrayed the Avengers to the government, leading to the Quinjet being blown up with all of them inside, and they all go to the grave. Nick Fury was introduced to the idea of eating other people by Captain America. Silver Surfer suffocates in space. Johnny Blaze just sets himself on fire as a stunt and goes out in the same stunt, and Magneto's powers go out of control in an airport, destroying everything. The whole story just leaves you wondering what you're supposed to do with your life right now, and I honestly don't know. I can't help you. Number 8, World War Hulk. Near the end of the Planet Hulk storyline, the shuttle the Hulk was sent to Sakaar in by the Illuminati at the beginning of the Planet Hulk storyline blows up, wiping out the Green Scar's family. Hulk reaches a whole new level of anger, which is directed at those who sent him here, the Illuminati, and so he headed to Earth with his war sworn. He made a quick stop at the moon to defeat Black Bolt of the Inhumans, and when he got to Earth, he headed to New York City, giving the city a time limit to be evacuated, and when that time limit stopped, well, he defeated everyone who was left. Iron Man and the Hulkbuster, the Avengers plus their tower, the US Army, the X-Men, the Fantastic Four, Juggernaut, Doctor Strange using the power of Zom, who is one of the most powerful magical monsters in Marvel Comics, and the Ghost Rider, all while saving innocent bystanders at the same time. He then threw the Illuminati members he captured into the ring against each other, sparing them as he only sought justice. He was eventually sorta defeated by the Sentry, who he fought until they both reverted back to their human forms, which is when Bruce Banner knocked Bob Reynolds out.
Number 7, Pepper reins in an evil Tony Stark. The amount of times heroes have actually had to take on Iron Man is staggering. I mean, you'd think, considering how massive of a hero he is, especially now with his story becoming a worldwide sensation thanks to the MCU, that Iron Man would typically have some of his worst battles against villains, not heroes. But yeah, Iron Man has done some bad stuff in the past, which has meant that even his closest friends and allies such as Pepper Potts have had to turn against him. In this instance, Tony had his alignment reversed during the events of Axis, but rather than allow them to be flipped back, he instead remained a villain even after the event had ended. Tony saw himself as a superior version with no morals to hold him back, becoming known as Superior Iron Man. As such, Pepper was ultimately forced to take him down with the help of an earlier version of Tony, who he dubbed Inferior Iron Man. Number 6, nothing can tame Bruce Banner. Starting off Hulk issue number 1 with a bang, Donny Cates had Hulk face off against Iron Man in his Hulkbuster armor. Not just one Hulkbuster though, a whole entourage of them. Hulk here being piloted like a spaceship by Bruce Banner, who is in control of Hulk on the inside, even manages to learn that Tony isn't actually inside these suits, but is hiding elsewhere, remote piloting them. He literally learns this by ripping them apart, and then Tony is like, "How did you know I wasn't in that suit?" And he's like, "I didn't know that." I'm crazy. Hulk then finds the real armored Tony and starts wailing on him. Even when Stark attempts to appeal to Bruce's better nature, trying to talk him down, Hulk does not relent. Number 5, Thor's apocalyptic clone. Thor and Iron Man don't always get along, despite them both being colleagues and friends who are both Avengers. Following the first superhero civil war in the comics, the two ended up having some pretty big beef, thanks to Tony making some questionable decisions during that era. Chiefly, it was revealed that Stark had acquired a genetic sample of his friend Thor. I'm just imagining Tony like at the Avengers mansion or something, raiding through Thor's like hairbrush late one night for those sweet genetic samples. He's like, "Ha ha ha, I have his hair, I can use this at some point." And he decided to keep these genetic samples for a rainy day, in case he ever needed to make, let's say, a Thor clone. After Thor died, that's what he did, creating Ragnarok, Thor's bald and villainous clone who would end up being recruited to Norman Osborn's Dark Avengers. Needless to say, Thor was not too happy to hear of this upon his return to the realm of the living, and ended up revealing just how displeased he was in a one-on-one fight against Iron Man, which went as well for Tony as you would probably imagine. After all, Thor is a god. Thor wouldn't kill Tony, but he definitely made sure to make it known that if he wanted to end Iron Man's life, he could with ease. Number 4, Black Panther gets creative. Who is smarter, Tony Stark or T'Challa? Most people would pick Tony for this kind of versus, but Christopher Priest's Black Panther would say otherwise. In issue number 45 of the 1998 Black Panther series, Iron Man in a stealth suit faces off against Black Panther. This stealth suit was specifically designed for such a task, with Tony attempting to anticipate both Black Panther's offensive and defensive abilities. But what he can't seem to prepare for is just how brilliant T'Challa is, with him demonstrating how resourceful, creative, and brilliant he is in his brutal takedown of Iron Man's stealth armor. Sneaking up on T'Challa, it turns out, is kinda always a bad idea. Number 3, Thanos wins. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, technically one of the greatest defeats of all happened to Iron Man 2. This was when Thanos initially won against all the heroes of Earth and succeeded in collecting all the Infinity Stones and using them to snap half of the population out of existence. It was a wild time for us, and I'm sure the heroes alike. Iron Man learned that the heroes had lost back when he was left stranded on another world, the home world of the Mad Titan Thanos, known as Titan. Not sure if he'd even make his way home ever again. He also ended up being one of the few people left alive after the battle had been fought and Thanos snapped. Iron Man was there to see his protege SpiderMan turn to dust before his eyes as one of the casualties of the events of Infinity War. Number 2, Black Widow does the unimaginable. Black Widow majorly betrayed Iron Man in the Ultimate Universe. While she didn't defeat him at the end of the day, her turning on him came with a pretty great cost, so I'd still say it was a defeat in a way. And while Iron Man did ultimately win in the end, he himself was still standing. I would argue that initially Iron Man was seemingly defeated in ways by Black Widow, who caught him off guard. Also, sure, it's not main continuity, but it's honestly so bad it needs to be acknowledged and mentioned here. In the Ultimate Universe, Black Widow was only posing as a hero, but was really in secret a villain the whole time, simply pretending to defect to get in with the heroes and then betray them and the United States. She was engaged to be married to Tony Stark and ended up breaking off the engagement when she revealed her true colors. She attempted to steal Tony's fortune and tragically killed his loyal butler and friend Jarvis as well. Number 1, Thanos' henchwoman wins. Not only has Thanos won against Tony Stark before, but in the comics, Thanos didn't even fight directly against Tony during the Infinity Gauntlet saga. He apparently had less respect for Iron Man than he expressed in the MCU. Instead of fighting Iron Man one-on-one, Thanos decided to deploy Taraxia. Taraxia was basically created by Thanos in his image to act as his partner after death rejected him. As such, Taraxia basically looks like Thanos, but with a feminine shape and a head full of long blue hair. She was tasked with taking on the heroes at Thanos' behest and did so with great pleasure. When facing Iron Man in Infinity Gauntlet issue number 4, she brutally defeats him by removing his head from his body.
Number 10, Eternals vs. X-Men. So, the Eternals are basically a celestial created experiment and an offshoot of humanity. They have an eternal struggle against another offshoot, the Deviants. Eternals have hardwired programming to protect the Celestials and to correct excess deviation. Now, a recent revelation about mutants and deviants causes the new Eternal leader, a pretty sinister guy by the name of Druig, to decide that the mutants represent excess deviation. Thanks to that, war is declared on all mutants everywhere. Following their programming, Eternal assassins come to Krakoa to destroy the Five. Massive war machine Eternals called the Hex are unleashed on Krakoa, and Uranos, one of the oldest and nastiest of all the Eternals, is unleashed on Arakko. Now, Uranos is only able to be released from his prison for 1 hour at a time, but within that hour, Uranos is able to take out every member of the Great Ring of Arakko, all of which are Omega level mutants. Hell, in the first 20 minutes, Uranos eradicated Cable, Magneto, and David Haller, otherwise known as Legion. He then goes on to wipe out about 1 million mutants. Number 9, Magneto vs. Red Skull. Now, some of you may know this, but I think this is one of my absolute favorite Magneto moments, and he has a lot of good ones, so that's saying something. Magneto and the Red Skull are on opposite sides of history. Magneto grew up in a Jewish family living in Germany during World War II, and we all know Red Skull and Hydra's stance in World War II Germany, so it's safe to say that these two villains don't really like each other, right? In Acts of Vengeance from 1989, Magneto and Red Skull were actually temporarily united, but it's really important to note here that Magneto was unsure whether this was the Red Skull that aided Germany. So Magneto confronted him, and Red Skull did indeed confirm that he was the original. Now, it didn't take much for Magneto, the master of magnetism, to overpower the Red Skull, but unlike what you might think, Magneto does not take his life. Instead, Magneto leaves the Skull isolated in a stripped down fallout shelter 20 feet underground. He removed the ladder from the escape hatch, gave him 10 gallons of water, took out his homing transmitters, gave him no food, no light, just water, air, and his own depraved thoughts. Number 8, Hulk vs. Abomination. Compared to their counterparts in the MCU, Abomination and the Hulk in the comics are basically like gods. Comic book Abomination is completely psychotic, and the Hulk is basically a god of rage agent's strength. So, when the Abomination took the life of Betty Ross in the comics using his irradiated blood, he was not getting out of it easily. When they come head to head in the Incredible Hulk Volume 25 from 2000, it's arguably one of the best Incredible Hulk fights I have ever seen. Emil Blonsky comes walking out of the water, and before he even knows what happens, Hulk is on him like shrimps on the Barbie. The ground around them almost instantly becomes rubble. The fight travels underwater and through a dam, flooding an entire town. All the while, these two green Goliaths are in a close combat slog match. Then, Emil decides to taunt the Hulk, which just makes him angrier, increasing his strength, and the Hulk absolutely pummels the Abomination, laying on fist after fist after fist, causing minor earthquakes and leaving Emil on the edge of life with his brain exposed. Other than being just an amazing fight, this comic also really shows the relationship between these two on a level not really captured anywhere else. Number 7. Secret Empire. In Marvel Comics, there is a character known as Cubic, who is essentially a living cosmic cube in the form of a child. With the incredible powers of a cosmic cube, she can pretty much make anything happen. But when she was manipulated by the villainous organization known as Hydra, she created a Captain America who grew up being loyal to Hydra. Now this Hydra Cap would eventually supplant the real Captain America of 616 and would organize the second superhuman civil war, as well as Chitauri invasions of the Earth. He got promoted to Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and influenced the legislation of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Act, which gave S.H.I.E.L.D. way more authority. He used this new power to basically organize a Hydra takeover of America. Steve Rogers revealed himself as not only a Hydra defector, but the Hydra Supreme. He allied himself with the new Madame Hydra, took advantage of a global catastrophe to seize control of the world's governments, and helped Hydra make its move. Hydra, who had seriously infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., began assuming control of key locations and taking out anyone who stood in its way, including Cap personally taking out Rick Jones, which is a shot that left fans and characters alike reeling and shocked. The reveal of Captain America as a longtime Hydra agent completely took readers by surprise and even a bit of anger. His vast history of being the one to do the right thing suddenly meant very little. Number 6. Time Runs Out / The Incursions. So during Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers run, these things called incursions started to happen, orchestrated by the Beyonders. Essentially, two multiverses would crash together, destroying them both, and the focal point for that crash was obviously the Earth. When the incursions started to threaten the multiverse, Namor the Submariner had a different view from the rest of the Illuminati, and during the incursions with Earth 4290001, Namor destroyed that Earth to save both universes and save his Earth. When the next incursion presented itself right after that, the Illuminati were going to just let it happen instead of destroying an entire alternate Earth. Standing against that though, Namor teamed up with Maximus the Mad of the Inhumans, and then together they freed the prisoners of the Illuminati, which included Proxima Midnight, Corvus Glaive, Terrax, the Herald of Galactus from Earth 13054, Black Swan, and the Mad Titan, Thanos himself. Basically, this is like the Black Order plus some insanely powerful additions, and they are very, very powerful. This group of villainous powerhouses were sanctioned by the United Nations to destroy the alternate Earths that appeared during incursions. Now, while Namor had planned to use an explosion to destroy the other Earth, Thanos, who pretty much took control of the group, led them in what was basically a complete and utter slaughter. And ultimately, that was for nothing because the incursions happened anyways, pretty much ending this version of the multiverse and bringing us the newest Secret Wars. Number 5. Sentry ripping Ares in half. The Sentry is a character that deserves some more spotlight. The problem is, he's kind of the most powerful superhero Marvel has. Obviously, that's debatable, but this guy has the power to destroy pretty much anybody in the Marvel Universe. He's reassembled his own molecules and taken out the Molecule Man, for example. He's almost too powerful to include in a lot of stories, but it's the fight between the Sentry and Ares, the literal god of war, in issue 2 of Marvel's Siege event that really left me sitting there going, did that actually happen? And it did. Ares in this story started on the Dark Avengers before redeeming himself and joining the good guys. He had been showing how awesome he is, and he turns his sights on Norman Osborn, which unfortunately means Ares now has to face his friend, the Sentry. Now Sentry punches Ares halfway across Asgard, and maybe 2 or 3 punches later, he grabs both ends of the God of War and rips him completely in half. Not only did it leave everyone on the page frozen, it also left readers completely stunned. Number 4, the Last Avengers story. In 1995, Marvel released the Last Avengers story, and with a title like that, being from 1995, you can imagine it's not all sunshine and rainbows, and it's not. Within the first few pages, the current Avengers of this alternate future and their base are completely wiped out by an absolutely massive explosion caused by Ultron 59. Now, Ultron 59 basically then challenges the original Avengers to a final fight against himself and a team of very powerful villains. Now, side note, the art in this comic is actually pretty cool, which unfortunately makes it even worse watching one of the most savage moments from this story. At some time in the past, this version of the Incredible Hulk turned evil thanks to an event that happened fighting alongside Thor, the Thing, and Hercules. The Hulk turned against his fellow Avengers, Wonder Man, Hawkeye, Mockingbird, and Tigra, who absolutely got it the worst. Tigra against the Hulk is not a fight you would normally expect, and this comic tells you why. As in her attack against the Green Goliath, Hulk simply grabs her and pulls her apart, just like Sentry did with Ares. Hawkeye and Mockingbird literally flee for their lives, while Wonder Man flew into a rage, and he and the Hulk had a slog match that ended up with Wonder Man detonating himself and wiping both himself and the Hulk from existence. Number 3, disassembled. For me, a big thing that shows just how powerful the Scarlet Witch actually is would have to be the Avengers Disassembled event. Wanda and the Wasp were just chilling by the pool when Wasp mentioned Wanda's kids. And the only problem is that the existence of her children had been wiped from her mind. And when Wasp brought it up, it brought all those memories back, and Wanda absolutely lost it. Several things happened next, with none of the Avengers even knowing the cause. For starters, Scott Lang Ant-Man lost his life when a previously deceased Jack of Hearts showed up out of nowhere and just detonated. While the heroes were trying to figure out what just happened, Vision also showed up saying that he was not in control of himself and that he is sorry, as he also begins to detonate. And then Jennifer Walters, She-Hulk, began to get uncharacteristically raged and tore Vision in half. Next, we see Tony at the UN conference randomly start to act as though he was incredibly intoxicated, even though he hadn't had a single drink, and he verbally accosted the Latvian ambassador and threatened him. Then, a whole invasion by the Kree just randomly came out of nowhere, resulting in the passing of Hawkeye, and then the Kree just randomly left as quickly as they showed up. All of that was actually Wanda Maximoff using her reality warping magic. It almost led to the superhero community deciding to put Wanda into the afterlife, and actually led to her creating the House of M reality. Number 2, Punisher Max. Punisher Max was an adult comic, and for a guy whose main thing is ushering people to the pearly gates, it kind of makes sense that this setting suits his character best. Removing the Punisher from all the costumes and the superpowers of the regular Marvel universe and dropping him right into an America facing the early days of the War on Terror, it kicked off with the CIA trying to recruit Frank, which sets off a violent political game. This Frank Castle was a veteran of the Cold War, running Black Ops alongside Nick Fury in Vietnam, and he is not someone you want to mess around with. Like, he lights out Microchip during the very first storyline just for helping the CIA to even find him in the first place. His enemies here are also much more threatening and kind of scarily realistic compared to anything that Earth 616 has thrown at the Punisher, with a big shout out to Barracuda, another former soldier just as ruthless and skilled as Frank is. Punisher Max shows the very real physical and emotional damage that Frank Castle's crusade would really cause him in real life, obviously with like a tiny suspension of disbelief that comes with a comic book. If you choose to give it a read though, just be warned that it is extremely graphic. And finally, in at number 1, it's Kraven's Last Hunt. Kraven the Hunter's comic book tale seemingly came to an end in one of the most shocking Spider-Man stories ever. Kraven's Last Hunt finally sees the Hunter get the drop on Spider-Man. Sticking Spidey in the neck with a dart and then burying Spider-Man 6 feet under, Kraven actually beat his adversary, which only a handful of villains can actually claim to have accomplished. Thinking Peter Parker is down and out, Kraven weirdly starts to take on Spider-Man's costume, or at least a copy of the black Spider-Man costume, and he hunts down criminals. In an attempt to prove to himself that he's better than Spider-Man, he defeated Vermin, a villain Spider-Man couldn't defeat without help from Captain America. Unfortunately though, the whole thing still ends in tragedy for Kraven. Spider-Man digs himself out of his grave and renders Kraven's victory moot, but Kraven also had accomplished his main goal by besting Spider-Man. So convincing himself that he has no reason to now live anymore, Kraven chooses to defeat himself permanently.
Number 10, defeated by the Green Goblin. Probably one of the most brutal defeats I can think of that Spider-Man has suffered was his final, or at least final at the time, fight against the Green Goblin. In this fight, which happens in the Ultimate comics in the Earth of 1610, Peter starts off already being run down after facing the Sinister Six. To finish it off, he also must face Green Goblin, who in this reality is a hulking beast, not just a deranged and evil man on a glider in a mask. Just when it seems like Peter is about to be defeated, even being unmasked at this point throughout the course of the fight, Mary Jane shows up to help, running into Green Goblin with a giant truck. Thanks, Mary Jane. However, this wouldn't be enough, and while Green Goblin would also seemingly perish in the end, so would Peter. Of course, both Green Goblin and Peter Parker would later return, but for Spider-Man, this return wouldn't happen for some time. And even when he did at first reveal himself to actually be alive, he chose to pass his mantle on to the new Spider-Man of the Ultimate comics and Earth 1610, Miles Morales. And friends, before we move on to our next spot on this list, if you love what we do here at Top 10 Nerd, be sure to let us know that you love us by clicking that like button. Number 9, the Dimension of Spots. Oddly enough, one of the people who has been shown as powerful enough to defeat Spider-Man was actually the Spot, who most probably think of as more of like a goofy villain, and yeah, most times he kinda is. But during their first fight, he actually proved himself to be pretty powerful, even finding a way to get around Spider-Man's spider sense. This all went down in issue number 99 of the Spectacular Spider-Man, which was also when they had their first fight against one another. Spider-Man ended up being completely surrounded by Spots, and from the Spot dimension, the Spot punched and kicked the hero to the point that Peter found it hard to focus on his spider sense and detect where the danger was coming from to dodge it in time, as it was kind of coming, well, from all around him. The Spot also discombobulated Spider-Man by taking him into the Spot dimension and throwing him through another portal, another Spot, which led out to a brick wall. He left Spider-Man and Black Cat with a warning to not bother the Kingpin again or risk being destroyed by the Spot. Number 8, Spider-Man Reign. While he ultimately comes out victorious in the end, Spider-Man is temporarily defeated during Spider-Man Reign. If you aren't familiar with this story, allow me to explain. Spider-Man Reign has been described before as Marvel's version of The Dark Knight Returns for Spider-Man. In this story, Spider-Man is an elderly man who was once a florist but was recently fired. No longer a hero after years ago losing his wife, Mary Jane, and with her his motivation to be Spider-Man, the city of New York has become a police state, controlled under Mayor Waters' iron fist. Eventually, Spider-Man is inspired once more to rise up, but at first when he does, the mayor responds by sicking his Sinner 6 on Spider-Man. In this fight, he is joined by his old enemy, the Hypno Hustler. However, the Hypno Hustler is soon after defeated, leaving Spider-Man to be unmasked by Kraven, exposing New York City's hero as now an old man. At this moment, he is seemingly brutally defeated. Fortunately though, it's only a brief defeat for this older Spider-Man.
Number 7, Manucci. If you want to talk brutal moments in Marvel Comics, you really need to look no further than the Punisher. Now, Manucci is the head of the Nucci crime family, so yeah, she ain't really a nice lady. Before the moment I'm about to talk about, Frank Castle had thought that he had already neutralized the threat of old Ma here, and that's because he literally fed her to a gaggle of polar bears. Now, while they didn't finish her off, the bears did happen to relieve Ma of her arms and her legs. It was that action that prompted the hiring of the Russian. In The Punisher Volume 5, number 12, after taking down about 80, yes 80 of her thugs, Punisher comes back to finish the job. 80 men were already obliterated, so no one was really willing to lend the legless and armless head of crime a hand as Frank burned down her mansion. She puts up a decent fight with no limbs though, which is kind of impressive. After she attempted to gnaw off his ankles, unsurprisingly unsuccessfully, Frank uses his big old boot plus the muscles in his leg and not so gently flings this helpless, horrible woman into the burning pyre that used to be her home.
Number 6, Wolverine dismembers a saber-toothed clone. You're not gonna believe the crazy battles that went down in this one. Picture this. So Wolverine, the tough-as-nails mutant with those claws, is facing off against a clone of Sabretooth, villain known for being downright ruthless. This clone was no joke. It went on a full-on rampage and actually took out Feral, one of Wolverine's crew. So now that Wolverine was armed with the Murasama blade, which is basically a superhero's dream weapon for taking down the unkillable, Wolverine stepped up, and let me tell you, he did not hold back. With one swift move, he sliced off the clone's arm, and then, like a lightning bolt, he went for the head and chopped it clean off. But here's the thing, see, Wolverine wasn't about to take any chances. Even though Sabretooth was taken out with the Murasama blade, which basically renders him unable to regenerate, Logan still made sure to bury every single piece of that clone separately. Some next level caution right there. But just when he thought he'd finished off Sabretooth, the original popped back up, which was a surprise twist in the story. Wolverine must have been scratching his head thinking that he put the villain down for good, but nah, these comic book folks always find a way to bounce back. At number 5 was the comic book moment where Wonder Woman took down Maxwell Lord. This one is intense and brutal. So here's how it went down. Superman, under mind control, goes berserk, thinking his loved ones are in danger, but as it turns out, Maxwell Lord is pulling the strings. Wonder Woman steps up and wrangles Lord in her lasso of truth. Now here's the kicker. Lord spills the beans that the only way to free Superman's mind is to off him. And that's when Wonder Woman, with no time dilly-dallying, does the unthinkable, snapping Lord's neck. Pretty heavy stuff. No flashy speeches or grandstanding, just a swift execution with serious consequences. This scene caused quite a stir in the comic world for its shock value and for Wonder Woman's quite uncharacteristic move. It's one of those moments that makes you stop and think about the lengths that heroes might go to when backed up against the wall. At number 4, Sentry rips Carnage in half. So Carnage is one of the baddest of the bad guys in the Marvel Universe, causing all kinds of chaos in his Supermax prison. The guy was all set to go on a rampage, targeting Spider-Woman, Luke Cage, Spider-Man, Daredevil, Captain America, the whole lot. Now that's an all-star team of superheroes, but then things get really messy when in swoops the Sentry. Now the Sentry is no ordinary hero. He's got crazy powers, like next level stuff. Basically, yet another one of Marvel's Superman equivalents. So what does he do? He doesn't waste any time with punches or speeches, none of that. He just grabs Carnage, flies them both up into space, into the great atmosphere up there, and then, once he's up there, when it's just him, Carnage, and the stars, Sentry does the unthinkable. Just tears Carnage apart, quite literally, like a scene out of a sci-fi horror flick. You see, Carnage has a symbiote suit which gives him insane powers, making him almost unkillable, but when you're up against the power of a guy like the Sentry, someone who's got the strength of a zillion suns, well, let's just say it's game over for Carnage. The symbiote couldn't handle that kind of cosmic level power, and just like that, one of the nastiest villains ever meant a seriously brutal end. At number 3 is Daniel West getting nuked. Reverse Flash, aka Daniel West, wasn't your regular bad guy. He had his super speed going on just like the Flash, but he used his powers for all the wrong reasons. I mean, imagine going up against your own grandpa. That's some next level family drama right there. Now the Suicide Squad, known for recruiting not so good guys for their missions, thought it would be good to try to turn him into a hero, but alas, their plan didn't exactly pan out. So here comes the big showdown. There's this bomb planted by the League of Assassins set to destroy a whole city. And here's when Reverse Flash steps in, thinking that he can be the hero this time. He swoops in, saves the day by getting rid of the bomb, but then tragedy strikes as the thing blows up when he's holding it, and he's caught in the blast, ending his villainous run right then and there in the middle of the ocean. At number 2, the Void gets ripped in half by Null. Alright, now it's the Sentry's turn to get ripped in half. Lots of ripping in half in this one. Alright, so the Sentry, a hero with a split personality, kind of like Jekyll and Hyde, but with superpowers. On one side, he's the good old hero, the Sentry, and on the other, he's the Void, a real cosmic level problem when the story calls for it. Now, things got really wild when these two sides joined forces and became a serious problem, but enter Null, the big shot symbiote god. Null and the Sentry had a clash where Null managed to pull off something straight out of an ironic playbook as he actually ripped the Void himself in half. This wasn't the first time Void would bite the dust like this, but it seems like this time it actually stuck. What's interesting here is how the Sentry, who was once a huge multiversal threat and later became a super strong Avenger, but this defeat by Null is the kind of comic book stuff that sticks around. It's like Null was like, oh, you're into tearing things in half? How about I show you how it's done? At number 1 is Reverse Flash evaporated by Dr. Manhattan. Eobard Thawne, aka Reversed Flash from the DC Universe, is no stranger to biting the dust, having died and being resurrected more times than anybody can count. At this point, it's just been chopped up to his time-traveling antics, rendering him a living paradox. But his demise in the Button storyline takes the cake. Picture this. He shows up in Batman's cave, zapped by a blue light while holding his, weird Watchmen button from the comics, and then he vanishes. Seconds later, he reappears, no button, and collapses. His body starts vaporizing on the spot, leaving only a skeleton, muttering about seeing God before biting the big one. Another thing is Reverse Flash thought he hit the jackpot by touching that button, hoping for some power or connection, but as it turns out, it was linked to Dr. Manhattan, the big shot from the Watchmen, who zapped him into a crisp in an attempt to remain undiscovered within the DC universe. The whole ordeal with the button bridged the Watchmen world and the DC universe together, and poor Eobard over here became a crispy critter in the cosmic crossover. Pretty brutal.
Number 10. 3 Jokers. Thanks to Batman's time on the Mobius chair during DC's Darkseid War event, Bruce discovered that there are apparently 3 Jokers running around Gotham City. This led to the 3 Jokers story from 2020. 3 crimes were committed on the same night, seemingly all by the Joker. Alongside the Bat family, Batman discovers that these crimes were committed by the 3 different Jokers that he learned about. The original Golden Age Joker, known as the Criminal, the Killing Joke Joker, known as the Clown, and the Silver Age Joker, known as the Comedian. Jason Todd, Barbara Gordon, and Batman himself all team up to go after each Joker one at a time, and as you might expect, it doesn't nearly go that smoothly. This is one of the best Joker stories in recent years. It almost feels like it stands alone outside of any kind of continuity, and that's because it kind of really does. It's incredibly good and surprising and keeps you on your toes, and the revelation of 3 different Jokers was something a lot of people just never expected. But what I think is even better than the 3 Jokers is the chaotic feeling of not knowing if there were actually 3 or if there is a definitive Joker. Until the end of the story. Number 9. Infamous Iron Man. Of all the things to happen to the character of Dr. Doom, becoming the new Iron Man was not at all what I expected. After the events of Secret Wars and reality being brought back to normal, Victor Von Doom was kinda just unsatisfied with his life. He decided to switch his morality and try to serve and help others instead of being a power-seeking villain. Doom took on a bit of a mentor in Tony Stark, whom he'd always actually respected, but when Tony Stark was put into a coma, Doom decided to take his place as the infamous Iron Man, which was a great reason to give us a Dr. Doom in a highly advanced suit of Iron Man's Model Prime Mark 51 armor. The armor was retrofitted into Doom's style, going from the red and gold to the gray, green, and light blue of Dr. Doom, and it's probably my favorite look ever for an Iron Man armor, period. But alongside the capabilities of the Iron Man armor, Doom was still able to access his magical abilities. To make things even better, Doom's intellect and sorcery were near their peaks during this period in time, so he is truly an incredibly powerful hero. One of the ways Doom went about saving the world was using his knowledge of the criminal underworld from when he was a criminal to arrest a large gathering of villains in one big move. These villains were all gathered to figure out what they were going to do now that Dr. Doom has switched sides, and then Doom just busts through the roof and takes down heavy hitters like the Wizard, the Wrecking Crew, and the Hood and Jigsaw all in one go. It's awesome. Number 8. Dark Knight. Batman The Dark Knight Returns came to us originally as a way to give Batman/Bruce Wayne a fitting end, and it's easily one of the greatest Batman stories out there, with Frank Miller art that was actually understandable and a great tale that wrapped up the character of Batman in a lovely bow. But then Frank Miller went and created 2 sequels, and the first of which is basically a fever dream of insanity, overly objectified blocky cartoon women, and just really odd visuals, while also taking the character of Superman and completely misunderstanding and disrespecting him. But I think the most egregious moment came when Superman and the third member of the Trinity, Wonder Woman, decided that they were going to hook up, right after Batman beat the absolute snot out of the Man of Steel. Wonder Woman comes in to find Superman completely beaten and ranting about how it's all over, and then, after punching him for being weak, I guess, they immediately just start making out, and then they fly up into the stratosphere and begin going at it mid-air. Then they slam into the ground, causing volcanic eruptions and earthquakes and tsunamis and hurricane-level winds, all for Wonder Woman to say that Superman had moved the Earth for her. Wow, so cute. So poetic. And then she exclaims that she is now pregnant, and they decide to go and get a bite to eat. It's really weird. It's really weird. Number 7. Mr. Mxyzptlk. The villain known as Mr. Mxyzptlk is both incredibly powerful, but he also doesn't really do anything that bad. He's usually just a big old nuisance for Superman. In Superman Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow though, a whole bunch of Superman's villains all make their play on the Man of Steel at the same time. And when their threat is obviously ended by Superman, he is still left wondering why these villains all came together and who organized them. It's then that he realizes the only villain that wasn't amongst them was the fifth dimensional imp, Mr. Mxyzptlk. Mr. Mxyzptlk reveals himself and then goes on and on about how, being immortal, he gets really bored. Because of that, he spent the first 2,000 years just floating around doing nothing, then 2,000 years doing good deeds and being nice to people, and then he spent about 2 years being a mischievous little imp, and now he's deciding to go and start being evil. And his first evil act to kick off the next 2 millennia will be taking out Superman himself. Now Mr. Mix reveals his horrendous true form and goes on to attack Superman. But Superman grabbed the Phantom Zone projector, and as he used it on the villain, Mr. Mix simultaneously spoke his name backwards to try and escape back to the 5th dimension. With both of those things happening at the same time, Mxyzptlk was very literally torn in half completely between both the Phantom Zone and the 5th dimension. And apparently, Superman did this completely on purpose before he went to go sulk about it. Number 6, Dinosaurus. The Viltrumites from the Invincible comic series are a race of near invulnerable, incredibly strong, world-conquering aliens, but none among them stands as strong, as invulnerable as Grand Regent Thrag. Battle-hardened over thousands of years, only the most powerful characters can even hope to stand one-on-one against this powerhouse. And David Anders, the villain known as Dinosaurus, is not one of those guys. While Dinosaurus is very, very strong, it's more so his intelligence that is his greatest weapon. Dinosaurus allied himself with Invincible around issue number 90 of the comic, and in an attempt on Mark's life by Thrag, Dinosaurus comes to Invincible's aid, which he had to know would not go well. Dinosaurus attacks Thrag, but his claws shatter like glass on Thrag's invulnerable skin. Thrag then proceeds to pummel Mr. Anders, only stopping when he was distracted by an explosion. This brief moment of pause gave Dinosaurus the chance to chomp down on the Grand Regent's head. Fortunately though, just like his claws, Dino's teeth also completely shatter, not even leaving a scratch on Thrag, which gives Thrag the chance to first mock the guy, but then break his jaw and leave him to think about his mistake. Number 5, Blockbuster. Blockbuster may be a relatively unknown villain to some, and that may be due to the fact that he was primarily a Nightwing villain operating in Bloodhaven, and he mainly only ever showed up in Nightwing's own series, which is actually really good, if not extremely underrated. In a tragic series of events, Blockbuster's mother passed away, and Blockbuster blamed this on Nightwing. He set out on a campaign to ruin the hero's life, attempting to take away anything and anyone that mattered to Dick Grayson instead of trying to hurt Nightwing physically himself. When Nightwing was at his absolute lowest in Nightwing number 93 from 2004, after a slog of a fight that moved out onto a fire escape, Nightwing had Blockbuster on the ropes when the new vigilante and Nightwing's sort of not really girlfriend, Tarantula, showed up ready to bring Blockbuster to an end. In a move I and a lot of people just did not see coming, Nightwing leaves his morals at the door, realizing Blockbuster will never stop, and he steps aside to allow Tarantula to actually end the villain's life. Number 4, Lex Luthor. There have been a few times where Superman loses his powers. The one I want to talk about here is from All-Star Superman Volume 1, number 12. Clark Kent had lost his powers, and thanks to a serum, Lex Luthor had gained those powers. Now after Lex makes threats against the Daily Planet staff, Clark shoots Lex with a gravity gun. While it made him fall from the sky, Lex doesn't realize the gravity gun is quickly draining his powers as well, and eventually it gives him supersensory input after he had defeated a weakened Superman in combat in front of the media. Once his powers drain away though, Lex goes to attack Superman in a fit of anger, and the recently beaten up depowered Superman is still no pushover as he takes out Lex with 2 non-superpowered punches to the face. This was in front of all the media Lex had just declared his dominion of Earth in front of too. Then, Superman literally saves the entire solar system. Very cool. Number 3, Doctor Doom. Marvel's Ultimate Universe is a mixed bag. We got a lot of really cool moments and fun stories and alternate looks at heroes that we love. Ultimate Spider-Man is one of the best Spider-Man runs of all time. But the Ultimate Universe also gave us some duds, some really weird questionable choices, and it gave us Ultimatum. There are tons of things we could talk about when it comes to brutal moments in this book, for heroes and villains alike. I've talked about the Ant-Man, Wasp, and Blob moment to death, and it still makes me cringe and gag. But another less talked about, extremely uncharacteristically brutal defeat from Ultimatum would be when the Thing ended the life of Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom had been the one to take the life of the Scarlet Witch, sending Magneto over the edge and starting Ultimatum in the first place. Doom indirectly caused a massive loss of life, including some members of the Fantastic Four. So, in revenge, Ben Grimm the Thing took a little trip to Latveria. He walks in Doom's front door, tanks a blast from Doom, scolds him a very tiny bit, and then he grabs his head in one rocky hand and crushes it like a can of crushed tomatoes, right in front of a captured Namor who can only watch on in horror. In at number 2 today, it's the Green Goblin. Now, look, the Green Goblin kind of deserves his brutal defeat, unless you look at Green Goblin as a sick man who really just needs some serious rehabilitation. That's also valid. But after the removal of Gwen Stacy's soul from our earthly plane, Spider-Man was unsurprisingly not happy, and he wanted revenge. In response, Gobby wanted to put Spider-Man 6 feet under. When the two fought in The Amazing Spider-Man issue 122, the fight was intense, with Goblin even insulting the value of Gwen Stacy's life. Peter naturally lost it and begins to pummel the Goblin. Now Peter comes to his senses, stopping himself from taking the Goblin's life and becoming no better than the Goblin himself. But Norman wasn't done with Spider-Man just yet. Using his remote-controlled glider, he attempts to fly it and its big pointy blades right into Spider-Man's back. But Spider-Man has his spider sense, and it saves him at the very last moment when he dodges the glider that flies straight into the Green Goblin's chest, ending him very suddenly. Now Norman does recover from this wound and returns years later, but at that time it was thought to be his true passing, and the worst part is that it didn't make Peter feel any better. Goblin's accidental passing didn't mean anything. It didn't make up for Gwen's own passing, and it just left Peter feeling hollow and empty. And finally, in at number 1 today, it's the Governor. For this point, I think I'm gonna do something rather unexpected and turn to Image Comics' The Walking Dead. There are so many good villains in this comic book series, and there are also way too many brutal moments. Sometimes the two clash and give us a very cathartic, if not utterly harrowing defeat of a villain. And in this case, his name is the Governor. Leading his own community called Woodbury, at first the Governor seems like a decent dude for about 5 minutes before he threatens to feed Rick, Glenn, and Michonne to the zombies. And then he cuts off Rick's hand. He ends up keeping the 3 captive and treats Michonne the worst of the bunch. When she finally escapes, she comes back for some serious revenge. Knocking the Governor unconscious, Michonne strips him to his skivvies, makes holes in his shoulders, does unspeakable things to his nether regions, places a spoon where the sun don't shine. She removes his left eye and his fingernails and frees him of his left arm. Now somehow, the Governor survives this, leading to an incredibly savage attack on the prison where our group of survivors are staying. During this attack, the Governor's own people turn on him for his ways, and that's the end of one of the first real human villains in the Walking Dead series.
Number 10, Superman vs. Batman. This fight doesn't even come from the main continuity, hailing instead from Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns continuity of Earth 31. But it was so brutal that it was still incorporated into the main continuity of the DCEU at the time. Batman at this point in his story in this alternate world in the comics is not only still without superpowers, but he was also retired. When he decides to return from retirement, Superman is tasked with taking him out, ordered to do so by the president. But Batman isn't prepared to go down without a fight, and a bloody, brutal, and desperate battle ensues between these two heroes. At the end of the story, we later find out Batman seemingly won in his own smart way, typical Batman. While Batman seemingly dies during the fight, we later learn at the funeral that he is still alive and well, and that Clark may have even been in on this plan the whole time. And friends, before we move on to our next spot on this list, if you love what we do here at Top 10 Nerd, and if you love it when we talk about brutal fights, be sure to check out our brutal playlist for even more content like this. Number 9, Batman vs. Green Lantern. For this point, we're not talking about Hal Jordan, but instead everyone's favorite Lantern, well, some people's favorite Lantern anyways, Guy Gardner. Guy Gardner is a Green Lantern Lantern who's been known to get on his teammates' nerves. At times, his cockiness is just too much for his fellow heroes, which seems to be the case here for Batman, who in his frustration referred to Gardner as a mongrel. Guy does not take kindly to this insult, and with tensions already having been built prior, he challenges Batman to a fight he is sure to lose considering he decides to remove his lantern ring to even the playing field. Batman accepts his challenge and knocks him out in one punch. Number 8. Bane vs. Batman. Probably one of the most famous fights in comic book history. In this fight, Batman is brutalized by Bane. Bane ends up escaping Arkham and decides to see how much havoc he can cause. When Batman ends up overwhelmed by the hordes of recently escaped criminals swarming the streets of Gotham, Bane takes this as an opportunity to strike. Run down and exhausted after 3 months of non-stop fighting with barely any time to rest, Batman is easily defeated by the villain, who famously breaks Batman's back over his knee. Though really the most impressive and brutal feat was honestly getting Batman to such a fragile point, which is not easy to do. Batman would recover from this and ultimately return, but it would take him quite some time to heal. In the interim, he'd be forced to call on someone to replace him, ultimately choosing Jean-Paul Valley's Azrael.
Number 7. Sins Past. Look, I hate talking about this as much as you hate hearing about it, but Marvel did it and I don't think we should forget that. The passing of Gwen Stacy at the hands of the Green Goblin is one of the defining moments in Peter Parker's life, and it cemented Green Goblin as one of Peter's most ruthless foes. Then, Marvel and J. Michael Straczynski gave us the Sins Past Spider-Man story arc, and specifically, Amazing Spider-Man Volume 1, number 512. 2 twin assassins show up in New York on the trail of the Whipslinger, and to cut to the chase, these twins were actually the secret children of Gwen Stacy and Norman Osborn from when they had an affair, and their birth was suddenly revealed as the whole reason that Norman even took out Gwen in the first place. But the question is, how are these twins around the same age as Peter? Apparently, it's because of Norman's enhanced blood, which caused them to age quicker than normal. Basically, Marvel decided that ruining the image of Gwen Stacy and slightly devaluing her passing was worth it to create an extremely overcomplicated arc that goes nowhere and adds nothing but ickiness to the Spider-Man continuity, and then it got retconned. Number 6. Marriage. The wedding of Batman and Catwoman was a big deal. It was teased at and built up for a long time. Fans were genuinely excited to see it happen and to see what would come next after the fact. A kid of Selina Kyle and Bruce Wayne would be awesome. At least it would be awesome, but sadly, the wedding that was so coveted never came to be. Batman issue 50 came and went, and following suit, so did Catwoman. She came and went from Bruce, literally leaving the groom at the altar. Batman was marrying Catwoman so he could actually be happy, and after some convincing words from criminals like the Joker and her friend Holly, Catwoman believed that if Bruce Wayne was happy, then Batman couldn't be Batman. Which, 1, that's just depressing, but 2, both the Joker and Holly, alongside Riddler, Gotham Girl, Flashpoint, Thomas Wayne, Batman, and other villains, were actually working for Bane, who was manipulating events in order to break Batman emotionally and give rise to the City of Bane event. It certainly sent Batman down a path of absolute despair. He became much more drastic with his fighting of criminals, particularly an innocent Mr. Freeze, and he even donned a less advanced version of his Batsuit that he would just take more of a beating. It's just sad. Number 5. Spider-Man's black suit. Spider-Man's red and blue classic suit is extremely iconic, and I don't think anyone thinks that it's bad. The Sam Raimi version of that suit is beautiful, but the black spider suit that appeared in Secret Wars? Whew, that suit was something else. If you tell me that you don't like this one, 1, you are a liar, and 2, we cannot be friends. This suit was actually designed by a guy called Randy Schuler for a contest that Marvel had, and they paid him $220 for it. $220 for one of the most fan-beloved Spider-Man suits of all time. $220 for what would eventually become one of Spider-Man's greatest villains and eventually one of Marvel's most popular anti-heroes, Venom. It's the best investment that they ever made. The black symbiote suit was so great and so popular that Marvel even came up with excuses for Peter later to get a regular cloth version of the suit made by his girlfriend, Black Cat. That was not a brain-consuming symbiote and just had the benefit of stealth, intimidation, and looking sexy. And at number 4 today is Bealia. Black Adam does not give a damn. The only things he has shown to care about are himself, his family, and his country. He has ripped someone in half as a warning to not mess with Kahndaq, which is his country. He has obliterated Psycho Pirate's face for manipulating his own mind, and he took on almost the entire superhuman community in the World War III event. But the whole catalyst for that last one was because he completely decimated the entire innocent population of the country of Bealia. The science squad of Oolong Island, it's a weird name I know, created the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse for the express purpose of wiping out the Black Marvel family. Now after the passing of Isis and Osiris, Black Adam's direct family, he hunted the 4 Horsemen of Apocalypse to take revenge. This brought him to the country of Bealia. Now when he couldn't find the Horsemen, his rage and frustration got the better of him and he essentially attacked the whole frickin' country. Adam's rampage ended countless innocent people's existences. It was easily his most terrible act as they had done absolutely nothing wrong and he was just blinded by cold hard rage. Number 3. Mar-Vell. Mar-Vell of the Kree was Marvel Comics' original Captain Marvel, and he was also the first Marvel superhero to permanently pass away when he succumbed to cancer in 1982's The Death of Captain Marvel. That was a huge moment in comic book lore, and he remains to be one of the only heroes to have passed away and not get resurrected. The character has reappeared as visions or in flashbacks and obviously in alternate realities, but he never came back really. One of the coolest and most unexpected ways he did reappear, however, was in the alternate universe which became known as the Cancerverse. It's just a really cool and creative idea. Basically, on his infamous deathbed, the Many-Angled Ones contact and corrupt the dying Mar-Vell, granting him new powers which he used to transmute the other heroes, and with Mar-Vell as their lord, they completely took down the Avatar of Death, which in turn completely destroyed Death itself, stopping people from ever actually passing away. This, in turn, allowed the Many-Angled Ones to invade this reality, and it became a nightmare. Number 2. Invincible Ultimatum. David Anders, aka Dinosaurus, appearing in the Invincible comic book series, is an interesting villain. While he does incredibly evil things, he is genuinely trying to save the world and the human race from climate change and the fact that we are destroying our own planet and resources. Following in the logic of the needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few, he has done some truly awful things, like destroying the entirety of Las Vegas. But still, Invincible saw the good in this villain, somehow, and he decided to team up with him anyways. Unfortunately, that was a mistake. From Invincible issue 98 to 100, we got an event called The Death of Everyone. Mark had been affected by the Scourge virus and had temporarily lost his powers. Because of this, Dinosaurus took things into his own hands, distracting Invincible and the other heroes with devices in Los Angeles that caused earthquakes. Meanwhile, his real plan was to detonate devices all over Greenland, melting ice and leading to a massive rise in sea level, wiping out thousands of people living in the world's coastal cities. This leads to a massive fight between Mark and Dinosaurus, during the climax of which Dino completely ends Mark by squishing his head till it pops. Now it turns out the person who Dinosaurus squished and ripped apart was actually a very convincing clone that he swapped out for Invincible mid-fight to make the world think that Mark was hard deleted from life. And finally, in at number 1 today is Marvel vs. DC. Marvel Comics and DC Comics have for a long time been the 2 biggest comic book companies that we have, but the 90s were a rough time for comics. To help fight abysmal sales, the 2 companies staged a crossover. When 2 entities known as the Brothers, the embodiments of both the Marvel and DC multiverses, remembered each other's existence due to some multiversal and reality-based tomfoolery, they pitted combatants from their respective realities together to decide who was better and who should be destroyed. This gave us the 1996 series called simply DC vs. Marvel. Heroes and villains across both universes ended up facing off. Storm faced off against Wonder Woman, Superman fought the Hulk, and for whatever reason, Robin faced off against the X-Men Jubilee. I don't know. DC vs. Marvel was shameless fan service, and no one cared because it was awesome. Sure, it wasn't particularly that well written or drawn, but whatever. forever. As a solution to the conflict, the Living Tribunal from Marvel and the Spectre from DC joined forces and combined the two universes together, creating the Amalgam Universe. A universe that had its own unique history and was a combination of both DC and Marvel with mashed together characters like Darkclaw. A crossover like this hadn't happened before, and it probably won't ever happen again, but I for one am just glad that it happened at all.
Number 10. Punisher versus a criminal. This is going to be an interesting one to try and describe. This devastating beatdown comes from Punisher Max issue number 28. If you don't know Punisher Max and you like brutal moments and storytelling, this might be a series for you to check out. In issue number 28 of the series, before he gets to the head of a criminal operation that he's in the process of stopping, Frank deals with the son of the operation's head, Christu, attempting to get information from him on his father, Tiberiu, and their associate, Vera. He attempts to get him to talk by seemingly numbing him and then using his organs as basically decor for a tree. We don't know of Christu's fate, but I can't imagine it ended well for him, knowing how Frank usually deals with criminals. Although he did promise that if Christu gave him the information he was looking for, he'd actually be okay, and Frank would use his medic training and knowledge to save his life. Though I personally wouldn't trust that knowledge myself if it was Frank Castle and he did that to me.
Next on the list is the Hulk versus the Sentry. Okay, this is one of the craziest throwdowns in Marvel history. This one takes place in World War Hulk number 5. So picture this, the Hulk, fueled by rage, obviously, returns to Earth ready to serve some serious payback to those who banished him from the planet. On the flip side, we've got the Sentry, this hero who's holding back because he's terrified of the enormous power he wields. Basically like the Marvel equivalent of Superman here. When these two finally face off, it was like fireworks on the 4th of July. Explosions, chaos, destruction everywhere. The Sentry unleashed his powers, sending the Hulk flying through buildings like they were made of cardboard. But you know the Hulk, he's tough as nails, so he took these hits and dished them right back like a titanic game of ping pong. Now what's mind-boggling here is the sheer power they both brought to the table. They clashed so hard that their energies actually canceled each other out, reverting them both back to their normal human forms. But in the final moments, it was the Hulk who landed the knockout blow on the Sentry. Now even after this fight, the Hulk, still seething with anger, almost tore New York apart just by taking a step. That's how crazy powerful he was, even after tangling with Sentry, so it's kind of safe to say that the Hulk technically won the battle, but man, the strength here on display was off the charts. If you're enjoying this video so far, please support the channel by pressing like, subscribing to Top 10 Nerd, and ringing that notification bell.
Number 8. Uranos versus Magneto. During an X-Men Red tie-in issue for the AXE Judgment Day event, in a fight that lasted barely a page and a half, Uranos completely, and I mean completely, destroys Magneto. And I really do mean literally destroys him. And never mind Magneto, although that brief battle is something to behold, Uranos completely wrecks most of planet Arakko too. Well, him and his army, but I mean, still, wrecking a whole planet, that's insane. Well, Magneto would later on get some sweet revenge on Uranos. In the first fight the two have here, Uranos manages to wrench Magneto's heart from his body, seemingly killing him. However, we later learn, of course, that Magneto manages to stay alive to fight another day by, get this, literally controlling the metal in his blood. What? Controlling its flow throughout his body, even without a heart. Basically using the iron in his blood to pump the blood throughout his body. That's what? That's crazy. Number 7. Dream versus Karanzan. One of my favorite fights I have ever read in any book, comic or otherwise, happens of course in the Sandman series. This fight happens during the first main arc in the Sandman comic series, when Dream is tasked with reclaiming his symbols of office. In order to get back his helm in the comics, he must journey to Hell to battle and defeat the demon currently in possession of it, one of Beelzebub's, a demon named Karanzan. This battle is described as being the oldest game, that of basically imagining. One can lose through hesitation, inability to take up a solid defensive stance, or lack of imagination. Karanzan conjures up the anti-life in the hopes of finally beating Dream after a long fight. Initially badly beaten by Karanzan's move, Dream does end up winning in the end, proving himself the epitome of imagination, as what else are dreams really, by conjuring up the concept of hope. Number 6. Batman and Robin versus Green Lantern. Oh boy, what can I say about this one? Well, it comes from Frank Miller's All-Star star Batman and Robin, so I think you can imagine how it goes. I will say Frank Miller is like the king of brutal fights, I would say, in comics. Yeah, all-star Batman and Robin is honestly, it's an experience. If you want to check it out, all the power to you. In issue number 9, Green Lantern comes to try and tell Batman he's taken things too far, warning him that he's putting people in danger and imploring him to please stop. Seemingly, Hal's house call is triggered specifically by the fact that he's accusing Batman of kidnapping Dick Grayson, who he does not know but suspects is Batman's sidekick, Robin. Batman doesn't want to hear it and blatantly denies Hal's accusations, even though, as we know, they are true. As we can see from the beginning of the issue, Batman has also been preparing for Hal's arrival and for this specific confrontation by painting everything yellow. Needless to say, it doesn't go well for Hal. Number 5. Bane vs. Alfred. What could possibly be worse than the loss of Batman's parents when he was young? How about the loss of his confidant, his butler, and the person who, for longer even than his own parents, has honestly been a parental figure to him, Alfred? I don't think it gets much more brutal than this. While the death of Batman's parents is obviously very tragic, Alfred was there to help pick up the pieces afterwards and in essence helped to raise the boy even before his parents passed. He was probably one of the closest people to Batman. Alfred was shockingly killed by Bane after being kidnapped by the villain. When Damian Wayne didn't take Bane's threat seriously and set out to save Alfred, Bane responded in kind by ending Alfred's life. Not only is this brutal for Alfred, obviously, but this was all part of Bane's greater plan to basically break Batman again, but this time psychologically. Number 4. Joker vs. Batman. Not just any Joker either for this point. We're talking about Emperor Joker. This is an extremely powerful version of the Joker if you aren't familiar with him. He basically gets 99.99% of Mr. Mixia's Pitilix power after tricking him out of it. Mr. Mixia was going to give Joker only 1%, but as I said, he was tricked out of basically almost all of his power instead, which is, I imagine, what would happen if you're trying to make a deal with the Joker. The Joker uses his newfound power to do a bunch of brutal things, one of which is tormenting Batman on a daily basis before killing him each and every day, only to resurrect him, bringing Batman back so he could of course do it all again. This was so traumatic for Batman that eventually when Superman does manage to use Batman's existence to basically defeat the Joker, restoring the world to normal, Superman is forced to take Batman's memories of the daily torment actually from his mind. Otherwise, Batman would actually have been unable to operate as a hero because this experience literally breaks him. Number 3. Superman vs. Lois Lane. This one really is a brutal beatdown, and it's not one that's intentional, FYI. It's hard to read and honestly helps to justify most of Superman's actions, at least at the start of the Injustice Elseworld story. At the start of Injustice, Joker and Harley Quinn end up manipulating Superman into basically killing Lois, by making him think he's fighting Doomsday. In doing so, they not only have Lois killed, but also her and Superman's future offspring, and all of Metropolis gets blown up too. Unsurprisingly, Superman does not take this very well and ultimately becomes corrupted by the pain of all this loss. Number 2. Damian Wayne vs. Damian Wayne. Batman has lost a lot of Robins over the years and a lot of adopted sons, but Damian Wayne is his biological heir, the son of Bruce Wayne and Talia al Ghul. He was raised by Talia and the League of Assassins without Batman even really knowing of his existence until years later when Talia just dropped him off on Bruce's doorstep. Initially, the two did not get along very well. Damian insisted on killing their enemies as he'd been trained to do his whole life. But eventually, he did come around and began to see the value in his father's approach to fighting crime, respecting it and even honestly admiring it. Just as their relationship began to evolve into something more resembling a true father-son connection, Damian was tragically killed by the Heretic, a death that Batman can't even bring himself to avenge when he realizes that the Heretic is Damian's clone. Number 1. Mera vs. Aquaman. Mera and Aquaman are often presented as being romantic partners and sometimes as a crime-fighting Atlantean duo as well. However, this doesn't mean they never fight, especially when things get really comic booky. And during the Blackest Night, things did get really comic booky and they actually had some really good reason to fight. At that time, Aquaman had been possessed by the Black Lanterns, joining their forces, and Mera was driven into a rage by the death of last standing family member Tempest, causing her to become a Red Lantern. One of the coolest bits of character development for her, which allowed Mara to really tap into, I would say, years of bubbling rage. Talk about a woman and her power. During one page in Green Lantern issue number 50 from the 2005 volume of the series, Mara takes on the deceased Aquaman, and when he attempts to emotionally manipulate her to basically win her over, trying to distract her from her rage by attempting to bond with her over the loss of their son, ultimately it fails. Mara frightens him off masterfully by responding, "I've never wanted children," before seemingly defeating both of the undead that are confronting her here with her liquid napalm blood.
Starting us off today is a little guy who goes by the name Dr. Psycho. Now, Wonder Woman, being a warrior-bound Amazon, sometimes daughter of Zeus, is one tough lady, and as you'd expect, a good chunk of her opponents are equally, if not more, physically intimidating and pack one heck of a punch. And then there's Dr. Psycho. Dr. Psycho is not physically intimidating at all. He is 3'9" with no kind of super strength. But what Dr. Psycho lacks in physicality, he makes up for in being absolutely psychotic, but also one of the strongest telepaths on the planet. Psycho can match up to Martian Manhunter in terms of his telepathic prowess, and can control multiple different minds with his powers at the same time. On top of that, he is just so incredibly sadistic. When combined with that absolute power, he can cause a bad day for even someone as capable as Wonder Woman. And before we move on, I'm curious, who are your favorite underappreciated villains in not just comics but in any form of media? Let me know down in the comments below. But next up on the docket for today is Lord Deathman. The Japanese crime boss known as Lord Deathman has battled Batman both in American comics and in Japanese manga, using his powers to seemingly overcome death itself, able to rise from the grave no matter what his injuries are. In his first appearance in Batman 180 in May 1966, he passed away 3 times using a yogi technique to appear passed away before the final conflict, which saw him actually get struck by lightning and go on to the pearly gates. But since then, he has actually gained the real power to come back from the grave, but at the cost of having a bare bones skull for a head. His regenerative abilities are so powerful that his fluids are used to create the infamous Lazarus pits that Ra's al Ghul uses to stay young and immortal. One of the first ways Batman defeated Lord Deathman with his new powers is honestly a little out of character for the Crusader. He threw Lord Deathman off of a building into the path of an armored car, which took the criminal down just long enough for Catwoman to lock him in a safe, and then he was shot out into space, and he still somehow came back. Next up is Rogal Zar. Rogal Zar is basically an alien warlord who was actually created by the papa of Superman, Jor-El. Rogal was responsible for destroying Krypton along with Empress Gandello of the Trillium Collective. He went on to later invade the Fortress of Solitude, and he destroyed the shrunken Kryptonian city of Kandor. Now, following a series of battles with Superman and Supergirl, the pair were only able to come out on top when the Girl of Steel used a Phantom Zone projector to send Zar to the Phantom Zone. Now, all of that is pretty impressive, but what really sold a lot of people on his actual raw power was later on, when Rogal escaped from the Phantom Zone, leading an army of criminals, including General Zod, who then turned on him. He did battle with Superman, Supergirl, General Zod, John Kent, and even Crypto the dog, all at the same time, until the Thanagarians showed up and put Zar in permanent stasis. Clifford Smeck was a participant in a government experiment which caused him to tap into the quantum field, which allowed him to then manipulate dark matter. Now, we have no idea what that really means because we don't even really know what dark matter is, but in DC Comics, the dark matter in Major Force's body allows him to do incredible things like absorb energy, fly, regenerate, and even create light constructs like a Green Lantern can. Another side effect of all this concentrated energy inside of him means that he will go off like a nuclear boom boom if he is cut. That on its own is a huge power boost, simply because now, as a result, most superheroes can't even risk fighting Major Force, just in case they cut him. But then, on top of that, even if he does go off, ripping apart his own body on an atomic level, the dark matter that he controls will just put Major Force back together again. And that's not even everything. Not only is Major Force a physical threat, but he is also, just to top it off, a psychological genius. Simply by talking to the Green Lantern Kyle Rayner, Major Force convinced the superhero to give up his own power ring, the source of his power, and one of the most dangerous things in the universe. Prometheus is going to be up next on our list today, and heroes and villains with no powers always seem to be some of the most powerful. It's kind of strange. Prometheus, after seeing his criminal parents pass away at the hands of the police, he vows a vendetta on any form of justice, a vendetta that would push him to be able to defeat the entire Justice League single-handedly. He shot the Martian Manhunter with a dart that turned his powers against him and set him on fire. He infected Steel's armor with a computer virus which commanded the suit to damage the Watchtower. He hypnotized the Huntress into unconsciousness, attacked Green Lantern with a neural chaff that rendered his ring useless. He trapped the angel Zariel in limbo, tricked the Flash into believing that he had planted motion-sensitive devices that would just go off if the Flash used his powers, and he defeated Batman in hand-to-hand combat, which is nuts. His origin is very similar to Batman's. After his parents were dispatched from the mortal plane, he would travel the globe training and becoming the ultimate combat machine. But he also attended all the top universities, learning as much as he could. He eventually set up a base in the Ghost Zone, and from here he built an armor that could download information on any opponent's fighting style, and reminiscent of Taskmaster's ability from Marvel Comics. He is kind of crazy capable, but his vendetta on any kind of justice, plus his Batman likeness, just kind of makes him a little weird to me. Now, following the Civil War event, which we just talked about before, Tony Stark became the head of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he got one of the worst calamities to deal with in the form of Secret Invasion, where it was revealed that the shape-shifting aliens known as the Skrulls had basically infiltrated the Earth, with many of the world's heroes actually being Skrulls in disguise. At the end of that event, Norman Osborn was the one to actually save the day, and he made Tony Stark look so bad that Norman was actually given control of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. But he made some big changes. Norman took the villains Daken, Venom, Moonstone, and Bullseye and repackaged them as Wolverine, Spider-Man, Ms. Marvel, and Hawkeye. Joining them up with heroes Ares, the Sentry, and Novar, Osborn himself donned Stark Tech armor to become the Iron Patriot, and this team became known as the Dark Avengers to fans. Villains taking over as the world's premier superhero team went just about as well as you'd expect it to. Now, normally it's the Avengers who are going on the offensive in order to defeat the villains, but in Avengers Under Siege, it was the Avengers who took the beating. Determined to destroy the team who he believed had taken out his father, Baron Zemo II created a new version of the Masters of Evil, and under his leadership, this team of villains took down the Avengers with a quickness. They blitzed the heroes, taking their base of operations from them, and they put a few of the Avengers in the hospital, with Hercules, Captain America, and even their butler Jarvis being really badly injured. Not to mention the damage that they did to civilians along the way. The Masters of Evil took way too much pleasure in their job, and they were very effective. The Avengers were left without a home, beaten and demoralized. Now obviously things changed and the villains were eventually defeated, but we the fans hadn't seen the Avengers this badly beaten up until this point. The Avengers assemble. It's their thing. So naturally, when they're disassembled, it's not a good time. And it's mainly thanks to the Scarlet Witch. Wanda and the Wasp were just kind of chilling by the pool when Wasp decided to mention Wanda's kids. The only problem is that the existence of her children had actually been wiped from her mind, and when Wasp brought it up, it brought all those memories back, and Wanda absolutely lost it. Several things happened next, with none of the Avengers even knowing the cause. For starters, Scott Lang, Ant-Man, lost his life when a previously deceased Jack of Hearts showed up and just detonated. While the heroes were trying to figure out what even just happened, Vision showed up saying that he was not in control of himself and that he is sorry, as he also began to detonate, and then Jennifer Walters, She-Hulk, began to get uncharacteristically raged and tore Vision in half. Next, we saw Tony Stark at the UN conference randomly start to act as though he was incredibly drunk, even though he hadn't had a single drink, and he verbally accosted the Latvian ambassador and threatened him, and then a whole invasion by the Kree just randomly came out of nowhere, resulting in the passing of Hawkeye, and then the Kree just randomly left as quickly as they showed up. All of that was actually Wanda Maximoff using her reality warping magic. It almost led to the superhero community deciding to put Wanda into the afterlife, and it led directly to the House of M story. Now, while some brutal Avengers moments take place on a universal scale, some are much more personal, and the court-martial of Yellowjacket is exactly that. Hank Pym is a founding member of the Avengers, but his legacy took a very drastic turn, and surprisingly, it wasn't because he was the one who created Ultron. Hank had a bit of a mental breakdown, and he ended up going by the name of Yellow Jacket, and that's fine. Call yourself whatever you want. But if you strike your wife, then no one is going to respect you, and that's exactly what happened. When Hank hit Janet Van Dyne, it basically became the defining moment for his character, and there was no way he could come back. But then he made it even worse. Pym essentially orchestrated a robot attack on the Avengers, and he figured that if he destroyed the robot, he could earn back the Avengers' respect. After Janet Van Dyne defeated the robot herself, Pym was kicked out of the team and his marriage ended pretty soon after that. But finally, in at number 1 today, with a title like Marvel Ruins, you can imagine it's not all sunshine and rainbows, and it really wasn't. This is a story taking place in an alternate comic book universe where literally everything that could go possibly wrong does go wrong. It's honestly best to just list off some of the events, then get specific here. The Fantastic Four's spacecraft crashed into the Earth, and Ben Grimm was left with survivor's guilt, because he was the only one who survived. The Incredible Hulk is not so incredible in this universe, and the gamma radiation that he experienced left him as a hulking mass of tumors and deformity, and it's horrifying. Thanks to the radioactive spider, Spider-Man did not gain the abilities of a spider, but he instead developed an incredibly brutal mutant virus that left him with a terrible skin rash and had him captured and quarantined by the government. The Scarlet Witch in this universe betrayed the Avengers to the government, leading to the Quinjet being blown up with all of them inside. Nick Fury was introduced to the idea of eating other people by Captain America of all people, and Johnny Blaze just sets himself on fire as a stunt and does not survive. Even Magneto goes off the deep end here, with his powers going out of control in an airport, destroying literally everything. The whole story just leaves you wondering what you're supposed to do with your life now. It's very, very, very bad.
Speaking of which, let's start with Old Man Logan. The Hulk and Wolverine have had one of the oddest rivalries. It all started when the Wolverine was introduced in the Hulk comics, in the Incredible Hulk issue number 181, and they've had many rematches over the years, with some of the most notable appearing in What If, Volume 2, number 50, Ultimate Wolverine vs. Hulk, World War Hulk, X-Men, Savage Wolverine number 5, and the Incredible Hulk number 340. But their nastiest bout was definitely in Old Man Logan. Following a huge conflict where the villains managed to band together and wipe out almost all the heroes, a pretty sinister Bruce Banner took over a section of California with his inbred kids, the Hulk Gang. In the last few issues of that story, in revenge for the Hulk wiping out his family, Wolverine went on the warpath and eradicated most of the gang. Banner hulked out into this 30-foot tall nasty Hulk and ate Wolverine alive, only for Wolverine to reform inside his stomach and cut his way out. This wasn't the end of the Hulk though, and Old Man Logan would face not only the Hulk again, but even his smarter, devious counterpart, the Maestro. Speaking of Maestro, that brings me to my next memorable moment. For any of you who might not know, Maestro is a version of the Hulk that came to us in the Future Imperfect storyline. Taking place in an alternate universe, thanks to a nuclear conflict that wiped out almost all the superheroes and most of humanity, the Hulk actually thrived. He began absorbing all this radiation from the conflict, making the strongest, smartest version of the Hulk that had been seen up until that point. Maestro Hulk took control of the remnants of New York, called Dystopia, and he ruled it with an iron fist. Future Imperfect essentially gave us our regular 616 Professor Hulk, traveling to this alternate future and facing the Maestro version of himself. Maestro completely pummeled the living snot out of Professor Hulk, eventually snapping his neck, and then villain monologuing at him the whole time. Professor Hulk only won when he brought Maestro back in time to when the Gamma Bomb first went off, and he let Maestro succumb to the blast. As you do. When fights between Wolverine and Maestro were pretty brutal, another character who often fights the Hulk would be Hyperion. These two absolute powerhouses have also faced off a bunch of times, but if we're looking for brutality here, I shall turn your attention to Heroes Reborn number 2 by Jason Aaron. This story found a new Hyperion, who had just wiped out Galactus by flying straight through his head, fought off against versions of Gladiator and the Imperial Guard, Mr. Beyonder, and a giant version of Ultron. But the last thing he needed to do was stop the Hulk. Hyperion finds him trying to tell a group of kids about how he's not crazy, how history has changed, and how he's sad, which makes it almost upsetting after the Hulk gets his hands on Hyperion's throat. Hyperion invokes an executive order and uses his laser eyes to blow holes into the Hulk, taking his life until he finally stops getting back up. Let's move on to Emil Blonsky, who has been an enemy of the Incredible Hulk for a long time. So it doesn't come as a surprise that he's also taken some of the most brutal beatings that the Hulk has dished out. Granted, I'm not gonna say he doesn't deserve them. In Incredible Hulk issue 54 from 2004, Emil makes the small small mistake during a massive scuffle of reminding Bruce/Hulk how he ended Betty Ross's life with his irradiated blood and asking if the Hulk ever thinks about that. And to that I say, my guy, what the heck are you thinking? To the shock and surprise of nobody, this throws Hulk into a fit of rage, double-fisting Abomination into the sky and absolutely pummeling him, with one panel showing the Hulk punching Abomination so hard his fist looks like it completely implodes the villain's face, with chunks flying off. And then he throws Abomination into a helicopter. You know, just cuz. Just so we're aware, Abomination isn't a pushover. He regularly throws punches with the Hulk, even beating him a couple of times. But Hulk put him down in a few pages, and all it took was a mistake of a few choice words. Think before you speak, folks. The end series chronicles the last days of various different characters in the Marvel Universe. For a lot of Doomsday type stories, it often ends in the Earth being destroyed in a nuclear war. But what remains after that? Well, basically the Hulk. That's it. That's all. Just the end of the world and the Hulk. As the only human left on planet Earth, Bruce Banner wanders the aftermath in an eternal struggle with himself, as in an eternal struggle with the Hulk. Basically, Bruce has seen the deaths of everybody he loved, everybody he cared about. There's nothing left in this world for him, and he just wants to pass on. But no matter what he does, the Hulk's not gonna let him. Hulk not only stops Banner from ending his own life, but the Hulk doesn't succumb to anything. Not even giant mutated cockroaches that essentially swarmed and devoured as much of the Hulk as they could. Bruce and Hulk have a huge internal falling out, but then Bruce has a heart attack that actually ends his life, or at least half his life. Because while the Hulk himself goes on to survive, now he realizes just how alone he really is.
Next up, we got Tattooed Man. Abel Tarrant was a sailor who discovered a strange chemical that could bring drawings to life. Now, realizing the potential this chemical had, he inked his entire body with it and became the supervillain Tattooed Man. While performing crimes, his ink actually comes to life to attack his enemies. Over the years, he has fought superheroes with tattoos of tigers, cars, ships, monsters, bears, fire, planes, and dinosaurs. He can even use a tattoo of wings to give himself the ability to fly. Tattoo Man has never been considered a super serious threat, but I think he should be, because he is only limited by his imagination. There is nothing stopping him from creating a tattoo of a nuclear boom boom or even a black hole. If he inked kryptonite onto his body, there's no reason that he couldn't take down Superman if he wanted to. Next up today is Dr. Sivana. It's almost ironic that some of the biggest and the strongest superheroes find their adversaries in the form of kind of creepy, somewhat old, bald men. Superman has Lex Luthor, who isn't old, but he is bald. And then for Shazam, he's got Dr. Sivana, who is indeed both old and bald. Sivana is not the kind of guy who's going to be engaging in a battle of fisticuffs, but that's fine because his strength is in the brain department. The villain doesn't have a ton of monumental feats, but one of his best comes to us in the Multiversity Thunderworld Adventures. In the opening pages of this comic, Sivana literally attacks the Rock of Eternity, which is the source of Shazam's powers and the home base for the wizard Shazam. This place has never ever been attacked for an eternity, and Sivana attacked it with a bigger Rock of Eternity, which is weird. He had his own Shazam-like team of superpowered children and his own multiversal duplicates helping him along. He manages to take the wizard Shazam prisoner and mine the rock for its own power, granting himself his own monstrous Shazam-like form, and it's crazy. Now, with a name like Psycho Pirate, it's easy to not take this villain too seriously, but Roger Hayden is quite the capable guy. Hayden wears a faceplate called the Medusa Mask, which can control the emotions of anyone nearby, and he staunchly believed that this was his ticket to riches and power. When heroes or the police try to stop his crime sprees, Psycho Pirate just uses his mask to overwhelm his opponents with shame, guilt, depression, or any other number of emotions. He can also make a person develop a phobia of anything he wants them to be afraid of. Like, in his debut issue, he made Dr. Fate, one of the most powerful magic users in DC Comics, develop cytophobia, aka the fear of food. And then he attacked Fate with a pizza. That's amazing! Psycho Pirate has played a huge part in some of the biggest DC comics ever, including Crisis on Infinite Earths and Infinite Crisis. If you needed more proof, Amanda Waller, the head of the Task Force X program, aka the Suicide Squad, has claimed that Psycho Pirate is one of the scariest beings in the universe, calling him, quote, a man who could make gods go mad, a man who could make the mad gods sane again. And in our second place today is Extant. Henry Hall, the brother of Donald Hall, aka Dove, started his comic book life as Hawk, being empowered alongside his brother by a Lord of Chaos and a Lord of Order who had fallen in love. Now Henry represented Chaos. Hawk and Dove together were vigilantes and were even part of the Teen Titans for a time. After the Crisis on Infinite Earths, however, in a dystopian near future that was home to a time-traveling hero called Wave Rider, Henry had become an oppressive tyrant named Monarch who ended up going back in time and fighting the modern day heroes before he was wiped out by the Henry of the present day. I hope you can follow that because it was kind of hard for me to follow when I read it. Present day Henry then took up the Monarch title and mantle in the modern day, becoming a villain. Now eventually, Monarch stole the time powers from Wave Rider and then allied himself with Parallax, aka the corrupted Hal Jordan, and he took on the new villain name of Extant. While he was the front for Parallax's scheme to recreate the multiverse using alternate timelines, he tried to alter time to give himself an entire army of superheroes and found himself battling all the greatest members of the JSA, and Extant tore through them all like they were a joke, and he even used his temporal powers to age up the members of the JSA that he didn't just straight up send to the afterlife. And lastly today, I think anyone who hasn't heard of this villain before would be forgiven. When you think of the most fearsome villains, specifically the villains of Captain Marvel, otherwise known as Shazam, you may not first think about the 7-inch long sentient worm from Venus known as Mr. Mind. This diabolically evil mind-controlling worm, after the events of Infinite Crisis, would cocoon himself and then emerge as a massive monstrosity capable of manipulating reality, consuming universes, and traveling through time and space. He was described as, quote, eating years and events from this universe's history, altering the Earth with every flap of his giant wings. It took a combined effort from Booster Gold, Supernova, and Skeets to defeat Mr. Mind by trapping him inside Skeets' shell, which was fortified by the Suspendium. Then, Booster Gold threw Skeets through time with the help of Supernova to the day that he was first discovered on Earth by Dr. Sivana, and then he's trapped in a time loop forever. So they didn't actually end him or defeat him, they just trapped him. This all-powerful, mind-controlling 7-inch long worm.
Invincible. What makes these fights stand out isn't just the brutality, but the emotional connection you have to these characters involved, which honestly makes them not just physically brutal, but honestly emotionally brutal as well. Take for example the fighting between Conquest and Invincible. Conquest arrived at a time when Mark was going through some pretty intense stuff, so he was ready to let go and punch something as hard as he could. However, this is Conquest we're talking about, so even when Adam Eve flew in to act as backup, this fight ended up becoming quite messy. Like many fights in Invincible, this one spanned multiple issues, being wrapped up in issue number 65 after coming to a very gruesome end in issue number 64. Speaking of gruesome, let's turn to something that is also very gruesome. Is it more gruesome? I guess in some parts it kind of is actually. We're talking about Walking Dead. Honestly, reading this fight just made my jaw literally drop. Now granted, I'm not as well versed in the Walking Dead series, so anytime I come to this comic and read a few issues, I'm always pretty much shocked by what I read here. It's a lot of a lot. And this instance of course was no different. In fact, it is probably a beatdown that'll stay with me for some time. In this fight, Rick takes on a group of marauders, unlike in the Walking Dead show where this group is actually more specific, a group we've become familiar with who are known as the Claimers. In the comic, they're just kind of like a random group, I believe, of awful survivors. In the comics, Rick also only has one hand at this point, so keep that in mind, having lost it to the governor. But even with him having both hands in the show at this point, they made the ending to this fight the same. And both endings are brutal. With Rick in a bind, his arms restricted at his sides, he's asked, "What are you going to do now?" He responds by biting the man's neck zombie style. Yeah. Also, I just love how so many of the images from the show and the comic in this fight, like when I went back to watch the scene, are like one for one from the panels. It's pretty awesome. Up next, Marco and Alana are the two main characters from the Saga series. At least, they are at the start. The series begins with them both in the middle of delivering their first child while also being hunted down for having said child together. And while they do get away initially, they eventually are hunted down by the military before they're able to safely leave the planet. As such, they're forced to fight and defend their new little family unit. Alana is a deserter who takes no issue with fighting back, but Marco actually swore to be a pacifist pacifist since his daughter was born, but something in him snaps when he sees his family in danger. He reverts to a version of himself probably not yet seen since his own time in the war, brutally fighting the attackers. Fortunately, Alana is able to rein him in and calm him down, reminding him of his pacifist oath. This next one is honestly one of the most surprising brutal beatdowns I have ever read. This one also comes from Saga. I love Saga, in case you didn't know. I'm not up to date on it by any means, but everything that I've read so far in this series I've been obsessed with, and I really do want to get up to date. I just need to read a lot of things. There's a lot of issues. It's just such a great series overall though, so it really is worth the time. If you haven't checked it out, I do highly recommend just getting even that first volume and giving it a read. It'll hook you. Just the first few issues should be enough to just blow your mind. This brutal beatdown is also from near the beginning of the story as well. The Will is a bounty hunter. He has also been given the contract to hunt down Alana and Marco, but kinda early on he decides he might give up on the contract. Feeling he's already been beaten, he decides to use his unlimited credit card that he has, that he was given for the job to basically entertain himself. But while pursuing this entertainment, he runs into a really bad guy. Now most characters in Saga are very grayscale when it comes to their alignment, both capable of good and bad deeds. The Will honestly included. He's kind of terrible, but also he's got some pros. But I think we can all agree that this guy, the one he's up against, is like the actual worst. He's very bad. Needless to say, the Will surprised me by making very quick work of him. Discombobulate, bringing it to a new level. I don't even know if you can show it, that's how brutal it is. But basically, it's giving him one of these, the head squeeze. Moving on, the Whispering War is something we saw happen in both the comics of Walking Dead and the show. The show depicted the war a bit differently from the comics. There it was more like a literal war with armies on each side, and one side hunting down and eradicating the other in the end to win.
While Bruce is naturally the core figure in his family tree, the roots of the Hulk's rage actually come from his father, Brian Banner. And without him, there really wouldn't be a Hulk. Now for this point, I'm not really talking about one specific moment, because the brutal part of this is the character of Brian Banner entirely. If there's a villain in the story, it's Brian. He physically and emotionally mistreated his wife Rebecca and their son. As seen in Incredible Hulk number 312 from 1968, Brian became deeply disturbed and obsessed with this idea that his radiation research had turned his son, Bruce, into a little monster. Brian was even responsible for the passing of Rebecca in front of Bruce, which led directly to the development of multiple personalities for Bruce, including the Hulk, which is essentially the personification of rage in a child who has been severely mistreated. Now if I were forced to pick one moment, it would be when Brian actually died, which appeared to be at the hands of Bruce himself in a graveyard, as one does. All of which happened in the Incredible Hulk issue 1, by the way. It's honestly incredibly tragic. Years later, during the Chaos War, Brian actually emerged on Earth as a fearsome Hulk of his own before he was defeated and returned to the afterlife. More recently, Brian made a lot of trouble in Immortal Hulk as a servant or incarnation of the One Below All. Near the end of the Planet Hulk storyline, the shuttle the Hulk was sent to Sakarin by the Illuminati at the beginning of the Planet Hulk storyline blows up, wiping out the Green Scar's wife and child. Hulk reaches a whole new level of anger, which is directed at those who sent him here, the Illuminati. So he headed to Earth with his Warsworn. He made a quick stop in the moon to defeat Black Bolt of the Inhumans, but when he got to Earth he headed to New York, giving the city a time limit to be evacuated. And when that time limit stopped, well, he defeated everyone who was left. Iron Man and the Hulkbuster, the Avengers and their tower, the US Army, the X-Men, Fantastic Four, Juggernaut, Doctor Strange, using the power of Zom. You know, one of the most powerful magical monsters in all of Marvel Comics, all while saving innocent bystanders. He then threw the Illuminati members he captured into the ring against each other, sparing them since he only really sought justice. He was eventually sorta defeated by the Sentry, who he fought until they both reverted back to their human forms, which is when Bruce Banner knocked Bob Reynolds right out. And then the comic version of Niek takes the life of Bruce's friend Rick, and the Hulk just goes absolutely ballistic, creating earthquakes with his footsteps and almost destroying the world. It would appear Tony Stark grew a little tired of getting beat up by the Hulk over the years. This basically came to a breaking point in the Immortal Hulk story when the Hulk faces off against the Avengers and Stark's pretty new Hulkbuster gets completely wrecked. This caused him to use what he referred to as the Big Gun, aka the Helios laser, a massive space laser laced with UV radiation that, when unleashed onto the Hulk during one of his rampages, completely fried the Hulk to dust. When Hulk woke up, since, you know, he's immortal in this story now, he could be terminated, so instead he found that he'd been sliced up with an adamantium razor and placed in a dozen different jars. He had his hand in one, his heart in another, his lungs on another shelf. It's pretty messed up, since the jar with his living head was basically forced to watch as a scientist dissected him further to study. Yeah. No thank you, hard pass. In 1995, Marvel released the Last Avengers story, and with a title like that, from 1995, you can imagine it's not exactly all sunshines and rainbows. And you'd be correct. Within the first few pages, the current Avengers of this alternate future and their base are completely wiped out by an absolutely massive explosion caused by Ultron 59. But that's not even the worst part. At some time in the past, this universe's version of the Incredible Hulk turned evil, thanks to an event that happened fighting alongside Thor, The Thing, and Hercules. The Hulk turned against his fellow Avengers, Wonder Man, Hawkeye, Mockingbird, and Tigra, who absolutely got it the worst. Tigra against the Hulk is not a fight you would normally expect, and this comic tells you why. Since in her attack against the Green Goliath, Hulk simply grabs her by her legs and arms and pulls her apart in a scene kind of like Sentry ripping apart Ares in the Siege event, but way scarier and more terrifying. Hawkeye and Mockingbird literally flee for their lives, while Wonder Man flew into a rage and he and the Hulk had a slugfest that ended with Wonder Man detonating and wiping both himself and the Hulk from existence. I know I've already mentioned one instance from the Immortal Hulk storyline that I felt was extremely nuts, but to be quite honest, the entire story is one big brutal collection. What's happening in some of the comic panels is almost hard to even decipher, as the legendary art is grabbing every inch of your attention, with horrifying body horror that I've never really seen in a comic before. There's nothing like this. Moments where he escaped from those jars he had been placed into, and his different displaced parts start merging together around this helpless scientist who basically gets consumed by the body of Hulk, or when the leader basically becomes a horrifying monster swallowing Brian Banner and ripping the Devil Hulk apart, or when Hulk rips his own face off, or when he mutates into a giant monster at the end of one particular timeline and destroys literally everything in existence, consuming the sentience of the universe. The whole Immortal Hulk run is just pure horror from start to finish, wrapped in an incredible Hulk wrapping paper.
Coming home to your secret cave and or manor, only to find Bane, a hulking behemoth of a man, waiting to greet you. That would be terrifying, and that is exactly what happens in Batman number 497. Bane had organized a prison breakout in a secret attempt, sort of, to exhaust the Batman, to wind him down and break him down. So now, when this worn down, caught off guard Batman watches as Bane pumps himself full of venom, the very thing that Bruce is also suffering withdrawals from, and is talking about how Bruce Wayne is just a mask, but a useless one, but his mask is very much useful, and then he's like, so you are familiar with venom, then you know what it can do. And he explains how his venom is way more potent, and then Batman gets a bit of a good speech, I'll give him that, it was pretty good, and he jumps into combat, and Bane's just nope, and he gives Batman an absolute thrashing. He's throwing Batman around and beating the tar out of the guy, and Batman is reliving all of his beatings up until this point, but they're nothing like this, and Alfred literally can't even handle it, and he goes crawling off to get the Bat family, and Batman is so exhausted that he can only try to dodge or just take the hits, but he goes to punch Bane, and it's nothing, and then Bane's you are already broken, and then Bane just wipes the floor, the ceilings, the walls with Bruce Wayne, breaks his back, and then he leaves him destroyed on the ground. It's sick, and it's sick and twisted, but it's awesome. Next up today, the Wolverine villain Cyber is, in my opinion, kind of underrated, but he's one of the only villains to actually terrify the mutant, with some adamantium-coated skin, toxic claws, and the power to track an individual's brain. Oh, and he's 9 feet tall and massive. In 1994's Wolverine number 79, Cyber is tracking down Wolverine in order to claim his adamantium bones, which he wants to then make a profit from. Unfortunately, at this time, Wolverine actually doesn't have the adamantium fused to his bones. So when the fight leads to him popping his bone claws, Cyber is a little bit disappointed. But instead of just walking away after this revelation, a cannon goes off nearby, and this gives Wolverine the opportunity to slash Cyber across the face. But as soon as the attack happens, Cyber catches Wolverine's fist, and in one stomp, he snaps Wolverine's claws in half. This event scarred Wolverine, but right after it, even made him question his ability as a hero without his adamantium. Marvel's Civil War number 2 is not the greatest, and it makes Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, to be someone who is just pretty unlikable. She just makes really weird decisions that get people hurt, badly. badly, like taking her ultimates, admittedly a pretty powerful team, to take on Thanos thanks to an inhuman precognitive telling her that he will be there. Thanos shows up looking for the cosmic cube, which isn't actually on Earth, and Carol's tactic of just hit him as hard as you can, as fast as you can, probably sounds good, but it's also not really a plan at all. Carol absorbs an energy blast, the Human Torch is able to hit him with some fire, She-Hulk gets to pin him down, giving Carol and Dazzler the chance to blast him, and War Machine gets to lay down some fire. Thanos, sure, he's a little bruised, but he is a-okay, because when the Inhuman Medusa tries to use her hair to bind Thanos, he grabs that hair and flings her straight into War Machine, who accidentally fires a missile at She-Hulk. Then, in the chaos following that explosion, Thanos springs on War Machine, punching him straight through the chest with his massive, Mad Titan purple grimace fist. Then, the Ultimates are able to hit Thanos hard enough to end the fight, but damn. Now listen nerds, I gotta be honest, I never realized how vicious the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles can actually be. Taking place in IDW's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles issue number 44, the Turtles got split up. Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Raph are on a mission to stop Krang from literally destroying all life on Earth using the Technodrome, leaving Donatello alone with his bow staff facing off against Bebop and Rocksteady, who were given orders to send Donnie to the grave. Now that bow staff gets maybe one hit in before Rocksteady uses a sledgehammer to send Donnie flying, and Bebop just snaps the staff in half over his knee. Even with some assistance from Metalhead, Donnie is still at a disadvantage, and as he tries to escape, he gets a TV chucked at him, and then he gets slapped across the face with a computer keyboard. Then the pair just go to town on the lone turtle before Rocksteady uses that sledgehammer to crack open Donnie's shell. It is brutal. Luckily though, they are called off before they can fully finish the job.
Moving right along, Urizen is basically one of the worst of the worst of the worst when it comes to Spawn comics. He's a powerful villain and a mortal god who was basically imprisoned on Earth by the combined forces of heaven and hell. Yeah, that's how bad he is. Heaven and hell were willing to work together to take him down. However, Urizen was eventually freed from his prison and escaped. This was a world-ending scenario, not just because of Urizen's own power, but because his being unleashed was part of a plan crafted by Malebolgia to spark Armageddon on Earth. When Spawn first fought Urizen, it didn't go well, to say the least, which is why when he returned empowered by the ruler of Greenworld, Gaia herself, Earth, the beatdown felt pretty cathartic. If Spawn versus Urizen was cathartic, this next point was heart-wrenching. One of the most heartfelt fights you probably weren't expecting is the one that happens between Throg or Thrag, I'm still not sure how we're gonna say that, I'm waiting to hear it, in the animated series, and Omni-Man. These two fought during issue 138 of Invincible in a rematch. After Throg had been banished, he created his own hybrid child army by teaming up with the Thraxans. He had a lot of kids while he was away, and when he returned, he sicked his offspring on Earth and took his own fight directly to Nolan. You might wonder how or why we'd ever feel bad for what happens to Omni-Man here if you're a fan of the animated series, but trust me when I say that Omni-Man is way more complex than you might otherwise think. Well, season 1, and I would say kinda still the first half of season 2, even paints him as a pretty antagonistic and kinda shady dude. There is definitely more to him than that. And at the end of the day, he's still Mark's dad. While the two have had their issues, Mark honestly does love him. Even when he's being a jerk, he loves him. Even when he's in denial, he does love him. And at this point in the comics, he was more redeemed than we've seen him before, which is why it was heartbreaking when we watched Nolan be brutally defeated by Throg, who not only put his fist through Nolan's chest, aiming for his heart, but then, when he missed, he just tore Nolan open. Terrible. Switching over to a different comic series with this next point, Spawn and Zera are opposites. While Spawn is one of the most powerful beings in hell, especially after Malebolgia is defeated, Zera is God's most prized warrior. She was an angel whom God granted immortality to so she can never die. At a time in Spawn when the war between heaven and hell was very dangerously present on Earth, these two meet up, and Spawn, basically being God tier at that time, makes quick work of Zera, slicing her in half. What's even more brutal is that Zera would survive this fight, but only as a disembodied head due to her immortality. Cause yeah, she can't die, which in that way kind of becomes a curse when you're just a head. Spawn might be brutal, but there is another series that I think of first when it comes to beatdowns. I talked about it at the beginning of the list, you know where I'm going. I wish I could limit how much I talk about Invincible, but truly it's challenging. I just love it so much. The series is just so good, and it honestly is some of the most brutal beatdowns in comic book history. So yeah, we're going back there again. I'm gonna talk about it again. This fight is now one that many know about thanks to the Invincible animated series. As Omni-Man's true motivations are revealed to Mark, the two come to blows, and while Invincible is reluctant to fight against his father, Omni-Man is less inclined to hold back, honestly. This fight was so brutal, it quickly became one of the most iconic and most memeable ones ever. Seriously, it's between Invincible and Omni-Man for me, and Anakin and Obi-Wan in terms of like equally memeable and memorable brutal fights. Both of those are very memeable, I think. Next up, this has to be one of the most brutal fights within Image and within, honestly, all of comics. It spanned 5 issues and multiple days, with the series popping back to just remind you each issue, yeah, that's still going on. Those two are still fighting. I can't even give you one issue to read because that simply just doesn't exist. As it unfolds, it gets more and more brutal and gruesome. This is mainly because this fight goes down between Throg and Battle Beast. These two fight because Battle Beast has decided to team up with the coalition of planets and is sent to defeat Throg. But what he's truly after is not necessarily to complete his mission, but to die a warrior's death here. He sees Throg as his equal or possibly his superior when it comes to battle, and hopes to die at his hands, or defeat one of the few who has actually managed to stand against him. To give you an example of just how intense this fight is, in the beginning, Throg is badly wounded when Ragnars are also unleashed from Battle Beast's ship at the start of their fight. Battle Beast was told that the Ragnars wouldn't be unleashed except as a last resort, and if you don't know this, Ragnars are basically some of the ultimate enemies against Viltrumites because they can actually break their skin. One of the few beings in the cosmos who can break a Viltrumite's skin, to be clear. After defeating the Ragnars, Battle Beast notices Throg's wound and injures himself to match to once again ensure this fight is fair. So not only does Battle Beast turn on the Ragnars, but then he also is like, oh, you're wounded? Me too. Now we fight again. And then they fight for days.
Kicking us off today is Marvel's Civil War event. This whole event kicked off because of a guy named Nitro. This villain has the power to explode, and when he did this, hopped up on a new substance, he wiped out the entire town of Stamford, Connecticut. This split the entire superhuman community down the middle, with Tony Stark leading half of them under the idea of superhuman registration, and Captain America leading the other half who opposed this. Wolverine partnered up with the former, and he was given a very specific task: to track down Nitro and bring him to justice. But when Wolverine actually managed to track the guy down, the villain did what he does best: explode. And when it happened here, he managed to completely incinerate Wolverine down to his shiny adamantium bones. But speaking of Wolverine's shiny bones, they did in fact lose their luster at one point, and that was more than brutal enough for this list. In the 1993 crossover event Fatal Attractions, Magneto was offering mutants sanctuary on his ship, the Avalon, and recovering from the legacy virus he was planning to completely wipe out humanity, being opposed only by the X-Men. Xavier, in a special Shi'ar suit, leads the fight against Magneto on Avalon, and Magneto holds everyone off until Wolverine gets the drop on him. Wolverine makes it really close, slicing Magneto across the chest just a little bit too close for comfort, and this pushes Magneto over the edge. He basically turns the adamantium on Wolverine's skeleton into liquid and quite literally pulls it out of his body. It's gruesome. But there is actually more than one character to take on the Wolverine name. X-23's origin story was told in the 2004 miniseries X-23 Innocence Lost, which takes Laura Kinney from conception to independence, and man does she go through the ringer. Laura, unlike most of the other mutants, was created in a lab. This lab was called the Facility, and it's where attempts were being made to clone Wolverine/Weapon X from a recovered sample of his own DNA. The problem is that the sample was incomplete, resulting in constant failures. It was the work of a brilliant geneticist named Sarah Kinney that finally made the project a success when she combined her own DNA with that of the sample to create a genetic replica with near identical powers to the original Wolverine. This clone became labeled X-23, but Sarah secretly named her
Laura. X-23 was trained from birth to be an assassin, treated fairly extremely and exposed to a trigger scent that would cause her to lose all control and give in to a brutal rage. The organization used this trigger scent to have her wipe out her sensei, as well as to make money off of her as an 11-year-old super assassin. Now eventually her mother, for lack of a better term, realized that she needed to free Laura. Plus, she also learned that the facility was creating more clones, intending to train them in the same way, and she decided that she needed to take them all out. Thanks to Sarah, X-23 managed to destroy the facility and the clones, but as she escaped, she discovers that the facility have put the trigger scent on her own mother. Sarah ends up being taken out by Laura herself, passing away in her arms before X-23 finally gets to escape. But if we really want to dive into the brutality of Wolverine, we can look directly at Weapon X. A large chunk of Wolverine's life was spent being forced to work for the ultra-shady government group known as Weapons Plus/Weapon X. They are the ones that gave Wolverine those shiny adamantium bones that we talked about at the beginning of the list. Not only did they force Wolverine and many others into nasty experiments to create super soldiers, they then hired out those super soldiers to the highest bidders, brainwashing these people into committing terrible atrocities. For example, Wolverine was forced to steal a boy named Frank Simpson and begin programming him to turn him into an enhanced killer. But then later on in life, Wolverine came across Frank in Vietnam as a soldier, and their interaction was anything but pleasant. Wolverine basically put Frank through the ringer, physically and psychologically breaking him to the point that Frank became a killer and started going by the name Nuke, which is when he became a Daredevil villain.
In the Infinite Crisis event, Connor Kent decides to answer the door, only to find Superboy Prime, who is starting to go a little bit off the deep end, and he decides to explain how he is the one true Superboy, and he wants to do that by fighting. And it is intense. Even Crypto gets involved, receiving a kick to the neck from Superboy Prime, and after that little crime against humanity, things get real. Prime beats the snot out of Connor Kent, chucking cars and all manner of things, but Connor had called in the Teen Titans, who in turn call in the Justice Society and the Doom Patrol. That's 28 different heroes. But this only makes things worse. Prime basically is like a kid, and he doesn't know how to control this power properly or even understand what is even happening right now. He starts wiping out heroes, accidentally taking the head off of Panther. He then rips off Risk's arm and wipes out Bushido and Baby Wildebeest with his heat vision while he is crying. It takes a handful of speedsters to then trap Prime in the Speed Force and end the fight. Okay, maybe a bit of a controversial pick here, but Superman Returns has made the list. The movie, I'm talking about the movie. Basically, Lex Luthor has used kryptonite to grow a massive landmass out in the ocean, which leaves Superman completely vulnerable. He lands on the new island, and it's bad news from the get-go. Lex and his goons have already gotten in position on this kind of Krypton-like island, but underneath, embedded into the rocks, is pure kryptonite. Tons of it. So it makes it incredibly easy for Lex Luthor to push Superman down these rocky stairs and then kick him while he's down, literally and figuratively. And then his goons start giving Superman this beating that actually kind of feels pretty scary and real, and I was like not expecting that at all. I don't think I've ever seen Superman so unable to do anything, and then Lex has like this sharp piece of kryptonite that he breaks off in this gasping for air Superman, who then falls off of a cliff. Moving on, John Walker, aka US Agent, is not the most loved character out there, but while he is a bit of like an anti-hero, he's still a hero from time to time. For example, when he answers the call to fight against Norman Osborn and his goons during the events of Siege. In the Mighty Avengers number 36, he attempts to stop the Thunderbolts from stealing Odin's spear. Unfortunately, another USA affiliated bad guy who is slightly crazy is also on the field today, and his name is Nuke, and he is pretty ruthless. Nuke is able to use the spear against US Agent, slicing off both his left arm and left leg. US Agent would go on to be wheelchair bound, refusing any enhanced cybernetics, and somehow he was still actually pretty capable. Moving on to the third spot today, Atlas is a character for DC Comics created by Jack Kirby, joining the comics in the 70s. He was always intended as a kind of anti-hero, and he has more or less played out that way since. But in 2010, Atlas was brainwashed brainwashed by an unknown villain to attack the Justice League, and he is one of the few characters to absolutely pummel the tar out of Superman. Sure, Superman could be slightly holding back against this fellow hero, but I've always kinda hated that argument because then it makes me think that Superman is just faking it when he gets absolutely rocked, and I feel like that's not the case here. Atlas is taking Superman to the cleaners. They're going hit for hit, but Superman, even with help, he just can't take it, and Atlas eventually knocks him down to the concrete. Now, coming up second to last today, following the events of Original Sin where Thor becomes unworthy to wield Mjolnir, Odin's son attempts to continue his superhero career in Thor #1. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't really turn out too well for him when the axe Jarnbjorn proves to be a pretty poor substitute for his mighty hammer. In battle with Malekith the Accursed and the Frost Giants, Thor has his arms severed off with his own axe, and he's left to perish at the bottom of the ocean. The new female Thor, who's actually Jane Foster, becomes the wielder of Mjolnir, and it is up to her to defeat Malekith. The original Thor does return with a new metal arm made out of black uru, and initially he wants his hammer back, but then he sees Jane Foster handling it pretty well, and he just decides to drop the Thor title completely and just goes by Odin's son instead. The man was crushed. And finally, in the infamous A Death in the Family story, DC not only slew a Robin, but they did it in the most disturbing way they could have. Jason Todd had disobeyed direct orders from Bruce Wayne to not go near the Joker. The problem was that Jason had just met his birth mother for the first time, who it turned out was a criminal working for the Joker. Also, he's Jason Todd, so he just didn't listen. He went to the warehouse where the Joker and his goons were at with the intention of saving his mom. But in a heartbreaking turn of events, his own mom betrayed him to the Joker to save herself, which of course doesn't actually save her at all. And the Joker leaves her to pass away with Jason anyways. Joker is shown repeatedly beating the snot out of Jason Todd with a crowbar. It's harrowing. Joker leaves him suffering on the brink with an explosive device, and the hero manages to push through his injuries to get to the door with the help of his mom, only to find out that the Joker had locked them both inside.
The end of the Hellion series has to be one of the most brutal things I've ever read. It was actually painful for me to read. My heart seriously hurt after finishing that series, and I was in tears for honestly most of the last issue. To watch this team of lovable but extremely weird misfits come together over multiple issues throughout this series, only to see many of them slip and self-destruct, was honestly something else. They had found a sense of family, only to lose that newfound family, and with it, for many of them, honestly their sense of hope. It was a brutal ending to what was otherwise honestly an uplifting story. I still can't believe that's how it ended, honestly. Zeb Wells out here just playing with my emotions, playing with my heart. I think the worst character for me in terms of how the story ended for them was honestly Wildchild, who basically decided to just accept that he didn't really belong anywhere and submitted to being in a medicated stupor. It really was tragic. What stories have moved you emotionally? For me, Wildchild's and the Hellions ending overall just literally brought me to tears. I actually struggled to read the pages. That's how much I was crying at the end of this series. It was really heartbreaking and really brutal. This is a traumatic one, or at least it probably was a traumatic one for Wolverine at least. Yep, we're talking about that moment. The moment when Wolverine was permanently separated from his adamantium. What are we talking about here? Divorce, babe. Divorce. Wolverine was divorced basically here from his adamantium, something that initially in the comics was suggested to be part of his mutant power. However, over time, of course, we'd come to learn that the adamantium-coated skeleton that he had, his claws, was not necessarily inherent, but was instead put in place by Weapon X. He did have claws, but they were just bone claws, and then Weapon X basically modified him and coated his whole skeleton in adamantium. When the X-Men faced off against Magneto in space, Magneto used his magnetic mutant powers to manipulate this metallic substance, this adamantium, fully removing it from Wolverine's skeleton. He'd get it back, but the extremely gruesome and painful de-adamantium process would leave its mark, making Wolverine more animalistic soon afterwards. Professor X has a lot of brutal moments in the comics. Honestly, he is tied to many of them because he has done some morally questionable things throughout his comic book history. One of these moments, however, might seem small in comparison to some larger missteps that he's had, but it still shocks me to this day, and I find it honestly quite brutal in a different way, so I'm gonna include it here. We're talking about Professor X admitting his feelings for Jean Grey. This wasn't something that Professor X shared aloud, but just seeing it confessed to, even in a thought bubble, was honestly enough for me. Now granted, At the time, I doubt this would have been as shocking when this comic was released, because it was like issue number 3 of X-Men, considering that canon had not yet established that Jean was actually one of the Professor's really first X-Men, who he'd helped when she was only a little kid and he was a young adult. But given the context I had when I read this, yeah, it's a mess. One of the most brutal fights I've seen in a while is the one where Storm faces off against Tarn. Tarn the Uncaring is one of the mutants from Morocco, and he happens to be one of the most upsetting to face. Honestly, because of his mutant powers. Also, he's a mutant of Morocco, so you know, they tend to be made of just tougher stuff in general. But really what makes his fights in general brutal are, honestly, his powers. Tarn can basically alter folks' genetic makeup, which is exactly what he does to take Storm's powers away after challenging her to a fight. Or rather, after insulting her authority as Regent of Morocco, which she interprets basically as a challenge. And honestly, rightfully so. She responds in kind by saying she will see him in the circle for the two of them to duke it out between them for who should sit as regent. Or rather, maybe just like who should respect who. Now, when they do, Tarn uses his powers to take away Storm's powers and disfigure her. But still, she manages to best him by stabbing him in the chest and threatening to end his life by puncturing his heart. Yeah, Storm, even when she doesn't have powers, she's a really amazing fighter, so you should not mess with her. She forces him to yield, and in the end, he learns just how strong-willed Storm is and ultimately returns her powers to her, admitting she is of Morocco, and perhaps she might even be of a Ment. That's how intense she is.
Now, while Wolverine spent time on the X-Men team, he came into contact with one Dr. Hank McCoy, aka Beast. Hank is one of the 8 smartest people in the world, and being smart in comic books seems to be a pretty easy path to being morally dubious. Don't get me wrong though, Wolverine is not a Boy Scout by any stretch of the imagination, but he still holds on to his morals. For the most part. Wolverine and Beast were actually friends, and Beast stuck with Wolverine during the Schism event, and he was also on the side of the Avengers with Wolverine during the Avengers vs. X-Men event. But people change, and Beast is absolutely one of those people. In order to deal with external threats to the new mutant nation of Krakoa, Beast has taken a position as the chief of the intelligence agency X-Force, which has almost completely cost him his morality. McCoy has chosen some questionably authoritarian actions to guarantee the Krakoan sovereignty, like sabotaging the country of Terra Verde, squirreling away funds to open a space station prison, and interrupting one of Wolverine's resurrections to attach an obedience collar to send him on clandestine missions, all of which was kept secret from the rest of X-Force and the rest of the mutants. This ticked off Wolverine, which in turn ticked off Beast even more. He sent Wolverine on a mission so that he would be captured for an auction that Hank attended, and then he literally showed Wolverine to the afterlife in order to resurrect Logan again in a primitive state and turn him into Weapon X, where Beast sent him on more and more missions. Beast cloned Wolverine, and he used those clones as his own personal bodyguards and hitmen, and man, Beast has just become straight up a villain. No other way to put it. But Beast is nowhere near the most brutal villain that Wolverine has had to face. The Wolverine villain known as Cyber, for example, is one of the only villains to actually terrify Wolverine, with some adamantium-coated skin, toxic claws, and the power to track an individual's brain. And he's like 9 feet tall. In 1994's Wolverine number 79, Cyber is tracking down Wolverine in order to claim his adamantium bones, which he wants to then make a profit from. Unfortunately, at this time, Wolverine actually doesn't have his adamantium bones because Magneto took them away. So when the fight leads to him popping his bone claws, Cyber is a little more than disappointed. But instead of just walking away after this revelation, a cannon just goes off in the distance, and this gives Wolverine the opportunity to slash Cyber across the face. But as soon as the attack happens, Cyber catches Wolverine's fist, and in one stomp, he snaps Wolverine's claws in half, very much like Sabretooth did in Wolverine Origins, like the movie. That event scarred Wolverine, but right after, it made him even question his ability to be a hero in the first place. But moving on from that, the Thing is one of the most powerful heroes in the Marvel Universe, able to stand toe-to-toe with the Hulk in battle. He and Wolverine have had their scrapes, and most of the time, Logan's been on the losing side. In one little altercation taking place in Fantastic Four 1961, issue 374, Four, Wolverine, Ghost Rider, Professor Hulk, and Spider-Man, who had previously taken the place of the Fantastic Four, were hunting for Johnny Storm, who had accidentally destroyed part of Empire State University. Now this led to an altercation between the four heroes and the Fantastic Four, but when Wolverine went to attack Susan Storm, Ben Grimm grabbed the Canadian and slammed him into the ground, calling him an arrogant little creep, because that's just what he does. But Wolverine, in his rage, used all of his might and he slashed Ben across the face, disfiguring the character in a huge way. Now the Thing got his payback as he yelled, "You frickin' little psycho," and then he whacks Wolverine with one punch, sending him flying through a bunch of buildings, but this actually scarred the Thing so bad that it had lasting effects throughout the comics. The post-apocalyptic world featured in the Old Man Logan storyline is one of the best things that Marvel has given us. But it's also one of the most brutal settings they've ever created. It all came to be when the villains decided that instead of fighting their usual villains, who they always lose to, they would instead put themselves up against whatever hero they were actually best suited to face. Now in the case of Wolverine, who is the main character here, that happened to be Mysterio. Mysterio is a master of creating illusions that trick even the senses, and he is almost always defeated by Spider-Man because of his spider sense. But for Logan, his super senses are one of his key traits, so when Mysterio uses his illusions to trick those senses into believing that the X-Mansion was being attacked by Doc Ock, Ulysses Klaue, Strife, and a whole squad of powerful villains, Wolverine believed it wholeheartedly and he held nothing back. Using his claws, he cut through the villains like butter. With all the other X-Men nowhere to be found, it was Wolverine versus everyone, and he was taking 40 different villains to the grave. It was insane. When he finally took down the last one, who was Bullseye, the illusion actually lifted to reveal that these villains were in actuality all his fellow X-Men, who were just caught completely off guard by the sudden attack from one of their own. Now there are a few different characters who often appear in the Wolverine circle, the Wolverine family, you could call them if you wanted to, but if we are counting down a list of brutal moments for the character, then there is one person in particular who needs to be talked about, and his name is Sabretooth. Victor Creed seems to be bad simply because he enjoys it. As a kid, he took the life of his older brother Luther over a piece of pie, and was absolutely ruthless to his younger brother Saul, who he would make a habit of putting a beat down on, particularly on Saul's birthday. When his mutant powers manifested, it only made bringing harm to others even easier for him, and he eventually took out his own father before going on a rampage through 3 Canadian provinces at just 13 years old. He would become a bit of a wanderer throughout his life, moving from different careers that allowed him to take advantage of his power in order to spill more blood. Now he eventually turned his savagery towards Wolverine, who happened to have taken the life of Saul, Sabretooth's younger brother. Sabretooth, in a really sick way, replaced Saul with Wolverine, making it his goal to make Wolverine's life a living hell. On every one of Wolverine's birthdays, he would beat Wolverine to within an inch of his life, and anyone Wolverine welcomed into his life, like those he would fall in love with, also became Victor's newest victims. And speaking of that, Sabretooth doesn't only try to ruin Wolverine's life on his birthdays. Anyone in Wolverine's life can become a target for Sabretooth, and Daken was Wolverine's son, born from Logan's marriage to a woman named Itsu, and the boy inherited his father's mutant abilities, but none of his morality. So in an attempt to gain revenge on his father, Daken teamed up with Sabretooth and the group known as the Red Right Hand, and the group's battle with X-Force culminated in Logan having to take the life of his own son. But with the powers of Wolverine, this is obviously no easy feat. Most people believe Wolverine is practically unkillable, but this is actually not entirely true. He does have 1 or 2 foolproof ways to bring him down, and one of them is water. With Daken leaving his pops no choice, Wolverine is kind of forced to hold his son face down in a puddle until he stops breathing. This moment is intercut with these flash imaginations that Wolverine is having of the life that they could have possibly shared together if things were a bit more normal. Now just as Daken takes his final breath and Logan mournfully is holding his son, Sabretooth appears on the scene, revealing that this has been his intention since he first partnered with Daken. Needless to say, we kinda hate Sabretooth here.